Yes, indeed, the background did change. I didn't realize it's been so long since we've done one of these that I haven't done a stream that has this background. I've done some videos with it. I haven't done a stream. Alright, be sure to let me know if my mic is too close to my face, so then you're able to hear my breathing. So how are you all doing? It's been a little while. I know I haven't done, well, any kind of stream in about a week. I'll probably... I have D&D tonight, so I can't stream tonight, but since there's no Jujutsu chapter tomorrow, I'll probably stream during the day tomorrow. Probably not at night, for reasons that are part of the topic for the stream. But, I don't know if I'll do God of War or Elden Ring tomorrow. I don't know, I'll leave it up to you guys to vote on which one you're more interested in seeing. Let's see here. Sternator says Bakugo got hit with that pack watch. Ho ho ho, did he ever. That sure is funny, isn't it? Neve says hark. Hark indeed. Tater says guha. Justin says second. Neve mentions background change. Justin says it's been a while since my annoying ass was in a stream of yours, Misc. Are you sure you haven't joined any of the gaming streams? I feel like you've joined the recent ones. Yeah, Neono says that it did. Jason asks, what's a Wagie? We'll talk about that. It's working for a wage, right? It's usually a bit more of a negative term, but I'm just being cheeky. Nevis says, I think I recall you making some sort of community post a while ago. Did I? I'm not sure I did. I suppose I could just make one and be like, yo, what do you guys want me to stream tomorrow? Justin says Bakugan. Yeah. Neve says Elden Ring is fantastic to make my computer go to 75 degrees, which is a bit suboptimal. I had to remember that you guys use Celsius, in which case that's like 150 degrees or something. I don't remember exactly. I know 210 is 100 degrees Celsius. Or 210, I think. I think 210's the boiling point of water. It's either 210 or 212. Pretty sure it's 210. So, I got nothing better to do. Might as well hop right in to the VC. It's been a while since we've used this one for this purpose. Hello, Neve.
Hello.
How are you feeling?
Somehow not tired yet. That'll be coming soon. Once I
Interesting.
get tired and I start getting delirious, that's when
I'm pretty
all
sure
the
most
best
people
content
start getting delirious
will
when
be
they're tired, Neve.
Right.
Holy
Oh,
shit,
for a
Neo.
second I thought Neve's mic was freaking out. Neo, you have a ridiculous amount of static in your background.
Yeah,
Yeah, my friend had told me that. I cannot fix it. I don't fucking know.
Well, use like push to talk or something. Or, like,
Yeah, use push
really
to
not
talk.
talking.
See that he says that it's not an issue when I speak, but when I don't speak, then it's an issue. Which
Yeah, because when you're speaking, that's what I'm focusing on. Otherwise, I'm sitting here talking either to myself or other people, and there's just this in the background.
Yeah, like that.
Oh, that's my fan then. Fuck, that's what that was.
Yeah, that is a bit suboptimal. Tater says, does Bakugo being dead even make it good? Make what good? It's still
My
funny,
hero,
though.
probably. Yeah. I'm both used to assume, he's actually dying. Because, jumps on break this week, no leaks to say, is he dead? Is he not?
We'll get into it in a bit because of the order of topics in the stream title. What?
There's a static there now because I think I know the source of it.
No, it's getting worse.
Oh, you got quieter.
You got quieter and the static remained the same volume.
Okay, then that's not the issue. I don't fucking know.
Neo fucking dies live on stream.
Neo's everlasting conflict with his voice quality.
Wow, that's amazing. Tanrio
Anyway,
says the Chainsaw Man trailer 2 is goated. It is very good. That was a great trailer. Mostly because it seemed to confirm that the actual animation in the show is indeed going to be at least half as good as the animation from that first trailer.
Which is, a bit insane.
Mildly
goofy.
fucking ridiculous. Because the thing with Jujutsu is Jujutsu looks really good. And at a lot of points it's really well animated. But I don't think it's the best animated looking thing ever. I don't care too much for Mappa's style of animation for some things. A lot of things just feel really weightless. Like the Hanami fight I really like, but there are certain parts of it where I'm like, they are literally gliding around.
Yeah. It's a bit excessive. Yeah, you have like this 3D plane, and then, there's running around in that. Which, looks a bit, not good.
Not the best.
It's better looking than like, mid to low quality CGI in a 2D scape.
Right, of course, of course. But the animation we saw from that trailer looks really good. Everything looks like it has weight to it. It all looks really nice.
And that, like, all of Chainsaw Man combined with having a soundtrack now, and that animation, perfect. It's great.
I wonder how surreal it might feel for Fujimoto, having made a lot of his manga with a lot of inspirations from cinema. You can tell he puts a movie theater scene in like everything that he ever writes.
He does.
When seeing his work put into motion on a screen must be quite something.
I have to imagine it must be.
Okay, yeah, my mic's definitely... Okay, I have fucking... This mic has given me Stockholm Syndrome. Anytime... I'm so used to it staying in the green on OBS that anytime it jumps up into yellow, I'm like, oh no, I have it too close to my mouth. You can hear me breathing.
Well, I don't hear you breathing on mine, at least. Might be different for YouTube, which, it does happen in some cases.
It would be strange because Discord and OBS should be picking up the same thing.
Thing is, like, you could, in theory, have different settings for the mic on both Discord and OBS. So.
Let's see. Ah! Wow, Neo is being electrocuted to death.
Oh no, we gotta stop him.
What, Nani? What the fuck?
Oh, you're louder now, but now the fucking static is like electricity.
Neo, you're getting
Don't
scared.
fucking...
Tell me, Neo, what kind of headphones are you using? By the way, we got 12 people in here, but only 9 likes. What's going on with that? Hit that guy.
Because I'm just using headphones for the audio, so no one else hears who I'm talking to.
Right.
But they're just like cheap $5 ones. Maybe I should use the other pair. Give me a sec.
Great idea. Justin says, can't wait for Chainsaw Man. Also hope and pray for the animators. I understand that they don't have the same teams working on every anime. Like, they have different production teams. But those individual protection teams still get overworked to hell. It's not the workload that they have necessarily. It's not like we've got the same people working on 5 different series at the same time. It's just each individual production team has so much shit going on. Holy fuck, we just jumped up to 18 viewers.
Oh,
Hello,
nice.
everyone.
Wow.
It's going
Being
down a
excited
little
for
bit now.
18
What the
Like-
fuck?
Wow.
If you just hopped in, be sure to leave a like on the stream.
Being excited for 18 viewers, that is, you know,
Well, it's a stream. Streams don't always pull in a ton of
how
people.
the strong fall.
No, listen, the streams of what? I think the highest a stream has ever gotten was like 50, and that was explicitly a Jujutsu stream right after the culling game
Yeah,
started.
that makes sense.
That I
Oh,
shared
that
on their
one got me
subreddit
kinda-
without getting banned for 30 days somehow.
A
I'm
miracle
surprised you
even.
haven't gotten banned from the Kengan subreddit
Oh, the
yet,
Kengan
'cause they do-
subreddit doesn't give a shit. They don't give a
Yeah, they
fuck
do
about
have
people posting
a
stuff.
fucking
They're too
promotion
busy with
rule.
power
They have a
scaling.
promotion rule thing, but the mods literally don't care. I post all my shit on there. Weeb posts all of his shit on. Everyone posts all their shit on there.
They're too busy arguing about who's stronger than who, so they don't give a shit.
No,
not really.
that's not what they're arguing about.
No, it's more so, hey, which Baki character does this? On the Kengan subreddit.
It's more so
Why am I not surprised?
people wallowing in misery and continuing to read the series for some reason despite that.
Oh, so basically Jobber. So just Jobber.
Yes! Jobber is like a distillment of every Reddit and /a thread on Kengan whenever a new chapter comes out.
Yeah, that makes sense. I didn't even read the chapter yesterday. I was
It
so
was a
busy, I
good,
just
it
didn't
was a good
fucking read it.
chapter. A lot of people were
Yeah.
like, why the fuck are they talking so much about Cosmo fighting dirty? He has done that ever since his fight with Okoya. Also, it's an underground fighting match. Who gives a shit? And I'm like, yeah, I mean, that
We
does
ho-
seem a little weird and forced, but I don't know why you're, like, hyper-fixating on it.
They gotta find something to complain about out in a relatively okay chapter.
Yes,
Now,
yes,
Bishop
that
Sanders
seems to
somehow-
kind of be the thing with most Kengan fans, is they just need to find something to complain about all the time.
Yeah.
I remember, back during early Kengan vs. Purgatory, where most of the fandom on Reddit was pretty positive.
When did it change?
The tournament happened.
When did it change? Around Alan, I think.
Oh,
Alan or Jiro?
Alright, that tracks.
Because
that
I
tracks,
remember
yeah.
with the Alan thing, there were a lot
Yeah,
of
that
people that were
tracks.
like, wow, that's so hype. Oh my
Like-
god, that's so raw and goated. And other things
I was
Redditors
predicting it
say.
was gonna be around the Luthien thing.
Like,
because-
I've noticed
Not
that,
quite. The
a
Luthien
lot
thing
of-
was getting memed on, but
Alright, I
It
forget.
was around-
Jobber's Jobber's the only one that really despises that fight.
right, other people just think it's kind of alright, I guess.
Yeah, it's alright.
Yeah.
Like, I've noticed, like,
It's an
Reddit
alright
seems to really dislike Jota's fight when that was pretty alright.
Oh,
was
have
pretty-
you watched
Oh.
Reaver's video talking about that portion of the tournament?
Oh, not yet.
Oh, he says that's the worst fight in Kengan.
Wow.
He
That's
spends
really?
20 minutes ranting about it, and he takes a chug of beer every time he gets to something he doesn't like. It was quite
I'm
humorous.
curious. I also haven't watched it yet. Yet did he at least like lose fight? Because that's the only. Because that was the one I was really.
I don't
Yeah,
think
curious
he's
he,
covered that
he,
yet.
he, no, he covered that. He covered up through the Tarashi fight. I think he liked the Tarashi fight.
Yeah.
He thought it was alright. He liked the
Very.
the Liu fight. He mostly liked Nitoku, I think.
Can't blame him.
Good.
Tokyo was great.
Blue was really good.
But
was
yeah,
great.
he there were some points where I thought he was kind of doing a bit of circular logic or just repeating the same things over and over again, but I generally got why he disliked it.
That sounds like me.
For me, the general reason my biggest problem with it is the fight overall is pretty decent, but like the last chapter just feels like such a fucking heel turn out of nowhere. Like the fight just flips 180 at the last minute.
Yeah, it definitely felt like that. And I do remember Baldur's opinion of it. You know, the whole Giroda's a one-trick pony, that kind of thing.
Oh boy, what the fuck is my sister yelling about?
Hey, oh, well, let's make a betting
Something.
game out of this.
It doesn't
Ayo.
sound. She's not having. She sounds very frustrated
game.
about something. I think. I wonder who she's talking to. 'Cause she's
The
on the
voices,
phone.
don't
She's
worry.
on the phone with someone.
Of course.
I can't quite tell. I can't make out enough of what she's saying.
Oh well, if it's important enough, she'll complain to you about it, maybe.
No, we don't talk to each other much.
Lucky you.
I know, right?
Yep, that makes sense. That makes
Yeah.
sense.
So being a Wagie,
Of being a Wagie. Well, let me catch up with the chat,
good
and then I'll
idea.
talk about being a Wagie. Bernice says YouTube's killing the Misc stream viewers to stop him from becoming too powerful. Yeah, what would I... Listen, if I had like 100 people in here, there's like a non-zero chance one of them would send a super chat or something, and they can't allow that.
Yeah.
Justin says the Kengan sub the last time I saw was just shit posting about how much they hate Kengan Omega and simping. Kinda, yeah. Chilled says, didn't the newest chapter of Berserk also drop? I'm very happy to see Berserk back again. It was funny, like a month ago, I was like, oh yeah, I should catch up to Berserk now, by just picking up where I left off a year ago.
Bad move.
Yeah, I didn't get very far into that. I
I
will probably have to restart my read-through at some point. Anyone getting doxxed this stream? Koji's not here, so it's somewhat unlikely unless my sister barges in here in a rage and then yells my address. My full name and address.
Wouldn't that
Probably
make for
fine
good
with here.
content?
That would make
feel
for
like-
quite the content.
I feel like if you gave Fine like Adderall or something, he'd be able to dox Neo easily.
Probably. Well, Neo, do you live in like a town, or do you live the way I imagine most people in North Carolina living, and they live like kind of along a road in the woods that has houses along it?
I live in a town.
Okay.
Here's the problem with my town. It used to be small, but we've been getting a bunch of, additions to it over the last couple years / decades. So it's gone from a town to a mini city, I guess.
Fascinating.
Oh, nice.
We have an elementary school, a middle school, a high school, and a community
Alright,
college.
write that
Did
down,
you
write
not
that down,
have
write that
those things
down!
Alright, we need to find every town in North Carolina
Fuck.
that has an elementary school, a middle school, a
I
high
was gonna
school,
joke,
and a
like, it's gonna
community
end up being-
college.
I was talking more about, development stuff, but,
Ah, that's true. Wait, are those... Did you not have those before?
No, we've had I know we've had the elementary through high school my entire life, because my dad and grandma have also lived in this town their entire lives. But I can't remember when
out
they
more.
added the community college.
Tater says, missed content. I hate that we live at 836 Baker Street, Florida. Where is that? Now I'm curious. I gotta look that up.
Isn't that the address Danny posted when fake doxing you?
Oh, maybe, yeah. Do you remember... Tater, how
That
do
was-
you remember such a thing?
Probably just by looking up in chat logs.
Oh, probably.
And that was in like a week ago, so it would be fresh in the mind.
Oh, apparently that's in Fort Lauderdale.
How many sweat beads are forming in your head?
Have I eaten at Matchbox before? I can't remember. I need to see what they have here for food.
Oh, oops, you've accidentally given Misc a culinary trip.
They just have this one picture of like chicken over fucking... I can't even tell what that's over, honestly.
You'll find out when you get there.
Hold on, let me look at the map and see what's on here.
Wow, that's right next to my house.
No, it's a little ways. It's a bit of a drive over the highway from my house.
Give us more specific information about your address.
Wouldn't
For
you
content,
like
of
that,
course.
Weather Boy?
For content. I think the viewers should love that.
Or whatever, I can't find. It's some street in Fort Lauderdale, I guess. Bernice says, Neil lives in a town mini-city. I'm adding that to the Misc doxing thread. Chilled says, oh, you live in Carolina. Just Carolina. Chilled, do you think Carolina's the name of a state, and that North Carolina is just describing the upper part of Carolina? Name every town, Neo. Lives
Yeah.
near a school? I already found your home.
Again?
Tater says I
Oh.
made that one up. Oh, I see. That's
You're having a bit-
interesting. Because, actually, that's not bad, because that's still, like, within an hour of my house.
Neo, you keep descending.
Neo!
Yeah.
Neo!
Yeah, I'm here. Don't worry.
There you go.
Don't worry.
Yeah, we hear the fan now.
If your social security
If
number
your
was a
social
group
security
of
number was
One
a group
Piece
of One Piece-
chapters, what would it be?
Let's see, a few from War 7, a few from Annie's. Oh,
Hold on, let me check and see if I could actually
Two
make
from
my
Wano.
social security number.
Two from Wano. Oh wait, no, that's my phone number. Never mind. I'm fucking stupid.
Shit,
Wow.
it's doxing time. What did I
I was thinking
miss?
phone number.
Wait a bit.
Doxing,
Okay,
that's
now
what
we
you
got
mean.
15 people in here. We're symmetrical. We have the same number of viewers and likes. So
Ooh.
let me get into the first stream topic: becoming a Wagie. What does that mean? That means working for a wage. You know what that
Wage.
means? Probably. Let me check the stream playlist so I can see the first time this topic was ever discussed.
that would have been at some point last year, I feel.
Oh, it was. Let's see here. Ooh. I believe it was around the Toriko stream.
Torko, the thing band will literally never fucking finish.
He will never finish it.
Oh yeah, I'll finish Torko for October.
I
They have not
know,
touched
I
it
think it
since.
was the second Toriko stream. The one before I went on vacation. Oh no, that was actually the last one. I think. I can't quite remember. I know it was around then, because I remember the second and third Toriko streams were within like 2 days of each other.
As expected.
Yep.
Oh, Bernice, I love when Discord conveniently updates while trying to join VC. So that was around then. And then it was around the end of last year, start of this year.
I mean, chilled. MISCON 1 has already happened.
Yeah. Me, Clover, and Fi met up with Playfree. Because Playfree was down in Florida visiting some family. So we actually met up in person. Which means Playfree is the only person I met through the Discord that knows what I look like.
And then MISCON's 2 gonna happen, and then Among Us Lake, drowning incident.
Okay. Stream 31, which does not look that long ago in the long term, until you consider that's back when I
However-
used the old thumbnail, and what date was this? That was 6 months ago. January 11th. What the fuck? It's exactly 6...
Holy moly.
Wait, that's not 6 months. This thing's fucking stupid. That's like 7 months ago. No. Yes. What the fuck?
Quite funny.
Huh,
Oh, I guess it hasn't
bizarre.
updated because it's not the exact time that the stream was yet.
Probably.
So it was 7
That's
months
correct.
ago. So, after much searching, not really that much, but a bit of searching, having to take the initiative with my own life, something I'm not particularly fond of because I'm lazy, and applying
We all
at a
will.
few places, I finally got a job. Wow, we have 23 people in here. Holy fuck. If you just hopped in, hit that like button. Goddamn.
They're really interested.
So-
Oh, hi.
Okay.
Hello.
Playfree, welcome.
So much joy and excitement
We're
in
discussing-
your voice.
I know, right?
Exactly.
So,
Yeah.
I just got, it's a part-time gig. It's just my first week. My next shift is Saturday, which is why I don't plan on doing a stream Friday night, because I wake up a little bit earlier. I don't want to stay up too late. It's just like it's a basic thing. It's just a job at like a little retail thing in the mall. But I am now a working man. I have joined the workforce.
How sad.
I know, right?
Can you keep it longer than I have?
Probably. What types of jobs have you worked, Neo?
Going down the list, I worked at a dishwasher at a local restaurant. I worked at a thrift store for 2 days.
How the
It
fuck
got
did you work
awful.
there for 2 days?
I
What did
fucking
you
quit
do?
because I was in the technology section and they bitched to me that I wasn't doing my job when literally you could do nothing with the technology because there was no proper way to test it.
And you're just like, yeah, I'm not dealing with that.
Fuck that. Yeah, I was
That's
just like, fuck
that's
that
fucking
shit.
stupid. What the fuck?
Yeah, then I had a golf job for a couple months.
What did you do on the
COVID
golf
happened.
job? What did you do on the golf job?
Is that
It was-
picking up balls?
It was mainly just
Write this down.
cleaning the golf. It was mainly just cleaning the golf carts
I see. I
and
see.
also
All these within his
picking up
town
the
in
balls
North
from the driving
Carolina.
range.
Well, not necessarily within his town, because my job is not in my
Yeah.
town. It's
Yeah.
not that far away because of the highway. Actually, no, it's
Um,
technically in a different town. If I was on the other side of the main street in town, I would be in the
Then-
same town as it. The way...
What the fuck
And
is
then-
what? Huh? What's Florida like?
Okay,
No,
How-
so...
what?
sometimes lines for towns are separated by streets.
Yeah, we have
That's
this
it.
one big main
Yeah.
road that goes through our town, or I guess goes through the city, because the towns are technically cities just because of the population, but they're
town.
suburbs. They're suburbs.
Oh.
Cities have to the populations in the
Okay.
cities are very.
Yo, that is
And then the last two I've had
fucking-
as a soccer.
Wait,
at
hold
a-
on a
at
second.
food
I'm not
line,
about
you
to
know?
dox myself, but whenever you come into town, it says "Welcome to the city of blank."
Yeah, well, sometimes they
Yeah, don't
categorize
they
it one
call
thing, but it's
everything
not. Like
cities in America though?
no, not everything's cities. It
Common
really all-
population
fuck you would consider
definitions for an urban area, city or town, range between 1,500 and 50,000.
town.
could not-
I thought town is between 10,000 and 100,000.
I guess it's different depending on where you are.
Yeah.
Let me see how many
But I
people
could-
live in my town. Almost 71,000.
Write that down. Like,
No,
I could not comprehend
see.
living in a place like that. Cause like, all my
It's
life I've
just-
seen like
It's a big
at least a
fucking
mile.
suburb.
like at least
Oh.
a mile between places.
My town has like a population of
Usually
like
more.
4,000.
Let's see, it's like 3 miles
That's
to the
probably gonna
next
fucking
town, and
triple in the
then
next decade.
Mhm.
7 to the next, and then another 8 to the next one. Yeah, I would die living in the US.
No, you wouldn't. You'd be
You-
fine. You'd be able to go
you
everywhere.
probably
What was I just thinking of?
But yeah, the last two
Oh,
jobs
right,
I've worked
this
have been
place,
a soccer at a
um,
food lion.
The
Um,
the town I live in is called a what is it? A bedroom town because people sleep here but they don't work here because there's really not
Oh.
much here. There's not really much in the way of big businesses where people work. So most of the jobs are like working at fucking Dunkin' Donuts or the gas station, which is at the edge of town. For the most part, it's just neighborhoods. Dios's professional ball shiner sounds depressing. I don't think he was cleaning balls, he was cleaning out the golf carts.
I was not.
Bo
Yeah.
says welcome to the 9 to 5 life, but I'm not working a 9 to 5 yet.
Not yet.
My shifts, so far my shifts have just been the, not opening shifts, because when you do the opening shift you show up an hour before they open, but like the first shift of the day, and it's only like a 4.5 hour shift
Right.
so far.
I think the longest shifts I've ever had have been at Food Lion because I worked from like 5 to 1 one day, but usually like 5 to 11 some days.
Alright,
It
so
varied.
to get back on topic after that like 10-minute tangent there,
Jeez.
I will probably be able to hold this job longer than Neo has held his jobs because my job for the most part, is stand around in the store for my shift.
You,
Really?
really? You had to do him like that.
I'm getting paid 11 an hour to stand around,
Love minimum
talk
wage.
to customers when they come into the store and ask them if they need anything. And when fucking nothing is going on, I just walk around and organize the clothes.
Wow.
I'm basically getting paid to stand around, which is boring. Well, it will
Sounds like
be.
the
I've
life,
just
though.
been doing training thus far, which is probably going to be more interesting than any other day I will have at this job.
Hello, Bernice.
Probably.
Yes, welcome, Bernice. I see Discord
Hey,
has
how's it?
finished updating.
Hello, Bernice.
Will today be a day that Bernice's mic works?
Perhaps.
Because I
Yeah,
know
really?
sometimes
Wouldn't you be the first
it
person
don't.
on the VC with mic issues.
Stand around and look pretty Misc. Oh, I intend to, especially since the uniform for my job is you just wear something, but you can't have other brand logos on your shit. So, basically buy clothes from their store, which I've
Wow.
already done. And they're nice clothes, and I get a 50% employee discount. So,
Ooh, sweet.
That's actually that's a really good employee discount.
I
That
know,
really
that
is.
was what my dad said. Actually, both my mom and my dad were like, holy shit. My dad
that's-
said that employee discounts are usually only like 20% or something.
Yeah, I
Then
remember
that's
seeing
pretty high.
Cryptic talk about
20
that
is
sort of
pretty-
stuff.
Goddamn.
And being like, yeah, I have a 20% thing at my job, it's great.
Yeah. And then Clover yesterday was like, oh yeah, at my work, we get a 50% employee discount. Have they just fucking... Do you know what it is?
Laura?
I've nailed it.
What?
So, when COVID was going on, and they were opening things back up, and fucking nobody wanted to go back to work anywhere because,
Yeah,
one,
that makes sense.
it was a pandemic, and two,
COVID.
people realized, oh my god, I've been spending my life working at a place that I don't like very much, and I've not been getting much out of it.
I think part of it is also, man, why work when I could get all the money I need from the government?
Well, that
that's what my-
too, but
That's what my
also,
friend did. He just, he worked for a while. He worked for years, and then COVID came. He started getting his checks in, and then once everything started opening back up, he's like, nah, just gotta keep going, get the grind.
I think that's more of an indictment of how much businesses are paying people. If just the government benefits are more than what the jobs are giving you,
Well, it's
then-
less if it's more the jobs. It's I don't need to work and I get money. That's what That's what happened with a lot of people. Like, I can support myself off of this, and I don't need to work.
Right. But if the jobs are offering people more money than the government benefits are, people are going to usually take the
Yeah.
jobs because they want more money.
You would think that.
True.
You know what?
I
That's really-
would,
I do
yeah,
think that.
especially since because of it, other businesses are starting to... A lot of businesses actually are starting to pay people more. And it was something a lot of people talked about. There were a lot of people that quit their jobs because of COVID. Because they were like, this is... Essentially,
I
when
got laid.
quarantine
I'm pretty sure.
happened, a lot of people were forced to not go to work for a while. And in other cases where their works were still like, yeah, we don't give a shit about the pandemic, you're still coming into work, people were like, well, if you don't give a fuck about my well-being, then I don't give a fuck about your business.
Fuck about you.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
And then
Well,
other people,
I can
a
speak
lot
to
of
that
them,
experience.
were people that worked office jobs, or they were people like teachers, where after taking like an extended break and getting some government benefits, they were like, hold on a second, the shit I was getting at my job was not nearly worth as much as the amount of time and work I was putting in there. I'm not going back there. So then a lot of businesses, out of desperation,
Education.
are like, well, shit. Now Wendy's is offering to pay people like $15 fucking dollars an hour.
God, I love minimum.
Oh yeah, that's New York minimum. Down here in Florida, we have the federal minimum, which is $7.25 an hour.
I don't know what the minimum around here
Same
is.
here,
I think I
I'm
saw a
pretty sure.
Stagecoach ad with fucking, oh yeah, learn how to drive a fucking bus across the country, for, every single day for like over 10 hours and get 11 an hour. Stagecoach.
I need to know what the conversion on that is, but even then, that sounds like way too little for
Yeah.
that kind of work.
Alright, Stagecoach. How about you give me a firearms license and a gun? Or hell, skip the license, give me the gun, and give me a bullet, one bullet,
For myself.
and give me an instruction to point it at me.
No, you're never. You
Yeah.
forgot to ask for one more thing.
Oh, what?
No, what the fuck?
Come on, you know. You got a gun, you got a bullet. There's one more thing you need.
Oh, Colin, you're right.
Yeah, you need a
Ah.
coin. Exactly.
I'll fucking altcoin myself.
Me
You're
when
right.
I'm an Ultra Kill fan. Me when
Me
I
when I'm an
Ultra Kill
Ultra
myself. With a quarter.
Me, the Ultra Kill fan, being paid to work in inhumane conditions for the rest of my life.
Diaz says, the fuck? I get paid $15 an hour to deal with Ugandan crackheads and building leaping prostitutes. I need to switch.
What kind of workplace is that?
He's a hotel desk clerk.
Yo, what the?
I don't know what kind of hotel he works at though.
Yo,
If they're
can-
paying you
What
15
kind of
an
hotel you
hour,
working at,
I don't know
Dio?
if you work at some shitty motel or if Marriott is just a fucking Marriott paying their desk clerks 15 an hour. Are you shitting me? I need
mean,
to
can you, like,
know what
check
hotel
out any
Dio
time
works
you
like?
at.
That sounds accurate.
I need to know exactly where so I can find.
Not,
What?
I don't need to know the
Nah,
exact
give her the
location,
details.
but I want to know what hotel company. Because then I know. Like, if it's a really big fancy
Oh, to
place,
single
and
it
they,
down.
and they pay you 15 a fucking hour. Listen, I don't give a shit how fucking menial my job is. If I'm working at some really big fancy company, I better be making decent money. Anyway. Funny story. One that
Aye.
probably helped me get hired. In my quest to become employed, I applied at a few places, including this frozen yogurt place not too far from my house.
Get down.
And the application and following experience with this is incredibly funny. So
Is it now?
I'm walking around, per my parents' advice, looking for places that have like help wanted signs up. I walk into this frozen yogurt place because they have a paper taped up on the door saying help wanted, hiring part-time jobs. And I'm like, ooh, oh boy. So I walk in there and I'm like, hey, I see you guys are looking for people to work part-time. Do you have any applications? And the lady working there at the counter says, we don't have any applications right now. Come in next week. And that did seem a little weird to me because, like, what do you mean you don't have, like, any physical applications? Why do you have this paper up asking for people to apply if you don't have any applications? And you don't have, like, somewhere I can apply online or something? That's weird. But I'm like, whatever. I leave. I go buy myself 2 slices of pizza at the local pizzeria. I sit down and eat 2 pieces of pizza and drink some
Of
pink
course,
lemonade.
your greatest day.
That was
Yeah.
one of the best
Freedom.
days. I have never felt more free in my life.
You just were out and about and just went, I'm gonna get some pizza.
It was
And
an
then it just
incredibly
settled
delightful
in.
experience.
It just settled in like, my God, I can do that.
I can do with a vehicle
What?
whatever the fuck I want. With a vehicle and money, I can literally do whatever I want.
Truly living the life
Okay,
of
hold on.
luxury.
Do what I want.
So then I come in next week. I think the same person's working
Yep.
at the counter there. And I'm like, hey, do you guys have the
True.
applications now? And they're like, no, but here's this piece of paper. They like reach under the counter and hand me a piece of paper, and they're like, just fill out your information and your availability on there. And I'm like, well, this seems a bit informal, but all right. I mean, shit. I'm not gonna say no to an easy job. I'm like, easy getting a job. So I go to fill out this paper, and I see on the back of the paper is someone else's name and information.
Wow.
So some other person had come in before me, filled out all of their shit on this paper, which was then just kind of tossed back underneath the counter, and then they gave me the same paper that had this person's name and at least also their email. It may have had their phone number, I don't know, because they only asked me for my email, but I included my phone number on it. Which means I basically had a cheat sheet to be like, oh yes, let's see. What's this person's availability? Ah, I see they're available these days, but they're only available till the end of the summer. Well, I'm available till the end of the year. Whoa. So then I give them back the paper. Nothing happens. I come in again a week later. This time I was with Clover because we were going to get lunch. Also at the pizza place. So I walk back in there, and I mention like the application thing.
Yeah,
I'm like,
I know this great pizza place.
yeah, exactly. Well, we've been there before. Actually, that was where we went on our first date.
Aw. That's sweet.
It's a very nice pizza place. Second best pizza place in town. Closest one to my house.
Right now.
Write that down.
And I'm like, hey, I came in last week and filled some stuff out. Any update on what's going on? And they're like, oh, well, the owner just left to go across the street. I don't know anything about this, but if you give me your name, I'll tell them that you were here or something. And I'm like, all right, I guess. Apparently, they also own the place across the street, across the little street from this frozen yogurt place. They own two completely different types of businesses simultaneously. I could tell if I ever met this person, I would probably hate them. I just kind of get that intuitive feeling.
I like good feelings.
Interesting.
And then I never hear anything back from them, ever.
I remember once years ago when I was first starting like job searches and all that for like first job. There was this one place I was just going to apply. I went in. I was like, "Hey, so you're hiring?" They're like, "Yeah, manager's not in. Coming tomorrow." All right. Next day, "Hey, you're hiring?" "Yeah, she's coming tomorrow." All right. Going the next day. They take me into a back room.
They execute
Yeah, you can come in tomorrow.
Oh.
For 5 days in a row. I kept going. Then eventually I'm just like, yeah, I'll give it up. They clearly don't know what they're doing.
5 days. Listen, after the second day, maybe the third. Especially if they took me to the room and then we're like, nah, the manager's going to be in tomorrow. If after that point, you've wasted my time that much, I'm just going to leave. I'm not putting up with your shit. Something like that happened with Fi. She had applied to work at Cheesecake Factory. She got an interview. And it seemed the interview went well. It seemed like they wanted to hire her. So then they scheduled a follow-up interview. And then I believe she went there. And then they were like, oh, we have to reschedule it. Come back another day. So they schedule this other day. And then I believe the same thing happens.
Outstanding.
And then they schedule a third interview, and then before she even gets there, they call her, and she's like, nah, you gotta come a different time. So at that point, it's like, no, fuck this shit. If the place you are applying to is so fucking incompetent that they can't even schedule an interview, that is a sign from the universe that you should not be working there. If they do not even have the organizational skills to fucking hire you, I don't think you want to deal with their organizational skills when it comes to working there.
Sounds funny.
My sister worked at a Panera last year, and it sounds like absolute hell because the management there was just absolutely fucking atrocious. Like, they just did such a fucking terrible job at organizing the place that it just sounds absolutely unbearable to work there.
I can imagine. It is a Panera.
Mm-hmm.
I sure hope the guy who's gonna help me with job hunting from the council fucking responds to my email. It's been like almost a month now.
The town,
oh my God,
you have a count, like the town
no,
council?
no, no.
Oh
like
my God,
the,
that
like
guy? From
The
Crypt
county
They claim
council.
movie Spy
The
Kids 3?
county council. Your county is small enough that you have fucking elected
Well-
politicians that help
Well,
you with
here's the
getting
thing,
jobs.
right? It's like,
Neve, how
say
tiny of a
is-
town do you fucking live in?
It's a hamlet. It's not a town.
no, not a hamlet. It's like
Okay.
a village.
You used
like-
to live in a hamlet, though, right?
Yeah, I did. Like, the thing is, like, it's odd because the Highland area is the biggest council area, but has the least people. So, like, it gets the least funding, least people working for it. So it's probably like a long ass queue for that guy to work through when it comes to dealing with people.
Probably. So it's fair, I guess. You just gotta make sure to follow up with them regularly.
Yeah.
What type of
Which I was-
places are you looking at? I remember you mentioned something about just doing like kind of a late night thing at like a grocery store or something. Working in the freezer
Probably.
or
The
The
some
late
shit.
night show with Neve.
Cause like
Bernice.
I refuse to
Speak.
work in
I
this
live-
town.
How did being your
You refuse to work in what?
go? How did being your
This town here, cause people here are atrocious.
Oh, that's fair.
Like I was,
that's fair.
like once I managed to get a bus pass, I'd probably work like a few towns over, cause that's where like literally everything is.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the place where all
Very
tourists
fair.
pass through,
Interesting.
and like this town here, like the only things here, like a few corner stores, 2 or 3 cafes. That's it. Like the town, like a few towns over though. Like let's see, you've got the train station TM, like 16 different fast food places, the region supermarket, and loads of other stuff, like miscellaneous stores.
The
Fascinating.
crack alley? No way.
Oh yeah, there's definitely some of those up there.
Of course, no
Very nice.
way.
A crack alley?
The crack
Actually, a
alley.
funny story.
No
A few years
way.
ago, right?
That's a
Uh,
wonderful lead-in to a funny story. Crack alleys.
Yeah.
Right, so
Funny crack alley.
you know, when it comes to small towns, you know, drug issues go at hand. It's like this guy, he was like what,
Of course.
20 or so at the time. You know, he was taking his girlfriend, you know, 16 eek, to a
Wait,
bar.
how old was the guy? Oh wait, this is
Like
already
20 or
bad.
so.
How old was he?
Oh.
Yeah, so,
Wait, what's the drinking age where
Fantastic
you live?
lead-in.
Red flag all over the fucking place,
17.
man.
Okay, so they're
17.
underage, and
Yeah,
they're not of the legal drinking age, and he's taking them to a bar.
Like, actually, I think you
Great.
can drink provided that you have an adult with you, but
Oh, great! They have an adult with them that's
Oh,
trying to fuck
fantastic.
them.
nah,
that's
that wasn't
great.
what happened.
Marvelous.
So, like, what happened,
Lovely.
right? This girl, now drunk, runs out into the street, starts, like, sitting on the fucking traffic poles,
Mm-hmm.
and, like, this guy's about to, like, drive off. So, while he's about to do that, this guy, like, his, young girlfriend jumps onto the hood of his car while he's
Oh.
driving off. You know, a bit of an accident,
Oh no.
yeah, like, kinda,
Oh no.
Ooh,
you know, not very healthy.
Man,
not
such
an
a funny
ideal
story.
form.
But how does this,
Yeah.
what does this do with
Such
the
a
crack
funny
alley?
story.
Like, funny
Her
thing
leg
though,
bends in a way
this
shut up,
guy
man.
needed his car to be searched because you know it was involved in an accident. Funny thing about that though, this
Oh.
guy, local drug dealer.
Oh.
Oh, fantastic.
Oh.
That's a few years ago, and I don't, since I don't really keep in touch with people from around here, I do not know what came of that. That story happened.
One of the, wow, one of these stories.
I like how many people ask what the fuck
One
a
of the
Wagie
crack
is. They've
stories.
never heard it before.
And like,
I've
What
never
the
heard the
fuck is a
term,
Wagie?
but I was looking-
like half the town was out
That's
tend to the
fascinating.
girl. Cause it took like an hour for that ambulance to arrive. Cause of course, middle of nowhere.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Actually, you know what?
Fair
The
enough.
fact that people don't know what a Wagie is will probably draw them to the stream because they're like, "What the fuck is he talking about?"
What the fuck is a Wagie? I gotta
Of
check
course,
this
you got-
shit out.
You just gotta put random words in your stream titles. What's next? The photosynthesis stream?
The photosynthesis stream. It's about me growing
What
plants.
was this? Yeah. Crack alley stream.
I've never heard the term Wagie before.
I've heard it just because I'm terminally online.
I've
I
never heard of it.
Yeah, same here.
See, I'm more online than you guys.
Yeah, 'cause use Twitter.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Actually, I have
the
seen it on
correct
Twitter a
words.
few times. Twitter using screenshots of 4chan.
Yeah.
We got
Reddit
19
using
people in here. Hello,
the
everyone.
screenshots of 4chan.
Like, wow, that's. So
And the internet
truly,
is just a recycling of screenshots
The
from other
internet
websites.
is just a series of tubes.
Yes,
Is
Oh my God, series of tubes.
it's circular.
What is my dog getting all riled up that little goblin? I can hear him
Oh, goblin.
squawking at people
a
or
little
something.
fucking goblin green up
I don't
there.
think
No,
birds should do
that's
that.
just
I mean dogs. Fuck.
Nah, it's funny. My mom's pointed out that our Frenchie, his bark sounds like a chicken. It's because they can't fucking breathe. Whoever the fuck decided to breed bulldogs, specifically French bulldogs, into existence is definitely rotting in hell.
Oh, definitely. He fucking hates dogs. He
Let's
hates
see
dogs
here.
and children.
I have the complete spectrum of dogs with 2 dogs. We have a little French bulldog who is just a literal goblin, and then we have this fucking Doberman who is like the caricature of a proud, noble beast. I've sent pictures of her before looking like a goober. She is a very silly, stupid creature. She's very dumb. We have, well, we technically have 3 doors out onto our patio, but we usually have 2 that we open, the one in our kitchen and then the one that's in my dad's room. So, my dad, when he is sitting in his room doing work, because he has his office in there, he usually has the door to our patio open, so the dogs can just kind of go in and out. But when I'm sitting in the kitchen, my dog, my Doberman, will sit out on the patio, and when she notices me there, she starts barking and jumping up on the door to the kitchen to be let in, even though the door to my dad's room is open. And they can just go into my dad's room and then come out into the kitchen.
Fascinating.
My French bulldog knows this.
Interesting.
The little silly goblin creature recognizes this.
Stupid trog.
But my Doberman doesn't. She's so fucking stupid, it's hilarious.
Stupid basement dwelling trog. What are you doing in there?
Dio says it's a Wyndham hotel that's on its last leg. After 5, everyone leaves and I get left
Yeah,
at the hotel by
Wyndham.
myself. Well, that must be nice. Maybe not nice. Let me see Wyndham. I've definitely heard of
Like
that.
being in a hotel by myself sounds scary.
But he's the desk clerk, so he's sitting right near the entrance and exit.
Hmm.
Let's see, how nice do these look?
Kill you one day.
Well, fuck me, this looks
Probably
fancy. But if it's one that's on
Oh.
its last legs, I assume it's kind of run down.
Yeah, there's fucking rats in there.
You live in what, Chicago?
Right.
Yikes.
Let's
Bad
see
place.
this one.
There's your first mistake.
I'm in a bad place right now. Damn, Chicago.
Actually, hold on. Yeah, we have information of the hotel
Hey,
chain.
that's what you're
Is
supposed to
this
do.
the Windham
Oh,
Grand
Chicago.
Chicago Riverfront? Oh, this looks like a very generic building.
We don't.
That doesn't
Turns out
even
the
look like
person
a
who gets stopped on
hotel.
the street
Not
is
really, at
fucking-
least.
is fucking Dio.
Hello, Clover. How are you?
Hi, Clover.
Bo says
Who
I
the
work
fuck
at a
is
bowling
Clover?
alley, and the worst thing I deal with is the drunk customers that are fucking annoying or just make a mess and want to fight you because you're telling them what to do. I've heard about drunk people at bowling alleys because for some reason they sell alcohol at bowling alleys.
They what?
Makes you better at bowling.
I guess.
Makes
You know what
yeah.
we should do
Yeah,
with people
they do.
throwing around fucking 20-pound balls of marble?
Balls.
We should get them fucking inebriated.
Make them drunk.
Oh, it's Wyndham
That's
a
Garden.
brilliant
Wyndham
idea.
Garden. Let's look that up. Let's see if it looks nice.
Dio, don't dox
Dio
yourself
doesn't
on
give a
stream,
fuck.
dude.
Not
I'm
everyone
talking
gives a
about
shit
that
about.
online.
Yeah.
That is the
Okay.
most generic hotel I have ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
It's
this,
like the hotel.
Dio, you're gonna end up in a fucking slasher film at this rate.
Dio dox
It looks like a bank.
What kind of slasher film?
Hold on, I'm sending
I
the
know.
picture in text to speech.
I'm not too familiar with
Yeah,
that
let me
genre. I
see
just know
this.
that, he probably died
Let me
there.
see this shit.
What the fuck? We have a Wyndham Garden in
Look
Florence.
at this fucking
Yeah, you're
thing.
dying there.
Actually,
dying
hold
there.
on. If this looks like a
Wait.
bank, maybe
This
it's
is
a
one in
giant bank.
Orlando. This is one in Orlando. Chicago.
Yeah, Chicago
Wyndham
Garden.
Garden. Oh my god.
Send that shit.
Oh
right
my
now.
god.
What
Go
the
back.
fuck?
Holy
That's a,
fuck.
that's a fucking
You're
hotel.
dying, dude.
Top
That
one
looks
is a-
like a
That's a-
government
the
building.
top-
Top one's a
What's
bank.
a fucking middle?
The top one's a bank. The bottom one is a psych ward.
That's fucking ridiculous.
I was just thinking about the.
That
why
they,
is it
like,
mental?
I know that's just meant to be a balcony, but a better way to look at it is those are just bars in front of a window.
Yeah, no, no,
Yeah,
no,
I
makes
can
sense.
see many a crackhead and prostitute being here.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, they even have the little non-existent fucking patios there. Like you can
I
open up
think
those windows and
Oh my
kind
God,
of
that's
step
cool.
out, but I think those are just there to
They
try
do.
to dissuade you from killing yourself.
Possibly.
Not prevent it entirely, just kind of
We just
discourage you a little bit.
Yeah.
Stop
we
it.
have a Wyndham Garden in
Don't-
Florence. This is what it looks like.
What the fuck is
Oh
that?
my god, it's a game of
What the fuck is
it's a
that?
game of Simon.
That is the
Fucking hell.
most disgusting building I have ever seen in my life.
Yo,
Oh, boy.
That is horrible.
that looks like you lick the windows and
Yeah,
they're just
that's-
flavored.
That's Soichi's house.
Yeah.
Probably.
What the fuck?
Soichi just
Yo.
imagines himself flipping around his house in
Yo,
his
how
hand.
much do you think a red room costs versus how much a green room costs?
I mean, like that, I guess
I
that
imagine the
depends
red
on,
rooms are much more expensive because green is a hideous color to have as a room. Especially
well, depends on
that
the green.
They
shade of
light up
green.
at night.
That shade of green, not necessarily all green, but that shade of green.
They light up
The
at
yellow
night.
room.
What the fuck? This does not look like a place where you would want to go. It looks
This
like
looks
a
like
Disney
something.
resort.
No, this doesn't exist.
No,
This
no,
is-
no. You know what this
This
is?
is shit in Blender.
They cannot stop you from killing
No.
yourself.
Oh my god, you're right. It looks like a Blender creation.
No, what this looks like, right? It
It
looks like that
was
too.
made in fucking Blender.
Well, this looks like something you'd find in a generic cyberpunk setting.
It does, actually. You're not
Okay.
wrong. Hold on, I gotta throw this in
Fucking
quotes.
Yeah.
There
You know,
you
when
go,
I
Don't
took
ever
great
my
stop-
quote.
don't ever stop providing
when I
me
took
hilarious
my
content.
asset production, they cannot stop.
Your asset production.
When I took
Blender
my
hotel.
asset
A guy
production
called
plans, that
called
looks
in
like
saying
something
he
I'd
left his
make.
clock
You
in the
know.
mattress.
Yeah, now that picture does not look real. That does not look like real life. It looks superimposed, like a 3D model.
It looks like you made it in Blender. That doesn't look real.
A guy called in saying he left his Glock in the mattress. My
Yeah, I
manager
saw-
doesn't
Oh, I
want
remember that story where it's some guy's like, "Oh yeah, I left my gun in your room. Can I go back and get it?" Now, on the one hand, I would be like, "What the fuck? Why did you leave a gun in our hotel room?
Yeah, you just put the gun under your
Alternatively,
pillow.
Do you want to inconvenience a man that leaves guns in hotel rooms?"
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
I just no fucking go get your gun.
You're
I
right,
just-
Nebe. This is a really good return to VC streams. This has been great so
It-
far.
It's tremendous.
Incredible.
God,
This is what happens when I have a stream where I actually have things to talk about. And it's a good
True.
topic.
It's
a relatable topic.
Speaking, since we were talking about doxing earlier, I need to talk about that time I accidentally
no.
doxed someone.
You accidentally dox
accidentally.
someone.
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, this
We-
tracks.
We were talking just normally, we were shitposting. I said, oh, I'm gonna come to your fucking country. I think it was Saudi Arabia.
I
think it
would
was
never
Saudi
want to
Arabia.
go there.
And I just googled the plane ticket to Saudi Arabia. Got the first one, modified it a bit, put on the name Bernice, all that shit.
Uh-huh.
Sent it. That guy DM'd me and said, "You got the fucking city right." I took a random fucking image from Google.
Listen,
a plane
listen.
ticket, and it
Saudi
had the right
Arabia.
fucking city.
Saudi Arabia
Yes.
is not the biggest place ever. I don't imagine it has that many cities. So statistically, it's not that unlikely.
Isn't 90% of the isn't 90% of the
understand.
fucking country?
By
a
the
desert?
way, not to be that guy, but statistically, based on how things work there's a very high chance that that guy you were talking to believes women should be second-class citizens.
No.
That's an interesting thing
I know
to
for a
bring up.
fact he
Just as
doesn't.
a little fun, quirky fact.
Come on, man.
Unquirky fact.
Was he
Dogs
was
are
he
sexist.
was he someone like from like he had always lived in Saudi Arabia?
He had always
fine.
lived in
Fine.
Saudi Arabia, but he was always terminally online, so he knows more about the rest of the world.
Ah, okay, so
We're
maybe
talking
not.
about
There's a
that.
better
One
chance
time, I was
that he
playing a
does.
game with a friend, and we were just in an online lobby. Someone pissed him off a lot, and so then he just went, learned all their information, and now he knows that. He didn't do
Oh,
anything
wow.
with it. He would never, but he did
Obviously.
obtain it.
This is
Amazing.
the average Modern Warfare 2 lobby.
Average.
That's just
Yeah,
it was just a
average.
basic thing. He's like, I'm gonna die. I'm like, you did? He's like, yep. Live on Twitch right now.
That's amazing.
Ugh.
Oh yeah, my sister uses a fucking leaf blower to clean out the garage. Every day or so, there's a point in which I can hear it for about 5 minutes. Kizmir's here with sugar flesh. Very nice.
Oh, it's Oracle. It's the manga that band won't read.
The manga band won't read because he's doing other stuff. I
yes.
mean, I can personally relate to that because I haven't really read anything,
Yeah, me
any
neither.
stuff. I haven't binged anything since finishing Usogi.
I have not. I've just
Which
been watching anime the last
makes
couple months.
sense
I haven't read a manga in a
because-
while.
Yes.
When I was reading Usogui, that was basically taking up all of my free time when I wasn't doing something else.
And it was
Well,
glorious.
It
And
was
now you're
great.
grind-
Really?
And now your grind set has been to God of War.
Right. We'll bring
God
that up
of
towards the
War.
end of the stream, but I've now played every God of War game except for the shitty 2D mobile game that they had for flip phones.
Oh,
Oh,
that one.
fine.
God
If you're
of War
here, are
was-
you
Hey,
back
I've read a
from
lot of manga
Croatia?
now. Isn't he
Fine, are
me?
you back? Are you
Back from
back
your,
from Croatia?
No, I'm still in Croatia.
How is
Darn.
Croatia?
But
It looks
today's-
beautiful.
Today's the last day, yeah.
It looks,
Oh.
it
Tomorrow
looks
we-
great there.
That's the best part, really. We
The way it
basically
looks?
drive around in 5 days.
Interesting. Well, I would love
Well, except
to go
We
there,
go to the beach.
or really anywhere, honestly.
Hey, next year, eh?
Yeah, I mean, if you
Okay.
want to go to Croatia, don't have it be for over a week, because that just doesn't make any sense. And
I
also,
think that kind of
not in the
applies.
summer.
I think that applies for going most places. I think a
Yeah,
lot
exactly,
of
no, good
places, once you're
points.
there for more than a week, it just loses its novelty.
They have a week
Yeah.
of content.
Like, when I, one time, was I in 5th grade, I think? I think it was when I was in 5th grade. 5th or 6th. Yeah, 5th grade. Because I remember talking about going into middle school. My sister and I went up north to visit family for an entire month. Now,
Oh,
we
that's
weren't
successful.
staying with the same people
That sounds hell.
for an entire month. But we stayed at my grandmother's for about a week or so, I think. And then we went and visited my aunt for, I think, a little under a week. And then I think we went back to my grandparents for the rest of the time. I don't remember if we went to my uncle's out on the Cape. Because those are like the 3 people up in New England that we visit. We have my grandparents, we have my aunt, and we have my other uncle. That has nothing to do with that aunt. It's my uncle on my mom's side, my aunt's on my dad's side.
No, take note, take note.
And, I think it was mostly because we kept going around to different places that didn't really get too old. It was also when I was a lot younger, so I didn't really have much of anything going on. I remember that was the summer I discovered KOTOR. God, that was enlightening.
An enlightening summer.
Ironic, since Griever just joined the chat.
Griever is here?
Ironic.
Oh. Griever's in stream.
He was in the. Yeah.
Griever!
Grieber.
I was wondering if Griever would be able to join in any respect, because it's the middle of the day on a Thursday. Hello, Griever. Yeah, I love the VC streams. It's just been a while. Like, there's just been other
Yeah.
shit I've
Yeah.
wanted to stream, and I haven't really had anything to talk about.
Goodbye, fine.
Farewell, fine.
Goodbye, fine.
Goodbye, funny German man.
Yeah.
Croatians
that's
got
just
him.
indeed.
The Croatians
Busy
got
man.
him. No.
No.
They got him.
Damn it.
Let's see here. Shield says, "Good lord, it's too hot. How do you people deal with it?" Well, what is it where you are? Because we here in Florida don't have the worst temperatures because we're at sea level, and I'm only like 20 minutes away from the
Well,
ocean.
he's in England, so it probably would have been
25,
like
30 minutes away from the ocean.
18 to 30
I'm out of
Celsius
that
or
for here
so.
right now.
18, 30 Celsius.
Quite the range.
It's only 81
That's a
here.
fucking ridiculous range. Hold on.
Yeah. But that's what we get in heat waves. And all that is too hot
Yeah,
for us.
essentially.
18's like the max you can take. And that keeps going
It's
higher.
only 88 in London right now. Oh wait, my apologies. I live in
you're
Florida.
missing
Only
one.
88 is like literally
Burning
average.
there.
Oh wow, we only got into the high 80s today. That's not
Average.
bad for the summer.
Yes.
You're gonna fucking become a popsicle over here.
It's only
sheesh.
81 here.
I've been up north when it's cold again since moving.
Did you freeze
Peter,
to
what do you
death?
mean by find
No,
another
because I had
Bible?
winter
What the
clothing.
fuck do you mean by
However,
that?
it did snow. Like, we had a fucking Thanksgiving miracle. It snowed like 2 days before we left. And it snowed enough to like leave a bit of a layer on the ground, so we actually got to go outside and play in the snow. Which I have not done
Ever?
since I moved here. 11 years ago. Or I suppose back then it was about 10 years ago.
Used to be novelty. Go to school in upstate New York. Never
Susan
mind.
says, yeah, I
Oh,
wish I could
fantastic.
join in, but it's all wedding prep before tomorrow. Just wanted to drop a like for you. Well, thank you. I hope your brother's wedding goes well, despite whatever reservations there may be about it.
Read Torah Crusader is the only Bible you need besides the Code
It's the only Bible you need.
Of course.
18 degrees Celsius is too hot for the UK.
Yes, indeed.
I suppose if your infrastructure's not built for it, and you guys aren't used
Yeah,
to it.
like,
But like year
buildings-
round, I would
They're
say...
built
How do
literally to
none of
trap
you have air
heat.
conditioning?
I would say
Genuinely.
our yearly average down here in Florida is probably in the 70s. I'd say with that's probably what it is for the majority of the
Oh,
year.
that's appropriate.
Like spring and fall, it's in the 70s. Then it gets a bit hotter in the
Totally.
summer. And we get down to like the
It's
50s
only
or 60s in
54
the winter.
degrees Fahrenheit, that's not bad.
We get average British weather here during the winter.
Upstate, there's solid negatives.
Wow.
Like,
Oh,
I remember
fire.
the week, yeah, when it gets like the cold during the winter. Like, I remember the week before I went back to school last semester.
Hmm.
I stayed at my roommate's place for a few days before we went and moved to our dorm. And for those few days, it was it got to like the coldest it's ever been in a while. I saw negative 15 at one point.
Jesus.
Yeah.
We went
Goddamn.
outside. We started
That is
he had a little he has an
Goddamn.
RV car. He just we were playing with it on the frozen snow.
That's
Aw.
crazy.
Yeah,
I
it was alright.
swear to God that one time in second grade, I was getting dropped off at school and it was negative 14 outside, and my parents insist to me that it has never gotten that cold in Massachusetts except for like one time. I swear I remember it being that cold. It was either that or it was 0 degrees, and I was like, ooh, my God, so cold.
Oh my god, I'm nipping. It's so nippy. So cold.
I heave and shiver.
Let me tell you, getting dressed for school during the winter in, like, elementary school sure was something. Mostly just because we wore fucking snow pants.
Yeah, just
Right.
throw more shit on.
Versus
It'll
now
work out
when I
eventually.
have to go to class in the winter, I just wear what I normally wear and then I just walk slightly faster
Right, of course.
to
Of
the
course.
building.
I mean,
Listen,
if it works, it
That's what I
works.
did.
Going
Maybe-
out
Yeah,
with
so we're
people
going
and
next
doing
weekend.
stuff late at night is great, because when we were up for Thanksgiving, my cousins were there, and it was around like fucking, I don't know, 9:30, 10 o'clock, and they were like, hey, you want to go walk down to the gas station at the end of the street and just get some snacks or something? And I was like, fuck yes I do, even though I just got out of the
That sounds
shower like
great.
10 minutes ago and it's 28 degrees outside.
And you just your head freezes over, and you're
I
like,
was
"Goddamn,"
expecting my hair to literally freeze.
just stands up. You're like, what's
Did you
his
not
fucking
dry
name
your
from
fucking
Johnny
hair?
Test?
I do dry my hair, but it's still damp, especially because around then, I think, I hadn't gotten a haircut in a while, and I have pretty thick hair.
Ah, yes.
I got a thick head of hair.
Makes sense.
So, my hair stays damp for a while.
I concur to this. 'Cause
Makes
I'm pretty,
sense.
I'm
The
very much the
artistic
same.
depiction you see before you is an accurate representation of how my hair normally looks, but it is that thick. There is not much in the way of space between my
Yeah.
hair follicles.
Yeah, I can relate. My hair gets fucking thick as well.
Yeah, though then I'm lazy and I don't bother. I get my
hair
hair
doesn't-
cut like every 3 months.
Same.
That
I get
sounds
it
like
cut
a
like
fair amount.
Oh, okay, apparently that's normal. My parents were always like, people go get their hair cut like every 3 or 4 weeks.
No,
What
there are
the
people
fuck?
that do.
I know there are people that do.
I know a bunch
People
of
that are
people-
very
not
insistent.
The only-
everyone.
My
The indicator I use if my hair is like too long is if my sideburns annoy the shit out of me. Then I'm like, okay,
I
it's
just
time to get a
trim my
haircut.
sideburns.
I usually just do it
Yeah, that's fair.
before. I usually just every time, like before I go to school, when I get back from school. And those are 2 times I usually get 4 haircuts a year.
Bob, we live in the subtropics. Snowy weather would kill almost everything that lives here. In
Yeah.
fact, when it gets that
Same here.
cold, the fucking iguanas fall out of the trees.
Oh, that
Jesus
reminds
Christ.
me. Up here, we sometimes get frogs, right? So like whenever you go,
Sometimes.
so like whenever you go on a walk during a heat wave, the other week I was like up on one of the like estates in the area, walking around, and like God, there's so many like fucking dead frogs in the road. Like they were all dried up, like they look deflated and dried.
Oh yeah, they have
Deflated
those.
frogs.
We encounter those like on the
Road.
road every once in a while because the asphalt gets to like fucking 120 if it's really goddamn hot outside and the sun's shining.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like a rare occasion right here. Though,
Tater says in Illinois it was negative 52 in 2019. Scratch that, it was negative 30. I'm sure it was actually negative 30, but I recall a few years ago they had some flash
Negative
freeze or some
52?
shit. Like the fucking Great Lake literally froze over. There
What
were
the fuck?
homeless people that were fucking frozen to death outside.
Jesus Christ.
Speaking of
Right.
people being dead, the next topic for today's stream.
Oh,
Of course.
Our lovely
God.
kid.
Going
Speaking of
on,
brutal
listen.
genocide.
I went on. It was about a week ago, a little over a week ago now. I'm on Twitter. I see fucking what is it? Bakugo's trending or some shit. I go on there and then I see
Yeah.
the usual reaction tweets to My Hero leaks, and I'm like, no. There's no way. There's no way. That's nah. Come on
Ain't
now.
no way.
Come on. And then we get the first
No
leak
way.
images, and I'm like, oh my god.
they're not
I'm
gonna
gonna
carry through with that.
What can I say?
I
What
laugh.
can I say? Rip out the rest in peace.
I never
Bonjour.
liked that guy. I know there are people that like him as a character, and I understand. I understand his character, but I still don't fucking like him. He's a
I think they
dick.
gave him
Yeah.
a good, you know, like
A
honestly,
character can be more
it
written.
was pretty good.
Hate them.
The death seems pretty good, if he's dead. And now, usually, I'm like,
Which he will not be.
would you really kill off your deuteragonist and rival character? Would you actually do that? And there are a few
only
factors I keep in
problem
mind.
If War
I
Ascension had more.
have they bring back is they already killed him off once, or quote unquote killed him the first.
Right, like,
So if
was
they
that
do
already
it again,
2 years
No,
ago?
I-
bring
yeah,
him
they did do
back, it'd suck. Like killing him, like okay, yeah, it's fine, keep him dead.
Was
you
that
can't bring
already
him
2
back.
years ago?
It was a while ago.
Shit.
Gotta
Yeah, I
Who the
remember
fuck
that
was
happened
War
where it was like, oh
as
my
Microsoft
god, is
did?
Bakugo fucking dead? He got, like, impaled with the things. And when that happened originally, I was like, no, he's not dead, but wouldn't it be fucking nuts if his quirk got stolen? Like, wouldn't that be amazing for his character, this guy whose entire personality has been built around how fucking amazing his power is, and then it gets stolen? And then that didn't happen. And then he was around. And then we kind of did this thing where he's like, yeah, I guess I feel bad about being absolutely fucking horrible to you for years as a child, I guess.
I guess. You know,
So
I don't
anyway,
like-
it seems like his
Oh, okay.
fucking heart got finagled a little bit.
Oh, whoopsies.
Broke through his chest cavity and tickled his fucking heart a little bit.
As you do.
Yeah, nothing a little band-aid won't fix, though.
And he had like an internal monologue flashback thing that's generally what you expect before a character dies. And then you have the spread at the end of the last chapter, and he looks dead. He looks fucking dead. But, shonen. And he's the deuteragonist. And we have Eri, but we don't know where.
Maybe what? I would be. I mean, listen. I wouldn't be too upset if they got him to do something. As long as he stays dead by the end of this. But if they get something else out of it, like, oh, maybe he's not fully dead. He's got like 5 more minutes in him. Okay, not 5 minutes, like 30 seconds. I wouldn't hate it. I'd think, okay, shonen. But he's just got to be dead. At this point, he's now not only been killed once, but twice.
Bob says the war arc in My Hero broke the rules of build-up and payoff. The war arc is so weird to me in hindsight, because usually the war arc is like the final arc. But it's not. It's not even really the last war arc.
Yeah, like,
We're on the second war arc now.
We are on the second fucking war.
I remember, like, My Hero being the first manga I really caught up to.
Mm-hmm.
Then the work just sort of started out of nowhere. And then started
I don't think it
getting
quite
really
started out of
lost.
nowhere, because I remember kind of keeping up with stuff week to week. They were building up to it ever since My Villain Academia. So they built up to it over a span of like 6 months or so, I
Yeah,
think.
still
More or
got
less.
enough, you know?
More or less.
Yeah, and then, like, I started feeling, like, very lost in around time, like, Twice versus the Falcon started. I really just couldn't keep up with it and dropped it.
Yeah, and then what happens? Gran Torino dies, but then he doesn't. And then
I
Bakugo
remember
dies, and then he
seeing
really
that all over
doesn't.
Twitter.
And then everyone just kind of leaves.
Yeah.
And then All For One's kind of
Yeah.
the main villain again for a while.
They killed Crust.
My god, they killed Crush. That
My
was a good
God.
death scene, though, even though he was like a
It
side
was.
character.
I'm like, man, this is really impactful. Who are you again?
It's me, number 6 hero Crust.
Crust.
No, not Crust.
Not my favorite.
Bob says play free to shonen. It will be 5 minutes because manga time.
I'm fine. Listen, I'm not.
Wait, why is Bob saying 5 minutes in quotes? You mentioned something to me the other day about 5 minutes. Did you talk to Bob about this?
No, did I say something about 5 minutes?
I know Bob was talking
You
5 minutes. in
DM'd me.
quotes.
Look at our DMs the other day. You mentioned something about 5 minutes.
Oh no, that has not been brought up at all.
Oh, then
No.
I have no idea why Bob. I don't know what
think- listen,
specific
I
trope
can't-
Bob is
I can't
referencing.
listen. I would never bring that up.
Okay, I was thinking. I
I
was like,
would-
why would?
I would never.
Huh?
Don't worry.
Eh,
Yo,
so
listen,
deep.
5 minutes. Are,
No.
5 minutes are gonna hit. Don't.
5
don't you
minutes is
Oh,
gonna
it's,
peak.
oh no. What's
It's
Callum
gonna
up
be
to?
peak.
You'll
to do?
see what Playfree he has in mind. Zam, he's
Oh.
staying 17. Oh,
Zam.
now the funny, or the other funny thing, was on fucking, like a day or two later, where I'm on Twitter, and someone posts some shit like, it's funny how much porn of Bakugo's mom exists just because people hate him.
Yeah.
And then there's this one cropped picture underneath it, and someone
Yeah.
replies to it with, don't fucking tell me this is how I find out.
Fucking, you can see part of the fucking ass.
Oh,
Bob, yeah, no, we know you mean like 5
the
minutes.
DBZ
time,
manga.
like,
This,
it's like 10 chapters. I don't
what
think
was
it's like-
it? Like fucking I'm not that familiar with DBZ, but didn't they have a tournament thing where like 20 episodes happened over the span of 30 minutes?
I love the kaiju.
Yes, no, the
fighting
worst
your game.
one was Goku versus Frieza.
Power
That shit
Scale
was
says,
like
"Hey Misc, I've been
100
wondering,
episodes in 5 minutes.
do you read manhwa webtoons? I'm a big God of High School fan. Not too much. I actually do keep up with God of High School. The other ones have kind of fallen behind on. I haven't really kept up with one week to week since the Boxer ended. I actually still need to read the last few chapters of the Boxer. I've just never gotten around to doing
the
it.
box.
spin-off stuff.
The spin-off stuff is pretty good. I think it's pretty good follow-up stuff with Injay and Ryu. I would say the only manhwa I've read, or webtoon I've read, that I thought was really fucking amazing was Helper.
If you want some really good manhwa/slash webtoon, Bastard and Sweet Home, phenomenal. That author is so good. They are my favorite, and they far exceed most I've read.
Yeah.
I need to read the original Dragon Ball manga
Especially
one day.
Bastard.
Yeah, I've thought about that. It is a classic. It is the shonen manga, so I gotta read it at some point.
Yeah,
I
essentially.
suppose. I've heard it's not even that long in terms of like.
No, it's like 500 chapters. It goes
Not
from
that
the
long.
first series when he was a child until the end of Z.
The whole tournament happened in 45 minutes. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's to be expected when you have characters that are like casually 10,000 times faster than the speed of light or some shit.
Yeah, essentially.
I love my casual 10,000 times speed of light.
Oh, me when I fucking sneeze and obliterate a dimension.
I love casually destroying 6 universes.
Oh, Clover says Bastard and Sweet Home are good webtoons. Never finished them though.
They are. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
I heard the Sweet Home live action show is actually pretty good.
It is good, though I do
Not
not
as
like
good as
it
the webtoon.
because it is not a good adaptation. As its own individual thing, it's good. As an adaptation, it's not good.
It's bad.
It is
what you
very.
say.
I see an unfortunate case.
Yes.
What are some other cases we have of something like that? That I'm
Ready Player
trying-
One.
Yeah, Ready Player One.
Ready Player One as its own thing is fine, but as someone that when I read it, I enjoyed the book, and seeing how it's so vastly different from the book, it's stupid. I'm like, nah.
Okay, but you have to. I have to say, I think that the movie is better than the book.
That's fair.
It's
The
not a
book
good
is meant to-
adaptation. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not a good adaptation, but it's better as a story.
What's a
Except for the first key. The
Except
first
for that
key is
one.
fucking
That one's fun. Yeah.
Oh
But
yeah.
the first key.
Oh, nobody found this for 5. You're telling me for 5 years in the most popular game ever conceived in human history, no one thought in this race, what if I go backwards?
What if I go backwards? Yeah.
People would do that immediately.
The first fucking thing. Yeah.
It makes so much more sense in the book.
Yeah.
Bob says another reason for Bakugo's mom being so popular is how her design is basically an older gender-bent Bakugo. Is it just me,
Yes,
or are
essentially.
anime women always way more attractive than anime men? Like, there just seems to be this thing with anime where they make the women way more attractive than guys.
It,
And
it's
that depends
mostly
on target
because most
audience.
anime are not shoujo bait. And that's
Yeah.
the thing.
Even fucking yaoi, the men do not look attractive. I have seen the yaoi hand pictures, yes?
Oh yes,
These guys
that's
don't look
something else.
attractive. Even outside
something
the
else.
horrifying proportions, the men don't look attractive.
Glad the conversation's now shifted to anime men.
Anime men, they kind of fucking suck, honestly.
Kind of suck, you know?
Oh yes, speaking of gay anime man and bad adaptations, Moriarty the Patriot. It fucking sucks as an adaptation of Sherlock Holmes stories.
Oh,
Fuck that
right.
manga.
Clover, have you watched that? I feel like I recall you talking about it.
Yeah. The Clover has definitely either watched it or read it. Because when I mentioned it, she was one of the first to reply.
Ah, yeah. Original FMA anime is a good series, but a bad adaptation. Oh, Clover says I'd like to politely disagree with a lot of exclamation marks.
It's very, very polite.
Very polite, man.
Guru says I've
Politely.
only read Let's Play and Midnight Poppy webtoons. I see, yeah. Nearly all the moms in My Hero look like older versions of their children.
Yes. That's
Yeah, we've taken this trope to the nth degree. I actually like the way, now that I think about it, I like the way Ichigo's parents look. Like,
Yeah.
instead of them looking like older or gender-bent versions of him, it's probably because we have both of them.
true. Yes.
He looks like a combination of the two.
Yeah.
Which is how it works biologically.
It is
Thank you,
biologically how it works.
Thank you,
Bob
Kubo.
says, Misc, have you ever thought about how you just don't find men attractive? Listen, I'm not attracted to men, but
But-
I can recognize when a guy is
but-
attractive.
Yo, it's the same.
Yo.
You don't need to be attractive to understand a good-looking guy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You're able to. There is a general set of standards. How do you think people judge their own attractiveness when they're not attracted to their own sex? They have standards for beauty. So when I see, let's see, who is a famous male celebrity that I think is a very attractive-looking guy?
Lovely, change it.
Let's see here. Idris Elba's a very attractive man. Didn't he get World's Sexiest Man like last year or something? I believe he did. That's a good-looking guy.
Well, let's look up this guy. Let's see. Idris Elba. I mean, he looks like he'd read me a good bedtime story, but that's that.
Hmm.
Don't get what you see him in.
I think he
Ah,
looks
that's
really good for a
standards.
guy his age.
They'd read you a good bedtime story.
Hi.
Clover says, I've seen Moriarty the Patriot anime and I personally enjoyed it, so did Fi when we watched it together. Yeah, I think that's what Bernice is saying, is it's a good it's a good anime,
It's a good
but
story.
it's a
yes,
really
it's a good
bad
story.
adaptation of
If
Sherlock
it-
Holmes.
Yes, it fucking sucks when it comes to that.
Yeah, if you called it literally, if you just changed the names of things to not be
Yes,
related
it-
to Sherlock Holmes, Bernice would not have a
It
problem
I
with it.
would not give a shit. Would not give a shit. But the problem is that it's marketed as an adaptation of Sherlock stories.
Medell says,
That's the
speaking
problem
of
I have
gender
with it.
bend, how about that alternate universe of Kengan where all the fighters are female? Is it just me, or did Sandro, not necessarily Sandro, Deromian fell off when it came to the gender bent fighters? Because the ones back in Kengan, generally speaking, look way better than the ones we got for
Right.
Purgatory.
Yeah. Purgatory had like 3 good ones.
Yeah.
The Nicholas one was great.
Mm-hmm.
And then,
Nicholas, Leon. Leon was
Mark
pretty
the
good.
Top Fabricator says Brad Pitt looks good. That's the generic one. I was trying to be a little bit
Yes.
more creative, but Brad Pitt is like the
Brad Pitt is a
gold
generic,
standard for
good-looking man.
attractive, famous actor man. Yeah, Danny DeVito's peak male performance.
Peak
So
male
is
performance.
Steve Buscemi is the most attractive. We're
Jack
picking these
Black.
guys that look like fucking mutants.
Steve Buscemi looks certainly like looks like a politician, to be honest.
Steve Buscemi?
I
Yeah.
like him.
Actually, how many politicians can I think of that look like Steve? Well, Steve Buscemi is a little abnormally ugly, but I'd say
He's
there's
not
at least-
ugly. He's scrungly.
He's scrungly.
of course, scrungly. Such a
You're ugly in a way that's endearing.
Aye, exactly.
I suppose my bulldog is kind of scrungly. It's a little goblinoid. You would be worth like $6,000 if you weren't a fucking return or something. That's funny, actually. Both of our dogs we've got because people that had bought them returned them. With my Doberman, they had her for
Yeah.
like a week when she was a puppy, and they were like, "Oh, she's untrainable." Ah, yes, a fucking 12-week-old Doberman. No shit, she is incredibly fucking hyper.
No fucking shit.
they cannot be saved.
No shit, Sherlock.
Such people
what
that
a
live in
shit.
Rhode Island cannot be saved.
Rhode Island
it ended
cannot
up
be
being
saved.
great for her because she lives with us now, and she doesn't live in Rhode Island.
Which is a net positive.
You could argue, well, now she lives in Florida, but we're talking about Rhode Island here.
Yes.
There are 39 miles of shoreline and beachfront restaurants, and the whole fucking state smells like garbage on Thursdays.
Why Thursdays?
That's trash pickup day.
Uh,
I remember my uncle was telling me one time he was driving around in fucking Providence or some shit on his motorcycle, because that's what he does. That's what you do when you're retired and you own a motorcycle. You just kind of drive around.
that would be cool to have. I think.
Especially when the weather's nice. And,
Aye.
well, you live in New England, which is like 6 or 7 states that are all really close to each other, so it's pretty easy to drive around most of the places. If you got nothing going on. Traffic's not bad. I think he said he was like driving around fucking Providence or some shit. And the whole place smelled like fucking sewage. Because it was raining. Or it was just
Oh,
after the
no.
rain on a Thursday. And the whole fucking
Oh,
place
fuck.
smelled like garbage.
Lovely.
Rhode Island people. Well,
People, they're real?
supposedly.
You're lying.
Now then, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go make a sandwich and probably eat it myself so that you don't have to listen to me eating a
Sandwich.
sandwich. And then I'm gonna get into this handy dandy tier list I have over here in this other window.
How
Coincidentally, I
unfortunate.
need to fuck off. So until next stream, if I can join.
Until then.
Farewell.
Now,
Hopefully by
I-
that time I have a functioning
Never,
microphone.
we gotta carry.
Yeah, you guys
Yeah,
gotta
carry?
carry for like. Oh, hey
Easy.
Dio, how you doing?
What's up?
Not much. I'm gonna go eat a pastrami sandwich.
Well, Dio, are you still at like behind your hotel count right now, or are you off today?
I have COVID. I'm home.
All right, yeah. How's that doing for you? You handling it well? You tanking it?
Nah, I'm about to kill myself. Shonen Jump's on break. I have nothing to do.
Well, you could read something instead, you know, eh?
Yeah, I could always read Toriko. That's all.
Exactly. Finish it before Ban said he'd finish it in October.
Yeah, I
When he
should
still
probably
has
do that.
like when he still has like a little over 200 chapters to go.
Devin, I am crying right now. I'm trying to do the you know, in Green Path, the really long thorn puzzle. But
Ah.
I'm doing that right now. Oh my!
Oh.
I feel I'm almost. Oh, what the fuck is this? Oh my god, this is terrible.
Green path.
Alright.
What an-
Fuck! I needed a time to. Oh, I have one heart. One hit wonder.
No, see, I can't with the green path things. I don't think I remember one of them actually kicking you out if you didn't do Queen's Gardens beforehand.
Oh, they absolutely just fucked me. I'm like, oh, I just got a super dash. And they had a thorn wall waiting for me. They
Yeah,
knew.
it's evil. Evil
It-
level design.
It's it's evil. You're.
Fuck those puzzles over there.
Oh, now I gotta do it. Cause looking at this, oh, that's. I think I was almost at the end.
Hey, if you have like the fucking thing that like, actually, if you went back to the place after Dung Defender and used your crystal dash to like go through that one little spike tunnel, I believe that's where the thing that lets you walk through acid is.
There is no acid here. It's just thorns.
Oh,
That
yeah.
that one, the really long thorn hall.
I have no recollection of what that is. Luckily, well, because it's come through from my memory.
Get back. Turn on my stream. If only before Misc went to get that sandwich. Probably could have got that up.
I link like a single screenshot, and that'll probably like refresh my memory.
Dream. God, is that Nicholas?
Yeah.
Gender event? Nice.
Oh, this place.
Oh, I'll get that.
Yeah, fuck that place.
No, I'm just in.
I don't recall if that's the one that cucks you out at the end or not.
Alright,
Because no one of them does if you haven't done Queen's Garden,
I have not done Queen's Garden.
which is a very late game area. Actually, I think you need the upgraded dash to
Queen's-
do that.
Queen's
you know-
Garden, I'm pretty sure is the only. Yeah, I need the upgrade dash, but like
Yeah.
that's the only place I have. Talking this puzzle.
Yeah. Oh, someone designed this. Someone thought, hey, yeah, this is morally okay.
Gotta love game designers. They who I
Sadistic
aspire to be.
bastards. Actually, yeah, being sadistic bastards is in line with who you are.
Exactly.
5 minutes.
Fine.
What does
no,
that mean?
You'll line.
You know, I mean, hey, you know, the stream chat, you know, I doubt any of them have been snooping in on, you know, the events I thrown up on. Hey, child.
Hello.
So they're not gonna know who Callie is. They're not gonna know what a 5 minutes is. You know, why don't you, you know, enlighten the stream chat?
Hmm? Just a guy does dude things. Oh, that was a misclick. I'm cringe. No, I'm throwing
Yeah, for content, of course.
for content that they can't even see.
Yeah, well, look,
Oh
Uh,
shit.
morphogenetic fields, they receive the content.
Of course.
Oh, areas like this in Hollow Knight just pain me.
So I have to jump across them.
Yeah, Pogo.
Alright. It's time to
I
poke.
mean, couldn't
What
you do
am I-
like a short crystal dash first?
Mhm, no,
At least just keep the first one.
I could do a short crystal dash. I'm not gonna risk it. Let's go.
Because there are no biscuits to be obtained here.
I'm halfway. Alright. Can I kill this guy so that I can get some his fat?
You get 4 tries.
Onwards!
I did it. There we go. Whew.
That was nerve-wracking.
I'm a gamer.
Now what's your prize, I wonder?
Something all the way to the left, but I'm going all the way to the right first. Unlock.
Let's see what's up here. Nothing.
Shortcut.
Shortcut.
Oh yeah, shortcut. Otherwise, nothing.
Look at my children trying to catch up to me.
Failures.
I knew it.
Father is too quick.
Father's too quick for you.
He's off to go get the milk.
Yeah,
I am the
child
milk.
leading speedrun.
Oh
I
my
am the
god,
milk.
I
Indeed.
am the milk.
That is my favorite stolen emote.
I told you, it's great, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's more.
Actually, no, my favorite stolen emote would definitely be sus babies.
Oh,
Oh,
You can't reach.
I know.
the stress, the nerves.
Sorry, I need to get this
Rancid egg.
delicious meal.
Oh, nice
Oh,
egg.
my rancid eggs. Oh, that's malicious level design. Oh, this one's really hard. This one's the worst. This one is abhorrent.
Pussy.
Hold on. Nope. All right, it's fine. But no, I'd rather get there when I have full health. So
Yeah.
I mean, if you have hive
Shame.
blood, you could always just passively regen it all.
Yeah, but that requires going for the hive. Awful area.
Which is a pain in the ass.
Oh yeah,
I'll go to the hive eventually.
yeah. It's a pain. Cause like the fucking enemy placements really feel like
All right.
someone took a
Hold on,
mouse,
guys.
clicked
We gotta have
values.
some stream engagement. How you guys
Oh, yeah.
doing?
Stream
Come on, we
engagement. Yeah.
Yeah. Listen,
Right,
the main
fellas.
star that they're here for is currently, getting sandwiched.
Absolutely.
So we gotta, we can't just abandon them.
Gotta give a
Yeah,
full
so
essay of the Hollow Knight novel.
yeah, stream people, right? It'll be great if you could provide the content on our behalf.
Of
Give us
course.
wacky shit to read. Oh boy, this shortcut that you can totally.
What is
What
this
was the point of
shortcut?
that?
Useless
That's not a
shortcut. It's a
shortcut.
one-way exit.
Oh my.
Who does that? This requires court action.
Well, deal with it.
I don't think I can do that.
Yeah, and you can't even poke off the thorns. So like,
It's a one-way thing.
That sucks.
sadistic.
I mean, you could kill that big bug there, get a bit of
Well,
salt.
apparently this viewer Misc content. Wonder who that is. Yeah, new to the stream. Wow, thanks for joining in.
Wow.
This random guy is eating this lovely pastrami sandwich.
Wow.
Yeah, what's so lovely about it? You
I
gonna
mean,
marry it
I
or
won't
something?
deny it, pastrami is one of the best toppings you can have for a sandwich.
Fuck sucks.
It's up there. It's pretty good.
I have to.
Fucking pastrami marrier. Yeah, let's read this. Let's get this out of the stream. Fucking
Let's get him out of here.
hide user from channel. There, done Misc a favor.
Be gone, bot.
Alright, well, I guess I gotta do it again. Oh,
Yeah.
that's probably. I'm gonna.
Also, I'm surprised we aren't seeing like any of the normal bots, but I guess they only show up because gaming tab.
Yeah.
I
That's
know.
probably-
Where's my man? Naked XY. Naked HD.
I
My
know, pretty convincing.
Yeah, Whole Knight really doesn't have much replayability until like you do challenge runs and whatnot. Like, oh yeah, I'm going to use these charms.
it's got a good amount of from what I could tell. It's got a good amount.
There's pretty
terms
good
of
replayability because you can go different ways into approaching
Yeah,
areas.
yeah. So,
Yeah, multiple endings, different ways of approaching.
well, it's
They
more
have,
so like different endings which you unlock over one path.
then they have various achievements in regards to.
Oh yeah, like there's
speedrunning.
like two or three achievements.
There's
in
also
which,
ways you can interact with NPCs.
yeah, like
Like, do you
Oh.
seal off the Nightmare Troop with Brum, or do you completely do
oh, it's
Brim's
gonna be
quest?
pain. And then
need
there's like some NPC quest lines where it's like, oh yeah, you can leave Zolt to die, or you can do all this
No.
stuff with
I
him.
would never. I love that I got to beat his ass.
Or some other quest line involving an NPC in which, at the end of it, you can be given an ultimatum. Not gonna spoil that it's for play free, but you know.
I'll find out.
Yeah, it seems Naked HD's a gamer.
Naked HD.
Ah, you're a gamer.
Ah, I see it again. I'm just gonna
Well, hold on. I'll
How much-
be.
go to GG. Get up. Go buy that back.
Can we all objectively agree that Deep Nest is the worst area?
It's pretty bad.
It's
It's
a
just-
painful
It's
experience.
just dark. It's though I love Hidden Village. Hidden Village, I find.
Hidden Village is just pretty good, yeah. I mean, some of it is not great, but I enjoy a lot of the experience.
I got greatest spitter of facts I've ever seen. There, got my money back. Oh, so I need to get my upgraded dash. I have no clue where to get that.
What, the Shadow Dash?
Yeah.
Ah, that's a long...
Oh, the Infected Crossroads, my favorite.
Yeah, when I
Ugh.
got here, I was like, what? No.
I don't recall what triggers that.
I'm pretty going.
It's I believe
progress,
you gotta do 2 Dreamers to
Ah.
get Infected
No.
Crossroads.
believe
Yeah,
I
that would
got-
explain why I
no.
got it after I beat Lost Kin.
I think I recall getting this before doing any of the Dreamers though, because I think it was in relation to like something with Essence in the Seer. Oh, Mantis
I mean,
Lords are perfect.
I'll check
Lords,
what
great boss.
triggers it.
Mantis Lords are pretty. Yeah, I really like that. I like Soulmaster more.
Yeah, same
But,
here. I think Mantis Lords, very good second.
Yeah, Mantis Lords I had a bit more trouble with though.
Okay,
Mm.
so what triggers the infected crossroad is either you beat the broken vessel or you kill
Oh.
one of the dreamers.
Okay, so I did both because I beat the Broken Vessel and then I killed Lost Kin. Lost Kin,
Ah, that makes sense then.
near peak fight. If only they just needed to tone down on the spawning of the spirits, I would have been like, God.
Yeah.
I think the best way to fight the broken vessel is to just spam the ground dash.
Yeah. Like,
Or the ground pound, I mean.
for me so far, because I've like had the game on hold for like, like 6 months now with like 2 quest lines left to do. Actually, only 4. This year's
Let me
beautiful.
guess, is it the flower quest?
Oh no, I just used the fucking bench warp to cheese that.
Oh wow.
It still fucking sucks even with that mod. But like I still have to do the Grim Troop stuff. I got burnt out because doing all the Dreamer rematches for Essence in order to get Trend. It fucking sucks.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, it's like with what I did, I'd say my 3 favorite bosses were definitely Sealed Vessel, Soulmaster, and Mantis Lords.
Personally, if we're going off the top 3 bosses, I would say Grim is my favorite. Because it's a perfect challenge.
Yeah.
You gotta learn it and shit. Then it would be the Mantis Lords.
Oh, yeah, there is a
And-
version where you fight all 3. That's Sisters of Battle. You get that in
Yeah, Sisters of
Pantheon.
Battle was insane.
Yeah, I know of that.
Yeah, I've yet to do that.
I
But
can't wait to like try and get Absolute Radiance.
same. Like doing all those at once, unparalleled. It's gotta be.
Exactly.
Like I wanna find whoever designed Sisters of Battle. I wanna give them a handshake. I wanna give them a kiss. I wanna give them like access to my bank account.
Kiss him
wanna
on the
give-
finger like the mafia.
Now you know what's gonna happen, right? I'm gonna find them. I'm gonna enter a game. I'm gonna throw the game, and they are going to be like after they win the game, they're going to have access, no, complete control over the firstborn of every single person from Bloodline.
Fascinating.
Gonna name your first child Sisters of Battle.
No, it's in like
They
all.
get to name them.
I mean, hey, they're their
Wow.
servants, not mine.
Their kids now. In
Yeah.
fact, you know, I just have their children.
That's a lot of corpses.
Where am I at? Ooh. Oh, this fucker.
Yeah,
This is where you are.
I like how I can accidentally run to this at the start of the game.
If I'm
And
not
then
wrong,
get
you
in.
get a paywall for beating this fucker.
God, fuck breeding Moloch, hate this guy.
Oh my
Annoying ass.
children. Say. Oh wow, that was a.
Like, fighting this guy without the upgraded dash sucks.
Give me that.
Basically, when he does the big shot, you just dash over him.
Yeah. Like, the only thing more annoying than this guy is Nosk. Fuck Nosk. Like, I remember,
At
like,
least
one
with
time...
Nosk, you got the corners.
Yeah, like, thing is, though, with Nosk, right? When I tried fighting him, something about his AI decided, oh yeah, I'm going to exclusively use that move where I run on the ceiling.
Oh god.
Like, literally. Like, some reason, he would never,
Wow, that was.
ever do his dashes.
I thought that was gonna be a bit more.
Yeah, it's because you can, like, just walk into this guy at the start of the game.
That's fair.
Oh, Mask Fragment.
Oh yeah, the Nosk build-up is great. The only issue is
It's the best
Nosk
part about
being,
Nosk.
Nosk.
Yeah, that was a pretty mid fight.
Yeah.
It is better at early game because it's more challenging.
Yeah. I put that like on the same tier as yeah, same tier as Dung Defender, but I put Dung Defender higher because of character. Ha ha
I think
ha!
Bomb Defender's a great boss.
I don't know. I thought he was a bit underwhelming when I
that's
fought.
because you haven't fought the
Yeah, I haven't
dream
fought
version
the
of him.
Yeah, but that's
If-
a separate.
If you fight him
Yeah, it's
using
separate, you're
Desolate
right.
Dive, it knocks him straight out the ground as
Oh
well.
yeah, fucking White Defender. You know, that sounds like the name of someone you'd see on Twitter doing certain takes.
Sounds like your average southerner.
The White Defender, of course.
That sounds like a Fuse nickname.
Oh my god. Oh. Cry.
Let's see, Whole Night bosses. What's that one tier list? There it is.
Probably has all of them, and then does it also have dream variants?
Ah yeah, let's find it. It's right here. And so in text speech. A lot of these are from oh yeah, I still have to do the collector stuff. And the other arenas.
Yeah, I dropped the game currently. Like, I was basically at the end, and then I just dropped it when I had to do the last part of the Colosseum. Fuck the Colosseum.
No, I've started the Coliseum. I liked I did Trial of Fool. Not Trial of Fool. It's the first one, which is the Trial of Warrior. I really like that.
Yeah, the first parts of it, like the first two challenges are great. Then you do the challenge of the Fool to try and get the Pale Four when you have to go up against the God Tamer. Awful.
Oh boy, you know what this list has?
What?
Absolute Radiance. That means I'm gonna have to do them. It'll be a challenge, but you know, I believe in myself.
Yeah, with my current game completion.
5
say
minutes. I don't.
yes.
It's okay. I can say there's nothing sinister about 5 minutes. You don't gotta worry about that.
Nothing sinister.
Yeah, nothing sinister about 5 minutes. That's really all I can say.
Hmm.
Suicide bomber. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Don't scare me like that, bro.
Let's see, I need to beat that guy. Is there anyone I'm forgetting?
Oh my god, it's a grub.
It's my boy.
I love grabs.
I love grubs.
I love what happens to the grubs.
Yeah, they all turn to their father. Happy ending.
What happens to the grubs?
Does he? Yeah,
You'll
What do you
find
mean
out.
you'll see?
yeah. They just return to their father. Nothing. You know, a happy ending.
They become grubberflies. They fly away.
Bye bye.
I mean, the grubberfly charm is pretty cool. It's like
Yeah.
Zelda, you know, when you have max hearts.
One day, I'll probably get back to Whole Night after I finish Sekiro, I guess.
Cool.
And by after I finish Sekiro, I mean after I do the fucking boss gauntlets. That's gonna be
my
hellish.
God. That's gonna be just as bad as Pantheon of Gods.
Things like though, Sekiro, frustrating as it can be at times, really fucking fun.
Yeah.
Like if you gave me like Coastal Gens and Sekiro, and that was all it supplied me for like a month, I would starve and like die of thirst. But you know, like outside of that, I have a swell time.
That is one thing I wish other Souls games had. Just like a replay mode so you could fight previous bosses.
Yeah,
I always
especially
hate
when they're
having I hate having to start new save files just to fight a boss.
Yeah, especially when like the bosses are like the big selling point in the game.
Mm, I guess the best thing you could do is just throw the fight right near the end when you know you're gonna beat them.
Yeah, wish did that with fucking Genichiro. Like, cause when I got a face on him, I was like on such a high. I was like, oh, holy shit, reverse the lightning, so cool. I got in such a fucking zone. I played flawlessly,
That boss TM, sweet.
literally flawlessly.
I mean, the Sekiro, I would say my favorite fight would be Old Man Ishin.
Yeah, because I'm only just like about to fight a guardian ape, so not finished yet, but
Rematch
so far.
or original?
Pardon?
Rematch or original?
Original. From what I've heard of from Misc, I am staying the fuck away from that rematch.
It's close.
Yeah, let's see. My current Sekiro TOs will probably be this, like, so far, highest ranked in this fucks Genichiro.
Ah, this fucks tier.
Yeah. Best tier.
It's got a perfect blend of fair and then the cinematic part at the end with the lightning.
Fucking. He's so cool. Today I shall reverse lightning.
Today I shall.
I'm pulling it off. So fucking cool.
You're
Actually-
really enjoying this sandwich.
Yeah.
He probably made a second one.
He made a second. Indulgent.
Damn. You know what I just realized, right? You think someone, playing a monk in D&D 5th edition could use the deflect missiles feature on lightning?
It's an interesting thought.
Tell
I
me,
mean, he has to...
Oh.
Oh, hello.
do you guys
So
like
how's the
mythology?
sandwich?
Oh, the sandwich was great.
Kinda.
What kind of mythology?
I don't know, any kind. What's your favorite sort of mythology from somewhere in the world?
Fucking... I'll have to think on that.
Well,
There's a
how
lot
many
of
are you familiar with?
Let's see. I have, like, a very vague understanding of Celtic, less sort of vague of, Japanese mythology, and then there's, like, vague understandings of Greek and Norse that come from existing in, modern world,
Right, of course.
where that's
of
pop
course.
culture.
Yeah, Greek
I mean, yeah.
Greek mythology is really big. I'm not entirely well. I suppose it's because they're technically the ones that created modern civilization to an extent. Then the Romans kind of took it, and then the Romans went from there.
The Romans just kind of made their own discount versions of it all.
Well, what happened was
That
the
is
Romans just kind of took everyone's shit and then made it into their own thing. The Romans were like, oh, this Greek stuff sure is neat. We're gonna steal it and slap our names on it.
But yeah,
Our stuff?
mythology slaps. A lot of it's really interesting to know about.
Mythology is really cool. Do you like games where you can explore a mythology?
Kinda, yeah.
Do you like
Course.
games?
I
How
love
about
Persona
unlimited
4.
bacon?
No! Fuck! No! You're not bringing that back! No!
What the fuck is this reference to?
Listen, it's a very important question.
Do
Would you
tell.
rather? Alright, so would you rather? Would you rather have unlimited bacon, but no games, or games, unlimited games, but no games?
Unlimited game. Wait, what? What the fuck does that mean?
That's...
But
And
That's what
whose
you
mic
have.
am I hearing feedback in?
if you have unlimited games, but you have no games, how is that beneficial? At
I
least
mean,
with the
look.
bacon, you're getting the protein.
There are varying definitions of games.
What kind of games are we talking about here?
It's a very deep philosophical question.
I mean, hey, you got board games, video games, a hunting game. You know?
Whoever thought up this question is trying to be deep, and they're failing.
No,
No, that's not what happened. Whoever thought it up, they just got the "Would you rather" wrong, and then it got popular because of a podcast I watch.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
It fucks with you. It gets in you, and you're like, ouchie.
It's not trying to be deep, but I make it deep.
Is it
No.
like
It's
a
not trying to
blue
be
pill
deep,
where
it's trying
is it
to
like
fuck you over
a
mentally.
50-50 chance where you have a chance at being unlimited board games?
Listen, I
But
said
no
would you
video
rather.
games.
I said what's in it. I said the contents.
Yeah.
You're trying to add more. It's there.
You're
Now-
adding more to this already stacked question.
How do you feel about the ability to fight and super kill the shit out of mythological figures?
Well, if they're
I
assholes,
mean,
no, I
God
would
of
hate
War
it.
is great. I'd love to kill Zeus.
How does it feel? The ability to kill gods. It sure
I mean,
is
I'd
quite
rather-
the power fantasy.
I'd rather
It's
use
a
gods
nice
to kill
power trip.
gods.
You'd rather use what to kill gods?
Gods. I love S&T. Woo!
Yeah! Well, if you like mythology, and you like murdering said mythological figures,
Then you love. God
there's
of War.
a franchise for you. It's a franchise called God of War, and over the course of the last week or so, a little over a week, I played through all of the games. Not counting Betrayal, because why would I? I even played Ascension. I stopped playing it last night. I didn't finish Ascension. I'll talk about why. But
do tell.
I think I've experienced enough. So there'll be one boss on this tier list that I won't be able to rank. I mean, I maybe could because I know what happens in the boss. I understand the mechanics of the boss, so I could talk about them, I guess. But it wouldn't
You
be
gonna
my
talk
own
about the
personal
PSP
experience.
games?
I got an emulator on my phone to play those PSP games, and it ran beautifully. I was kind of amazed. I underestimate the
great.
power of my technology because I'm so used to my
Yeah.
shit not running
Yeah.
anything well.
Like I said the other day, the PSP is just very fucking easy to emulate.
You know what? Just like I was shocked last year when I got Dead Space, and it ran... Dead Space 1 and 2 ran perfectly fine on my laptop. I couldn't fucking believe it.
I mean, hey, if you want like 60 hours gone,
I need a space.
well, like at least 60 hours gone, could be a lot more depending on what you do.
So
Like, you may
let's-
try like fucking Persona 3 Portable, because that was on the PSP.
Don't do it.
I look forward to that new Castillo protocol that's a spiritual successor to Dead Space.
Isn't it made by the same team or something?
I believe the head director of it is,
Wow. That's pretty neat.
which means more Dead Space style horror, which I am gonna be terrified by.
I love when in a horror game they put audio first.
Yeah, it's
To
the
build up the tension and shit, yeah.
So what I'm gonna do here is I think I need to get rid of the chat. I think I'll have to make that disappear so that everything looks nice.
ad.
Yeah.
So sad. And then we let's see here. Voila, there it is. And then of course I take the picture of myself. I shrink it down and I put it in the corner.
Yeah. In your place, you know?
Now,
Yeah.
if I
And
utilize
Small
Playfree's
test
advice at all times, I would turn this into 6 different videos. However, doing those Soulsborne tier lists have made me realize doing those as videos is not even a fraction of as fun as it is to do on stream.
True. But I was just thinking like, you know, making money.
Right, those
For the
videos made
views.
about 50 cents
It's
individually.
better than,
awesome.
yeah, but it's better than the 50 cents totality you would have got over stream.
That's fair.
Faults, you know.
Well, one of you can always donate in Super Chat if you feel like it.
Oh yeah, if we feel like it, of course.
So, I have placed all of these bosses in chronological order.
Whoa,
I
holy
don't
shit.
mean not release order of games. I mean chronological order. Because what we're gonna do here is we're gonna talk a bit about the story of the games. This is also technically gonna be a review of all the games, since I just played them all within the last 2 weeks, like a week and a half. And it's probably a good idea to talk about the story in order, because I've realized something. The original Greek storyline for Kratos is a story about a guy losing his fucking mind. It's
Gotcha.
about a guy going insane. It works well as a Greek tragedy. I believe I remember hearing that analysis several years ago, that the story and Kratos work very well as a Greek tragedy, and Kratos seems pretty in line with Greek heroes, and that he's a fucking asshole. So, we'll begin with God of War Ascension, in which I have explicitly placed all of the bosses in chronological order. I will explain more about that probably when we're done ranking all of them, I guess. Or when I get to the last boss, I suppose. So, for a little bit of establishment, Kratos is a guy from ancient Greece, specifically from Sparta, which you probably all recognize as that place where everyone's like a fucking super soldier.
No, you'll recognize it from that one funny video, like, this is Sparta, oh, and the guy gets kicked.
Yeah, that movie 300. Oh, 5, can Merc get a gun if they survive Yumiya? For £5, why not?
Hell yeah.
So, Sparta is a nation of soldiers.
Christ,
They're a warrior people. They go around doing war all the time. And having gay sex with each other, but we never talk about that part.
No, not brotherhood.
Brotherhood. Definitely not
Mandated.
mandated
It's a
homosexuality.
platonic.
But they are Greek, and Greeks didn't give a shit.
Didn't.
As I believe someone said, Greeks invented degeneracy.
Wow.
I mean, their main god was a big ass degenerate, so yeah.
That's true. Though a big part of Greek mythology, I believe, is, yeah, the gods are assholes. That's why everything sucks. The gods are fucking pieces of shit. Which I gotta give credit for. So, Kratos is a Spartan general. He leads his armies around doing warmongering and shit for his own personal glory. But one day, they encounter a barbarian army, which I guess is just a bunch of homeless guys that live in the woods or something. But they're really goddamn strong. And
That's expected when you live in the woods.
Kratos actually loses, and when he is about to be killed by the barbarian king, he calls out to the god of war Ares and says, Ares, if you strike down my enemies, I'll do whatever you want. My soul will be yours. And Ares, who, if you're looking at the stream, is the guy with the flaming hair.
Alright.
He's like,
Wow.
sure. Yeah, sure thing. Why not? So he just kind of magically kills a bunch of the barbarians and then gives Kratos these short swords, which are chained to his body. The
To
glowing
his
gold,
flesh.
the fucking burning orange chains, freshly forged in the pits of Tartarus, are fused to Kratos' flesh. So the blades of chaos are forever bound to him. And then Kratos uses them to kill the barbarian king. So then, with Ares' blessing, as Ares' champion, he and his Spartans just go around and fucking absolutely wreck shit. Like, everyone they run into, they just absolutely fucking obliterate. Which, as you would imagine, Ares is a big fan of, because he's the god of war and stuff. And he likes that. But Ares is not content with the way Kratos is. So he's like, oh, yes, yes. I want Kratos to be even stronger and more psychopathic than he already is.
As you do.
I also, as per the plotline they introduce in Ascension, wanted to overthrow Olympus, because of course he does. He wants to become the king of the gods, and he works together with the Furies, who are not gods in the God of War universe, they were created from the blood of the primordials, who are like the first beings in the universe. In fact.
Why?
Why what?
Why'd you make things out of blood? That sounds a bit
Oh, because it's
excessive.
their life essence. There's other shit like that, like Aphrodite being born from the castrated testicles of Uranus.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What?
that kind of shit just happens. Like, Kronos chopped his dad's balls off as revenge, and when they fell into the
Wow,
ocean, they
Jimmy.
turned into sea foam that Aphrodite was born from. So Aphrodite is actually like a fucking elder god. Yes.
I play for you. This doesn't matter until like endgame.
No, I know. I'm
Yeah.
I'm looking at something else.
Well, let's see here. Yeah, they're born in Greek mythology. The Furies, deities of vengeance, created when Kronos castrated his father Uranus and threw his genitalia into the sea. They emerged from the drops of blood. Okay, so that is still in line. Though in God of War, it's more so the primordials were fighting each other, and then they were born from that. So Ares is like, yo, Furies, my keepers of honor and shit. Because the Furies are the ones that make sure people honor pacts and stuff. If you don't do that, they throw you in a prison made out of a big guy that they tortured for breaking an oath. I want you to make an oath for this guy that I have working for me that he's going to meet some criteria for.
Alright.
And that's really just achieved through Kratos murdering the fuck out of people. He kills his enemies, he kills innocents, and then he kills his own. Because when Kratos is raiding and annihilating some village filled with people that worship Athena, who naturally has some kind of god rivalry with Ares, because they're siblings and they're both technically war deities, though Athena's the goddess of wisdom, whereas Ares is just an asshole. So Ares is like, what if I teleported Kratos' wife and child into this temple while he was busy murdering the fuck out of people?
Ares just did a little trolling.
He does a little bit of trolling, so then Kratos fucking murders his wife and child.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a classic story. You're betrayed by the gods.
Right, of course. Now,
Fuck the gods,
this is
wow.
like, wow, Kratos, that's really unfortunate and sad. As pointed out by the Super Best Friends, when they were talking about God of War, they were like, oh my god, he murdered his own wife and child accidentally, that's so bad. Wasn't he murdering other people's wives and children without any sort of remorse?
But it's his own wife and child. That's what matters.
That's what matters, because they're
personal to
Greek.
him.
Because you're Greek, and when you're Greek, killing other people.
No one else matters
But
your own.
the Greeks, in mythology, the Greeks are really big on, like, tradition and honor and shit. There's a lot of Greek myths about proper etiquette when people come to your house. Like, there's a lot of myths where the gods just go visit people for dinner, and when that person is not being a good host, they get afflicted with some terrible curse for just being a bad host.
Wow.
We should do that.
Man makes worst
Zeus
dinner
was
party
salt and he
ever.
got pissed at you and cursed you for a
Sold them
lifetime.
to 6,000 years in hell.
Right, exactly. Deserved. The oracle of the town was like, aha, Kratos, you fucking idiot, I told you not to go in there. As a curse and permanent reminder of your sins, the ashes of your family will be forever bound to your skin, never to be removed. So that's why Kratos is so fucking ashy. Because he's literally covered in the ashes of his dead family.
That
He got
sucks.
forced to be albino.
Now, in a brilliant move, after Kratos has killed his own family, Ares just kind of astral projects his face to him and brags about this plan and how it's going to turn Kratos into the perfect warrior that he plans on using to overthrow Olympus. But then Kratos is like, fuck you. I'm not going to do that. And then because he says that, he breaks the blood oath. So then the Furies go after him to imprison him for breaking his oath.
Shit.
And that's when God of War Ascension, the Kratos filler arc, happens.
The very insignificant prequel.
Yeah, this really doesn't have much in the way of significance in the overall plot, actually. Because it happens basically right after Kratos murders his family. And it just explains, oh yeah, this is why Kratos decides to serve the gods and hopes to eventually get revenge on Ares. You didn't really need a whole game for that. So, he's having his mind fucked with by the Furies. They're torturing him with illusions and fucking with his memory and stuff. And in order to try and overcome these illusions and stuff, he's told by this guy Orcos, who is the son of the Furies and Ares, because they wanted to create this Ultimate Warrior thing, and then Orcos was just some skinny guy, and they were like, no, you suck.
You were born a twink, no.
So he's like, you gotta go see the Oracle of Delphi, or Delphi, because the Oracle of Delphi can see through all of their dumb bullshit. So he goes to do that, and that's where we encounter the first boss that Kratos fights chronologically. It's a Chimera. Yeah, it's just a Chimera. It's not like a big spectacle boss or anything. It's actually... it's a mini-boss enemy in God of War 3.
It's not even
At that
cool
point,
like
you're
the
just so
Hydra.
cracked.
Yeah. Whereas in God of War Ascension, we only fight one, as far as I'm aware. And the only difference between it and the versions in God of War 3 is that it does ice attacks instead of fire. So, in Greek mythology, the Chimera was said to be one of the children of Typhon and Echidna. They terrorized the land of Asia Minor, and the task of slaying it was given to the hero Bellerophon, who succeeded in killing it with the aid of the Pegasus by forcing a lump of lead down its throats. And when the beast tried to breathe fire at her flying foe, the lead melted and burned her insides. Wow.
Yeah, that would kill.
That would kill you, yeah. So, in terms of the quality of this Chimera boss from God of War Ascension, it's okay, I guess. I preferred the Chimeras in God of War 3 where they were just kind of like mini-boss enemies, as opposed to on here where they are apparently an actual boss, I guess. Then the next one we have here is the Manticore, which we fight in the same arena, but later. Now this one has some actual build-up, because you see it flying around a bit, you fight its fucking annoying little children throughout the game. Or throughout the area as you're getting to Delphi. And you have like a little fucking spectacle QTE thing where you like jump onto its back and shit and it throws you around the big area. It's pretty neat. Let's see. What is the actual mythology behind this creature? Sorry about my throat. I've felt mildly congested the last few days. Not really, it's just kind of my throat. I don't feel that congested.
Odd.
Manticore is actually something that originated from Persian mythology, along with the... It's like the Sphinx. They're kind of similar, actually, in that they're both, like, human-faced, lion-bodied creatures. But Manticores can fly. I think some Sphinxes can, but Manticores have, like, leathery wings, and they have, like, spiked tails. And that's pretty much all. And then for the actual boss fight, it flies at first, shoots fire, and you cut off its wing and bring it to the ground, and then it somehow spits out some of its babies at you.
Yeah.
And then you kill it. You, like, cut off its stinger and stab it in the head with it.
As you do.
It's with real people.
Yeah, it'd be a great idea. Man, this fucking thing in my throat's really annoying. I guess I feel a bit better now.
Yeah, it's a sandwich. It's lurking.
It's coming back.
Not so lovely anymore.
So next up, the first real boss, the first real big boss that we fight in the timeline is Pollux and Castor, also known as the Gemini twins. So in Greek mythology, Castor and Pollux, let's see here, Castor, along with his twin brother Pollux, was worshipped as gods who helped shipwrecked sailors and who brought favorable winds for those who made sacrifices to them. Their mother was Leda. Castor was the mortal son of Tendarius, the king of Sparta, and Pollux, the demigod son of Zeus, who seduced Leda in the form of a swan. Though accounts of their birth are varied, they're sometimes said to have been born from an egg, along with their sisters Helen of Troy and Clytemnestra. Twins were also Argonauts, so they hung out with Jason and the Argonauts.
Oh, that guy.
When Castor was killed, Pollux asked Zeus to let him share his own immortality with his twin to keep them together, and they were transformed into the constellation Gemini. The Romans considered Castor and Pollux the patron gods of horses and of the Roman social order of mounted knights called equites. That's a really specific thing to be the gods of.
Yeah,
I mean, the Greeks did have a lot of gods just for specific things.
That's true, yeah.
That's
So-
a lot of mythologies.
So in God of War, Pollux and Castor are Siamese twins. Castor is a big guy, and Pollux is this little goblin guy sticking out of his chest, like Total Recall.
really?
And what they've done is they've kind of taken over the Temple of Delphi. They are supposedly prophets, and they just kind of have slaves do a bunch of shit like making statues for them or whatever. And whenever someone comes to see the Oracle, they're like, oh, bring a sacrifice, and then we'll decide if you're allowed to see the Oracle. So they've just kind of co-opted the place to get shit out of it. So Kratos comes along and he wants to see the Oracle, and they're like, oh, you gotta bring a sacrifice. And Kratos is like, fuck off. I'm not bringing any goddamn sacrifices. I'm going to see the Oracle. So then they fight him. Now,
And when?
Yeah, I can even hear how you know, previous Chris would just say, "Fuck off."
fuck off. I'm not bringing any sacrifices.
You could hear it.
I bring nothing.
So that's when they decide to fight you. Now the interesting thing is that initially Castor and Pollux are old as shit, and then they use some magic power to make themselves younger. So the interesting gimmick that they have is they have time powers. Because the Oracle of Delphi, there's a bunch of time shit in the level. It's pretty neat. It starts off with kind of a running segment where you're running down this long bridge that they're destroying. So you're like jumping off of collapsing shit and swinging onto different platforms and stuff. And then you get to the main arena for the boss, which is kind of like right in front of the Oracle. They shoot like lasers and shit at you. They're fighting you with like a sword and a mace or something. And they do quite a bit of interesting stuff with the arena. They use their time powers to decay parts of the platform, so you have to jump off them to not fall to your death. They'll use it to erect these pillars around the arena that they'll leap onto and shoot magic at you, which you can then destroy and then use the rubble to like throw at them. And in the second phase, Pollux will create these little areas where time is slowed down, so if you go into them, you're really slow, and it becomes really easy for them to hit you. It's really cool. The second phase involves you knocking out Castor, which then means you're basically just fighting Pollux, while Castor's fucking slumped back unconscious, and Pollux is using telepathy shit to throw his weapons and shoot magic at you. It's pretty cool. Then Pollux wakes up Castor, and then out of spite are like, fuck you, you're not going to see the Oracle, and they decay the platform that she is sleeping on so she falls to her death. Down this giant abyss that is in the temple for some reason. So Kratos responds to this by doing a cool QTE where he just sort of shits all over them despite their teleporting. Smashes down through the platform so that they're both falling down into the abyss. He knocks out Castor again and then rips Pollux off of him. So he does a little bit of surgery to separate these conjoined twins. And then stomps Pollux's head into a paste.
I was just doing them a favor. They don't get to be conjoined anymore.
Yeah!
Oh, what a
So-
nice man that Kratos
Kratos is such a good guy.
For
What
our
a-
first
what a
boss, for our first real boss, I think this is actually a fucking great fight. I would argue this is actually the best fight in the game. humanoid enemies have a tendency to be really fucking good bosses.
Better
Just
than the
because
mindless monster.
they're much easier to manage. They're much more akin to the enemies that you fight normally, so you're not doing any kind of like really weird shit with fighting them. You don't worry, and this is like an actual problem with Ascension with the camera panning out, so you can't really fucking see anything. Their moveset's fun to play around with. Their moves are telegraphed well, and finishing them off is great. Spectacle elements are really good. Their time powers are interesting. I
Is
would
the music
argue.
nice?
Hmm?
Is the music any good?
Very.
I don't remember much from the first phase, but in the second phase where you're just fighting Pollux, they have the main theme of the game start playing over it. I posted it.
Oh,
Theme
it's
kicks
always
in.
good.
Yeah, I posted it in OST and Music yesterday. I believe this one's called Warrior's Truth or something. Listen, when that iconic theme kicks in for Phase 2, oh, it's so good. It's fucking great. So, after that's done, we travel on some more. We go to some island called Delos, I think, because we have to find these fucking magic eye things that let us see through the Fury's illusions. There's a big demolished statue of Apollo there that was built by Archimedes. We find out later it got destroyed by the Furies because they were trying to find those fucking eye things. Or hide them, I guess, I don't know. We travel through the level a lot, and then we get to our next boss, kind of. It's technically 2 of the Furies. I don't know why this list split up some of the multi-character bosses into different images, whereas other
like
ones
it.
have both of them included in one. I don't know why they
No.
did that. But we
Biased or
fight
something.
Tisiphone and Megara at the same time. Tisiphone is the one that does all the illusion shit, and Megara just fights us. She's able to create bug parasite things that turn things into bug monsters. But she doesn't
Wow,
really do
so
that much during
cool.
this fight. So Tisiphone creates an illusion of us being in Sparta,
Oh.
and Megara fights us during it. Tisiphone's involvement in this boss is mostly just summoning these Spartan guys who are fucking annoying. And then the second phase is when we actually fight both of them at the same time, in which Tisiphone does like all of these little ground things, like just does area denial, makes all these little circular areas that you can't stand in or you'll take damage. It's very annoying, and then you fight Megara at the same time. Tisiphone will be involved in another boss fight, the final boss actually. Personally, she's fucking annoying. I don't like her. Don't care for her at all. Megara, she's alright, I guess. You cut her arm off during this fight, which is quite satisfying.
Does she grow up
Gotta
back?
love some
No,
God
she
War
doesn't. She's
brutality.
really pissed about it.
Does she buy a replacement?
No, she never gets the opportunity to.
Or she kill her?
Yeah, well, later we
That's
kill
a bit
her.
mean.
So, then we travel through the rest of this place. We use the time amulet we got from Castor and Pollux to reconstruct the statue of Apollo. It's really cool doing that, actually. Like, the thing is so fucking gigantic that just the spectacle of it's really nice. And then in Chapter 28, I should mention, thing about Ascension, it's way more modern than the previous games, and that it just has an autosave function and you don't have to use save points. And you can select
However-
different chapters of the game to play in. Now we're going to get into that part where I think it's incredibly fucking obtuse, and the reason that I haven't finished the game.
First game you've been given up on, right?
Maybe. I'll probably go back to it later when replaying the entire game again doesn't feel so terrible. There's this little thing called the Trial of Archimedes that you do before getting, like, basically finishing up the Trials of Apollo, or the fucking Apollo statue thing, in which you're on an elevator, and you're basically going through an enemy gauntlet. The first gauntlet is you fight 4 Gorgons, I think. Now, the Gorgons are basically mini-boss enemies. They do these big annoying sweep attacks that can lunge at you and get you into a grab that you have to QTE out of, but I'm pretty sure you can damage them when you successfully get out of it. And when you kill them, you get magic points. You fight 2 at a time. There are 2 that spawn in, and each time you kill one, another one pops in. There's a maximum of 4. Once you have killed the 3rd, I think, yes, the last Gorgon spawns in along with 2 sirens. And in this game, sirens do lightning attacks for some fucking reason. I don't know what that reason is, but they do. And you have to fight 2 of these sirens that do ranged attacks and then also do ground attacks at a distance. So you'll be standing around somewhere and then there'll be a fucking lightning attack on the ground where you get like fucking, I don't know, like 2 seconds of warning. And yeah, so you're dealing with these Medusas that are, or not the Medusa, the Gorgons that are able to petrify you, and when you get hit with anything while petrified, you die instantly.
Oh, that's very fair sounding, yeah.
So, you're dealing with these things that can petrify you, and then these things that do fucking obnoxious range attacks. And apparently, when you kill any of the sirens, another one spawns in, because then there are a total of 4 sirens as well. I have not gotten past this part. It is so obnoxious and unfun, I just haven't gotten past it. That's the first part of the Trial of Archimedes. It's arguably the worst part, but it's the first part. Then you go to the second part, in which you're stuck down a narrow corridor, in which occasionally there will be gusts of flame coming out. And in this corridor, you have to fight an Amazon, some Harpies, and this fucking Talos thing, which is an obnoxious automaton that occasionally is just invulnerable to attacks, and you have to wait until it stops being invulnerable. And then the third part, you fight a Centaur, and then you fight 2 Wraiths, which are able to create summons, but you can kill them really easily and get more magic points. And the fun thing is, there are no checkpoints between any of the parts of the trial, and you never get any health back during it.
Yeah, well...
That sounds like a great time.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I gotta agree. That sounds great.
I hope whoever made this dies.
Just up front, like right now?
Yeah. Oh, I said that
Yeah,
last night, but yeah.
In the, like, you know, wedding
Struck
or whatever?
down.
I
Little
wish...
violent, aren't we?
I wish nothing but hardship upon this person for the rest of their days. So I guess at some point after that, you get captured by the Furies, and you get taken to the Prison of the Damned, which is built out of the Hecatonchires Aegean. If you're not familiar with the Hecatonchires, they are some of the first children of Gaia and Uranus. So Gaia and Uranus were like the first big godly beings that ruled the universe. They were primordials. They're the parents of the Titans. But their first kids were Cyclopses, the original Cyclopses, and the Hecatonchires, whose name means 100-handed ones, though I think they also had 50 heads in mythology. And as you could imagine, when you have some kids pop out that have 100 hands and 50 heads, you're like, ew, what the fuck is that? And so he threw them into Tartarus because he thought they were gross.
As you did.
Oh, okay. Now I just remembered who the heck it thought. Yeah.
And then I believe Kronos freed them to help him overthrow his father, but then he threw him back in Tartarus because he was like, yeah, you're still gross. And then when Zeus rebelled against his dad, Kronos, he went and killed the dragon that guarded Tartarus, because apparently they had that, and then freed the Hecatonchires and the Cyclopses. The Cyclopses made the weapons for Zeus and his brothers. They overthrew the Titans, and then Zeus made the Hecatonchires the guardians of Tartarus. In God of War, one of the Hecatoncheires, Aegean, who I believe is a stand-in for another one? Let me check. Aegean. Because there's explicitly 3 Hecatoncheires, but I'm pretty sure this one, his name, yeah, Briareus. Yeah, that was his name in actual mythology. He had made some pact with Zeus, probably something related to this. Probably related to the war with the Titans. But then fucked off after doing so. Like, he just didn't uphold his side of the agreement. So, the Furies got sent after him. They captured and tormented him, and they turned his body into a prison for holding other Oathbreakers.
Oh?
So, like, most of his body is petrified to some extent, and they literally built a prison out of him. Like, carved into his body and turned it into a prison.
Sounds like it hurts.
Yeah, he definitely lives in some kind of hell, because he's not dead. So Kratos gets imprisoned. Megaera's torturing him because she's really pissed about that arm thing. And accidentally beats him so hard that she breaks him out of his restraints. And then Kratos chases her across the prison until she uses those parasite things of hers on the Hecatoncheires. And starts turning things that you initially fight one and you kill it.
And
Well, we should be back momentarily.
momentarily.
Yeah, I mean, I changed Wi-Fi networks and I restarted the stream on OBS, so we should. It's gonna buffer again a little bit, of course, naturally.
Yep.
We should end up being good in the long run, I think.
God, this
I hope I'm not boring you all with my explanation of that.
It's all good. It's actually kind of interesting.
Background noise.
Well, thanks, I try. Oh, we're
Doing
still
just fine.
buffering a little bit. Oh boy.
Well,
War has
big boy.
not interest me at all. However, I respectfully listen regardless.
Well,
Exact.
thanks. Well, you should keep some of these things in mind. There's a lot of interesting boss mechanics with some of these
Oh yeah,
things.
because you're gonna steal them
Because
eventually.
I like good boss mechanics.
Can't blame
A
you.
good
boss
mechanic is
mechanics
I
are
nice.
love
good.
game design.
I will say, one of the things with these games is the boss design. It's really good, for the most part. They know how to make a good fucking boss fight on, like, every level. Spectacle,
I feel like
story,
a very
mechanics.
significant part about God of War bosses is just the way you kill them in the end.
That is
Yeah, I
also
mean-
a significant part, yeah.
Listen, the way a boss is killed is just as impactful as the fight itself. Because as we know, for any story, the end could change the perspective of the entire thing.
Right, it makes...
When it goes somewhat first person, oh, that's...
Mm-hmm.
God, failed champion. You're such a lad. Oh my.
Oh, and reconnection is successful. Ooh.
Yeah.
Wow. Why?
Don't worry about
Oh, why?
You know,
Hello there. Reconnectionist. Are you ready for class? Oh boy.
it.
And there it is, excellent connection. So, you fight one of the hands. You kill it, you slide around, the hands literally rip a chunk out of the prison that you're in and they fucking spin it around while you're inside of it and fighting enemies. It's pretty neat. You go on, you fight another hand. This one has actual hands of its own that it uses, so it like mixes up the moveset a lot more. And then you end up going to the head, which has like a bunch of mandibles and shit. And then you fight that at the same time as fighting a third and final hand, which is much bigger. And what you end up doing is you end up beating on that one, so you can eventually mount on top of it, and in video game fashion, stab it in the head to make it do attacks. So you just end up attacking the head with the hand, and then you end up fucking catching
Why are you
Megara.
hitting yourself?
That would be a funny name for the achievement, but the head ends up biting the hand off, so the achievement's
Oh.
called Biting the Hand That Feeds You.
So clever.
I mean, I guess it's the hand that feeds them.
Yeah. So then you kill Megara. And that's where the tutorial chapter ends.
That's the tutorial.
I need to talk about the format of this game's story. I don't understand why it's the way it is. So you start the game in the present for the tutorial section.
Aye.
And then you do the whole Delphi thing, which is 3 weeks in the past.
Wow.
You finish the Delphi section, or the Delphi section. Then you go back to the present for like 20 minutes. And then you go 2 weeks into the past for the island of Delos. And then after you're done there, you go to the present, where you then do a little bit of shit and then fight the final boss. I have no fucking idea why they formatted it like this. No, I do have an inkling as to why they... Do you know why they did it like this?
Why?
So you could
Did
fight
he
the
kill?
Hecatoncres as the tutorial boss, because they always make a big spectacle monster the tutorial boss.
I feel like
I
that,
gotta
yeah.
love the Hecatoncres.
It's really cool. I do love the Hecatoncres. I think it's great.
I
Do you
fucking
know
love
that,
seeing you talk about stealing that.
In
Yeah.
actually, I was about to say, speaking of, in
Yeah, this connection's getting the Julius
D&D,
Caesar treatment. It's
it
really
is pretty sure the Hecatoncres is one of the highest CR creatures ever made.
cool. Well, yeah, the Hecatoncres are supposed to be strong
Yeah,
as
I'm
fuck.
pretty
Oh,
sure it
what's the
has like a
CR?
CR 57.
Holy shit!
My goodness.
But like this is
that's-
like much old. I don't think it's. I don't
Oh, that
think
was back when
yeah.
CR got to like stupid
Yeah,
levels.
I think it's in
Ew.
3.5.
Eileen could take that, I think.
So I would say that the Hecatoncres is the second best boss in the game. I love it. I think it's a great spectacle boss. I actually debate whether or not it's my favorite tutorial boss out of the old games. Yes, even over that one that everyone is like, this is fucking amazing. And then we get to the last boss, which I haven't fought, which is Alecto and Tisiphone. So, Alecto turns into a big fucking sea monster and fights you in a giant illusory ocean with a whirlpool, and then you fight Tisiphone and her fucking illusion Spartans again.
Hooray!
You fight
love
him,
monsters.
you do that, you smack his tentacles off the boat that you're on, and then you do a big quick time event, which is cool, and then you end up on a platform where you just kind of fight Alecto as a big Kraken sea monster thing, and then you kill them in QTEs. It seems like a pretty meh.
Please.
It seems like an okay final boss, I guess. I'll put it there based on my knowledge of it.
Live Misc reaction.
Yeah.
Live.
My god, did the Trials of Archimedes just ruin all of my optimism last night. Like, I was in a pretty good mood, I was on a roll, and then I get to this fucking terrible section, and I'm just like, wow, I have lost the will to go on.
That's what happens.
Happens when the boss fucking sucks.
Is the stream fully frozen, or...?
Let's unmute it for a second.
Or am I talking in it?
It seems it's frozen, cause it seems the image is frozen, but the audio is
It's
not.
really far behind.
Yeah, I know, that's what happens with buffering.
That is some major. Like I don't think I've ever seen your stream be that far behind.
I remember times that it's been really far behind because of buffering.
Even though everyone's speaking, it's only your circle that's lit up on the thing. So.
Yeah. So yeah, God of War Ascension is pretty mid. I fucking despise the Trial of Archimedes like you wouldn't believe. They
Yeah,
make
pretend you
changes
can
to the
see the tier
combat that I
list.
don't care for. Huh?
'Cause
What?
you literally can't. Pretend you can see the tier list you're
They
sending.
should be able to see it by the time that the stream catches up to this point.
Oh no, but because the image itself is frozen. Oh, never mind, it's moving now.
Yeah, that happens.
But oh right, so it's not frozen. It's just that the Discord plugin is frozen.
Oh, that's fucking weird. Hold on. It doesn't look frozen on OBS.
Well, on stream it is.
Hold on, let me do something. Ooh, let me turn it off and on again. Ooh, yeah, we'll see if that fixes it. Yeah, Ascension's mid, it's a filler arc. I don't get why it exists. Oh yeah, you kill Orcos at the end, per his own request, so that you can be freed from your bond or whatever.
Why do you request that?
'Cause he's like, listen, your fucking oath to Ares is connected to me. As long as I'm alive, your oath will be maintained.
And I guess I have to kill you. What? Oh no.
And Kratos feels kind of bad about it, because Orcos is a cool guy. Ascension was marketed as a game that tries to humanize Kratos, and like it kinda does, and that he isn't a fucking monster through all of it. Like, he tries to save the Oracle, he saves some random guy from getting killed by satyrs, and then he feels bad about killing Orcos. Because it's the earliest in the timeline, but like, that's it. And his finishing moves that he does on enemies are like more brutal than ever. Like, you fucking do open brain surgery on these fucking elephant monsters.
I love a brain.
When you kill a Medusa, you cut its head in half down the middle. When you kill a Cyclops, you like fucking cut open its chest and you can see its rib cage as its intestines fall out. Like, they made the violence even more over the top than ever. It's not this graphic in the new God of War. It has its moments, especially the werewolf finishers. Oh my god. But it doesn't seem to get quite as graphic as Ascension. Anyway, Ascension exists, I guess. Anyway, next in the timeline, the first of the PSP games, Chains of Olympus. I think this game's neat. It's alright. It's pretty short.
One day we'll get to 1.
Then we'll get to 1. This timeline is... Why did we do 2 prequel games? What the fuck?
It's kind of weird.
So over a 10-year span, Kratos serves the gods, because they're like, oh, if you will serve us, we'll forgive you of your sins or whatever. And then maybe you'll stop feeling so bad about accidentally murdering the shit out of your family.
Yeah, accidentally.
Accidentally. Even though you were intentionally murdering other innocent people, but you accidentally murdered your own family. So,
Casualties of war.
5 years into this, you're sent to the city of Attica because it's being invaded by Persians. The most interesting thing about Chains of Olympus is the presence of Persians. Because they're people that aren't from Greece. Other parts of the world exist, apparently. And the tutorial monster boss for Chains of Olympus is a basilisk, which is not a Persian monster, it is Greek. It's a big fire-spitting lizard that looks like a Dimetrodon. It's neat. It's cool. You fight it more than one time throughout the level. You can see it moving around in the background, fucking up the city as you're traveling through it. I dig it. It's neat. I'd say it's, I'd say it's a good boss. Now, the interesting thing about the basilisk is it's the only tutorial boss that isn't the first boss you kill in the game. Because in between your 2 encounters with the basilisk, you run into the Persian king, who is our first humanoid boss. His moveset's really basic. There's really not much to him. The most interesting thing about him is his magical power, which is an Ifrit, a djinn. Which is really interesting because this isn't a Greek mythological creature. That's from Arabia. That's an Arabic creature. So it's actually the first time we ever encounter something not from Greek mythology, but from someone else's mythology. And after we bash his fucking skull in with a crate of gold that he was stealing from the city, which is very satisfying, we get that Ifrit as our main magical power in the game. So we're running around a Spartan warrior in ancient Greece using a magical power from fucking Arabia. It's neat.
Nice.
I like that just for that aspect. That's one of those things where I'm like, that's pretty cool. That's a neat thing. I'll put him upper okay, because the boss itself isn't really much to remark about. He's alright, I guess. Then the rest of the game happens. Helios falls out of the sky. Morpheus tries
The
to...
rest of the
rest of the game happens. Hey, you gotta go
Yeah.
save Helios from the underworld. Morpheus is putting everyone into a deep slumber.
Wow, that's
Yeah.
so funny.
Yeah.
I might laugh that later. Hold on.
Wait.
Mark to laugh at later.
Yeah,
Yeah.
of course. We never see him, though, despite his incredible importance in the game, because probably PSP game budget. There's no boss in the middle section of the game, really. You never fight anything at the Temple of Helios. It feels like it could really use something, which means you have a lot of shit happening in the first part of the game, and then barely anything happening in the middle section. And then we get to the last part where we go to the underworld, which is presumably the first time Kratos has done that in the time. He's gonna do that many times. We run into Charon, because we need to get a boat ride to go save Helios. And Charon, who's pretty neat, I like his voice. He has this gold mask that just floats in front of his face, but it's not like perfectly moving at the same time. So whenever he moves, the mask moves a little bit after he does. I like it. It's just a detail I think is neat. And he's like, listen, I'm the ferryman of the dead. You're not dead. It's not your time yet. Fuck off. So he kills you. Kratos actually loses to Charon. He actually loses to Charon without being fucking nerfed or anything.
Hold on, does this make Charon like top of the verse?
No, because this is earlier on in the timeline when Kratos is theoretically weaker. Yes, he is strong enough to kill a... Well, the thing with the really big enemies is a lot of the time it's not just Kratos fighting them. Like, he uses the environment and stuff. So Kratos isn't necessarily stronger than the Hecatoncres, but he's able to beat the fucking Furies.
Hello.
Hello?
Hi.
Welcome back. I'm talking about Charon. You like Charon? You think he's a cool guy?
Oh, Charon's pretty cool, at least mythologically.
Yeah,
He's
certainly.
probably an arse in fucking God of War.
He's pretty... Nah, I mean, he's a bit of an asshole, but he's cool. Apparently he hates his job.
Awesome.
I mean, can you blame him?
So he kills you. And throws you into Tartarus. And you, being Kratos, just climb your way out.
Awesome.
He's literally defying the mythology.
We got a cool weapon down there called the Gauntlet of Zeus, which was apparently created as something that could even bind the Titans with how fucking strong it is, which I think explains why we're able to do something in a little bit. So we climb our way back up and we fight Charon again. And it's pretty cool. He does these big slash attacks that mostly have to block. He has like this follow-up. He'll throw his scythe. And it does 3 attacks, but then when it comes back to him, it does like 1 more attack, so there's actually 4, so you kind of have to block it a bit. He fires projectiles at you, and whenever you block and throw them back at him, so whenever you parry them, you can get some health out of it, which is very useful. And he'll like teleport around and shit, heal on top of these pillars you gotta destroy. He's pretty cool.
Damn. You know, you mentioning fucking the Ferryman of the Dead reminded me that fucking 5 days Ultra Kill Act 2 properly releases.
Oh yeah, I guess now that I'm pretty much done with the God of War games, I can focus on playing Ultra Kill, which I played like the first mission of. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Ultra
And
Kill
we'll
is
be able
just...
to fight the Ferryman of the Dead in Act 2 as like the mid-boss for Wrath.
Do you have any idea what he looks like yet, or...?
Yeah, because Hector posted like an unfinished version of that fight. Hold on, let me find it. Let me dig that up.
Ooh, let me see. Oh, listen, I love my artistic depictions of various guys that live in hell.
Like the OC's unfinished. The mechanics are probably unfinished too, I think. Yeah, he exists, I guess. Hey, actually, we'll be able to see the finished version in like 5 days. Woohoo!
Oh, that looks neat. I like that. Yes, he uses the paddle.
I always prefer depictions of Charon where he uses the paddle as the weapon.
So I was thinking about the way Charon works in my D&D setting, and I'm like, should he use the scythe? Should he use the paddle? I like both. Why not both? A scythe paddle.
Just stick a
paddle
scythe
scythe.
at the end of the paddle.
I was
like
thinking originally, what if there's like a blade coming out the edge of the paddle? But I'm like, no, that's not creative enough. So what if instead he's able to fucking call upon... He like summons up the fucking the waters of the river Acheron and uses them to form this sort of shifting scythe blade that's attached to the
cool.
side of the battle.
I thought you were gonna make like a Bloodborne trick weapon.
That would be neat.
Oh, that would have been great.
But I like magic-y guys that live in hell.
Of course. I bet you really want those after War has decided to like not use those.
Right, of course.
Oh, you'll have eye powers for like the 5th guy in the row.
I love eye powers.
So we kill Charon by taking his scythe and using it to cut him in half. Like, we throw it at the wall and fucking impale him on it. But then he's actually not dead. He pulls himself off of it. He rips his fucking body off of it, so he's just kind of like a floating torso that shoots magic at you. And then you finish him off by pulling him to the ground and just fucking beating his skull in with the Gauntlet of Zeus.
Wow.
Overall,
That's,
I'd say he's a very good boss. Maybe my favorite in the game. It's hard to say.
I mean, Challenge is always a cool guy.
Yeah, Charon's a cool dude in general. He's the ferryman of the dead. Listen, if I was looking for jobs, if I was still looking for jobs, and
that would be your number one
I'm
choice.
searching around on Indeed, and I see this job title, Ferryman of the Dead. I would definitely apply for that.
Pulling up new recruits.
I think Charon hates his job because he doesn't get any days off. He's just always being the Ferryman of the Dead.
Haha, it's like Morbius.
I mean, at the very least, anything that falls in the river belongs to him.
True, I guess.
True.
So,
I bet, like, after a hard days of work, he just checks the river, see any shinies he gets.
So, we move on to our last boss for Chains of Olympus. Persephone, the queen and goddess of the underworld. Yes, we're already fighting a god, and it's a prequel to the first game. So we get there. We've been seeing visions of our daughter Calliope, and Persephone is like, yo, if you want to be with your daughter, just give up all of your powers to this tree thing, and then you can go hang out with her in the Elysium Fields. So Kratos just does that, because he doesn't give a shit about anything else, really. He's doing all of this shit because he lost his family. So if he has the chance to just go be with his daughter, he's going to do that. So then he does. He reunites with his daughter in Elysium. And then Persephone's like, yeah, you fucking selfish idiot. I freed Atlas from Tartarus and dragged Helios down here into the underworld so that he can use the power of the sun to destroy the pillar of the world and fucking annihilate existence because I hate my husband.
Wow.
If you don't know about Greek mythology, Persephone was kidnapped by Hades and then kind of tricked into eating a pomegranate, which is a fruit of the underworld. And since she ate one of the fruits of the underworld, she is now bound to the underworld for most of the year.
Unhealthy.
Pomegranate.
No, pomegranates.
Exactly.
So, I guess in, normally people are like, well, you know, Hades and Persephone actually seem to have a nice marriage. Unlike everyone in Greek mythology.
I mean, in some versions of mythology, it was Zeus's idea for Hades to take her.
Yeah, exactly. And according to some people, back then, kidnapping your wife before you marry her was a time-honored tradition.
Oh, so Mario is Greek, I see.
Yeah. I feel like the Italians would be very mad about that.
Why?
Their icon is actually Greek, are you fucking kidding me? So now you're given a choice. Not really, because you have to do it. But it would be interesting if you actually had the choice. Either you hang out with your daughter until the end of all existence in like 10 minutes, or you abandon your daughter forever so that you can go save the world so she can continue existing in the afterlife.
I'd say
Doesn't really seem like a very hard choice.
No! Well...
Of course, it's it's difficult in the moment.
It's difficult in the moment because what Kratos has to do is he has to push himself away from his daughter. And we start off the fight with mash circle to abandon your child. You are not given this text, but normally, whenever Kratos has to do something really difficult, you have to fucking mash circle. You fucking killing a
Mash
Minotaur,
circles to get
you're
the milk.
opening a door, something like that. He has to fully exert his strength to push his daughter away from him so that he can leave.
Tragic.
It's a very good scene. It's kind of funny when you think about it being a QT, but it makes sense when you put into perspective the usual gameplay application of it, of this is something that you have to struggle to do. So then you go, you for some reason kill the other people hanging out in Elysium to get your power back, and then you go fight Persephone, while Atlas is in the background destroying the Pillar of the World.
Yeah.
The fight itself is pretty alright. It's mostly kind of the story stuff with that makes it really good. You end up chaining Atlas to the world. So in Greek mythology, Atlas holds up the sky. In God of War, Atlas is literally holding up the world. And Kratos is the one responsible for forcing him to do that.
Yeah, just another day for Kratos.
Exactly. You end up killing Persephone by just punching her really hard with the Gauntlet of Zeus. It's a little bit anticlimactic in that respect. But I think more so the story aspects surrounding this fight are what make it really good.
Never would I have thought I'd respect a woman beater so much.
So,
God.
yeah, I think the story stuff puts it over Charon, who's a guy you just kind of run into. And it's like, hey, Charon, you're cool, I guess.
Hey, Charon, we're gonna have to kill you
Hey,
now.
Charon, what's up? I'm gonna fucking kill you. Alright, so yeah, now Charon's dead. I have no idea who's ferrying the dead anymore. Maybe Hermes?
I am.
Yeah, I installed autopilot.
We've killed the Underworld's middle management. And one of the people in charge. This is where we start to get into the
The
fun.
bad thing is, Charon's usually chill. You could just give him one of his coins and he'll just not mind.
But, it's true. That's established, I think. Kratos doesn't like giving people shit to, let him go places. No, I will not give you 2 coins for passage. I'm going to beat you to death. The boat does move on its own, even without Charon. I have no idea how, but it does. So I guess that could still be happening.
His sentience got stuck to the boat.
This
He's
is where we get
cursed
into
it.
kind of some of the fun parts of God of War, is we're just kind of fucking killing all of the people that manage things in Greek mythology. So then there's just no one managing various functions of the universe.
I think the best
Blowing
part
up an office building.
The best parts were in God of War 3, where you
Oh,
really
we'll get into God of War 3. We'll get into God of War 3. So now we finally made it to God of War 1. The first boss is a Hydra. You fight it in the Aegean Sea. This is a classic. It's literally the first God of War boss. It's the first big spectacle boss. You fight some of
You
its
don't even
heads.
fight your first enemies first. You go straight to the Hydra.
Oh, that's true, yeah. Its head fucking snaking its way into your boat. It's big.
Ta-da.
It's cool. The mechanics are neat. I would
Iconic.
say the Hydra is... Would I say it's amazing or fantastic? I'd say it's amazing.
It's amazing seeing as how it's God of War 1. It was the very first thing to establish it.
That's true.
And the way Kratos kills it is,
Yeah, he
wow.
fucking impales its head on the ship mast. It's pretty great. So, yeah, we go to Athens because Athens is getting attacked by Ares. And we fight Medusa, the Medusa. She's really easy. She's basically just a normal Gorgon enemy. Blah. Yeah, I was wondering why the fuck she was there. Like, when I originally fought her, I'm like, why? Like, you walk into a doorway, and Aphrodite's head shows up, and she's like, oh, Kratos, you want a cool magic power? Kill Medusa, she's right there. So then you do. And I was wondering, why the fuck is Medusa just here? Then I remembered, it's Athens, the city of Athena. Who was the one that turned Medusa into a Gorgon? It was Athena. Because of victim blaming. Literal victim blaming.
Gotta love it.
Gotta love the gods.
Sounds like victim blaming to me, Neil.
You know, well, what happened was, Medusa was a maiden of Athena in her temple, and then Poseidon just rolled up and was like, "Wow, you're very attractive. I'm going to sex you without consent."
Welcome to Greek mythology.
And the
Just another
response to
day.
that was Athena being, "You fucking bitch, having sex in my temple? Clearly this is
And
because
not
you're
with
too...
me?
Clearly it's because you're too attractive. So I'm going to turn you into someone that turns people to stone whenever they look at your face."
The backwards logic in that.
Gotta love Greek mythology. Well, I do love Greek mythology. I love the gods being fucking terrible.
I mean, if we're going off Greek mythology, I still find the conception of Dionysus to be hilarious.
How was he conceived again?
So originally, he was the god of the underworld,
Oh, interesting.
but people wanted a deity, basically, to excuse their reason to partying at night. So they just made him into a god of drunkards and that.
That's hilarious.
Forgive me, for I have sinned.
So,
Up late at the bender.
the Oracle of Athens, because apparently every major city has an oracle, I guess. Do you guys have any funny person that's like a staple of your city? Like a local crackhead or something?
Let's see,
I can just
historically,
walk down the street and there's always a crackhead.
It's like one guy.
I mean, no, that'd be doxing myself.
Do you
Why
have
not?
a local crackhead?
I'm gonna dox myself for the answer to that.
Oh no.
let's see. I mean, like, I guess, no. Nobody here is really notable, except for one guy's uncle, but that's it.
So you got that one guy's uncle. Well, apparently in ancient Greece, every city had a fucking lady that was like, "Oh, I can see the future."
Wow, does she have a fucking sports center named after her?
No. So she's like, "Oh, you gotta go through the Desert of Lost Souls to the Temple of Pandora on Kronos' back, because I guess he's there for some reason carrying the Temple of Pandora on his back. I don't know why."
Hey, you can carry what he wants. Hard to
So
carry.
then we go and spend 60% of the game in Pandora's Temple. I don't care much for it.
It's the worst sequence.
Yeah, and it's 60% of the game. For me, the worst thing about Pandora's Temple is that the visuals are just so bland. It's this fucking yellowish beige color for 60% of the game. Yeah, Athena also turned Arachne into a spider because she was better than her at weaving or something, I don't know. Athena's kind of a
Look.
bitch.
Athena's done a lot of fucked up things. Here's one thing I've learned from
Oh,
Faye,
right, I
which-
should mention that in this game, Athena is the goddess who's basically fucking guiding us through everything and is the tutorial voice for us.
Yeah.
Cause
Athena
Kratos is
sucks.
destroying, or not Kratos, Ares is destroying her city.
I could go on about how she sucks so badly.
So anyway, like 2/3 of the way through the game, we encounter our next boss, Pandora's Guardian, which is a giant cyborg minotaur.
Yo, that's cool.
That's
It is
pretty
cool.
metal.
It's a giant fucking steampunk cyborg minotaur. It's covered in armor. You have to do damage to it to like overheat the armor or something, and then you do a really obnoxious QTE because in the first 2 games the QTEs have no fucking slowdown and go really fast, so you just miss them really easily. Like it'll pop up and you have half a second to do the prompt. So that was annoying, but I'll attribute that to just me being kind of shit.
Get good skill
Yeah,
issue.
because when I did get good, I was able to do it with relative ease. You break its armor, and eventually reveal... Well, actually, you start majorly breaking its armor, because for some reason, this room has a cannon that fires giant tree trunks. Like, we
Oh,
just
so
have
you're
big
like-
sharpened logs that get fired out of this fucking platform for some reason. You use that to, like, do major damage to its armor. And eventually the armor breaks, revealing this fucking flesh minotaur thing. It has like no skin or anything. It's got like a bull skull. It's really cool. I really like it. And you finish it off by shooting one of those fucking logs and nailing it to the other wall of the room.
Lovely.
Holy.
I quite like this boss, all things considered. So anyway, we go the rest of the way through Pandora's Temple. We go through the Cliffs of Madness. And eventually we get Pandora's Box, which Ares is aware of somehow, so he picks up a fucking pillar and chucks it halfway across the continent to impale you against a wall.
As you do.
Well done,
That's
Ares.
a lot.
Well, because he's a god, so he can just kind of do that. Oh, I should mention he's like 300 feet tall, because he's a god. And he can just
Oh,
be
of
big if he
course.
wants to.
If he wants. He's earned it.
So you go to the underworld. But you're like, fuck that. I still need to get revenge on Ares. So then you just climb your way out of the underworld. And I mean literally climb.
Kratos goes for hell a lot.
Whoever made the path of Hades, I hate you.
That's
Personally.
a
Yeah,
very
right.
strong word, wow.
So then you break your way out, and you get Pandora's box again, you open it, and you get really big as well to fight Ares. So,
yeah.
a
The
bit of
box is
a
tight.
plot hole is that...
Actually, it's pronounced plothole.
Oh,
you
my
know, 'cause
apologies, a
there's
plot
H sound.
hole. You needed to get Pandora's box, because Pandora's box contains the power to kill a god. It's the only way a mortal can kill a god. You know, that thing you did 5 years prior with Persephone already.
Yeah, of course.
Who cares about her anyway? She's just a god of life.
My only explanation for that is, well, the Gauntlet of Zeus is a fucking god weapon created for Zeus. That's powerful enough to kill a god.
That's a pretty good explanation.
Yeah, and Athena and Helios take their fucking god relics back from you at the end of the game anyway when you're unconscious, because they're like, no, he can't have this. He doesn't have it at the start of 1. Chains of Olympus came out after God of War 2, so yeah, it's a
Yes.
real prequel. So, we're here at the Ares fight. It's the final boss of the first game. First, you fight him really big. It's just you with all of your shit, but you're both really big, fighting each other in the fucking Gulf. Like you're fighting each other in the ocean. It's really cool.
It's nice and cinematic.
Yeah, then Ares does some shit where he like sucks you into a portal, and you are given this hallucination where you're back at the temple where your family was, and you have to defend them from an army of yourself. So you're fighting
Weird,
like
the
wave
Kratos.
after wave of Kratoses, trying to protect your family from yourself. And you are able to hug your family to transfer your health to them to keep them alive.
Well, that's cool. I like that.
It is really
That's
cool.
a cool mechanic.
You eventually defeat all of them, and Kratos is like, fuck you, Ares. See, I've saved them. And Ares is like, no, you didn't, you fucking idiot. This is an illusion.
Kratos left.
You fucking gave up your family in pursuit of ultimate power. That's the price you pay for what I give you. So then the Blades of Chaos are ripped from your arms and magically tossed to go kill your family anyway.
Awesome.
And then you're back in the real world, where Ares is going to kill you, but then you notice there's a statue of Athena, like right next to the arena, that has a bridge on it. The bridge is a sword.
Oh.
So you pick up, you rip this fucking sword bridge off of the statue, and you use it to fight Ares. And it's neat.
Yeah, that's
And
kinda-
then the mechanic here is kind of like a
Makes sense.
health bar tug of war, in which you both have a shared health bar, and whenever you do damage to your opponent, the health that they lose is given to you. So when you attack Ares, you get health. When he hits you, he gets health. The ultimate goal is to have all of the health.
was a big DPS check.
Well, not really, because they just give you this weapon. Now you just have to fight them with the bridge sword, which is like kind of like because now I'm not really using all the shit that I've been getting, but that's more what the first phase is for. Maybe if they swap that around or something, I don't know.
At
It's
least
still
it's
cool.
like a battle of momentum. The more health you take, the more likely you're gonna win.
So eventually, you defeat Ares, you bring him to his knees, and Ares, being defeated, is like, oh, Kratos, come on,
I was kidding.
Listen,
No, it's
Kratos, my guy, my
a
buddy,
complex prank.
I was just trying to make you a great warrior, and Kratos
Yeah.
gives the best response ever to that. You succeeded. And then fucking impales him with the sword. And kills Ares.
Doesn't Ares have like spider legs during
Yeah,
this
he
whole...
had some big fucking spider leg things that pop out of his back at the start of the fight, and he uses those for a lot. I have no fucking idea why he has those.
Fun.
So yeah, you kill Ares. And then you try to kill yourself afterwards because Athena's like, oh yeah, you did it, you killed Ares, your sins are forgiven. We didn't say anything about those memories of yours, though. This is where we get more into a bit of a pattern of the gods fucking Kratos over.
Lol, thanks God.
Well, it's kind of what happened with Chains of Olympus was he had a chance to reunite with his daughter, and then one of the gods didn't let him do that.
Why
You know, they
not?
could have just gave him what he wanted, and none of this.
You know,
would
they
have
could have. You know, if they were fucking intelligent. I'm pretty sure one of the rivers of the underworld is able to erase your memories. But apparently that doesn't exist in this universe. I don't know.
happened.
Kratos,
They're
go
hubris.
there.
And Kratos tries to kill himself because he's like, well, fuck. My nightmares aren't going away. The gods have abandoned me. There's no hope. So he just flings himself from the fucking cliffs overlooking where he fought Ares.
Oh, that's where the funny clip comes from.
Right. But then Athena's like, no. We can't let someone who did such a great service to us take his own life. You know, now that Ares is dead, we kind of have an open seat on Olympus for the god of war.
How
We
would you
need
like
a
to be
new
the title
one.
of the game?
How would you like to become title drops credit rolls?
How would you like to become John Title?
How would you like to be? So Kratos becomes the new god of war.
Wow, Kratos gets the Dark Soul? Wow.
Yeah, exactly. So Ares, I would say, in
Slave
terms
Knight
of
Kratos.
as a boss and as a final boss, is really very good. I would
all
say
very
he's
thematic,
fantastic,
it's nice.
probably at least from like a story perspective. Ooh, and mechanics. I would probably put him over Hecatoncres, but I don't know if I'd put him over Pollux and Castor. So yeah, that happens, and then immediately after that we get into the second PSP game, Ghost of Sparta.
Oh, this one's good.
This game has a really good story, actually.
That?
So Kratos, still haunted by nightmares of killing his family, but then he gets dreams of other shit. Involving, you know,
Other
his
shit?
biological family that he grew up with. As in his mom and his brother. We have no idea who his dad is at this point.
That's John Father, don't worry about it.
So, he, basically being the new god of war, he's worshipped as a literal god by his entire city-state. He goes with some Spartans, and they sail off to Atlantis.
Oh, great, yeah, I love Atlantis. I love going to Atlanta.
Because apparently he has to go to the Temple of Poseidon to find out some shit about his visions or whatever. And along the way there, they get interrupted by another sea monster, Scylla, who I believe is in the Odyssey. Let me check, because I know Scylla's part of like a sea monster duo. Yeah, and Charybdis. Oh my god, what a terrible name.
That's me.
Yeah, I believe they appear in the Odyssey.
Something.
Fucking mini pants.
Was a monster that lived on one side of a narrow channel of water opposite its counterpart Charybdis. The two sides of the strait were within an arrow's range of each other, so close that sailors attempting to avoid Charybdis would pass too close to Scylla and vice versa. was a monster with 6 long necks equipped with grisly heads, each of which contained 3 rows of sharp teeth. Her body consisted of 12 tentacle-like legs and a cat's tail, and 4 to 6
Huh.
dog heads ringing her waist.
That's excessive.
What the hell?
Odysseus and his crew met with the beast in the Odyssey. And in the game, she's kind of like a big fish monster that has tentacles coming out of her chest.
Fish. Little fish from San Diego.
Honestly, not a very good boss.
It's not as good as the Hydra, but they're
No.
trying to replicate the same
Like,
thing.
you get to land, you kind of smack Scylla a bit as she throws these little crab monsters on you. You do like a QTE and then she leaves, and that's pretty much the boss fight. Like,
and
there's
then she,
nothing
like,
to it.
comes back.
Then you finish it off with some QTEs later as you're going through the volcano, and you fucking impale her head on a drill or something. But like the actual boss, there's like not really anything there. So it'll go in bleh. As much as I wanted to really like Scylla, there's just not really anything there. It's very unfortunate. Next, Kratos arrives at the Temple of Poseidon. He is shown visions of his past and is led to his mom, who's sick and dying, and tells him that his brother
Oh.
Deimos is still alive, and mentions something
Why?
about how Kratos' father told her not to mention anything about Deimos. And when she tries to tell Kratos who his dad is, she turns into a big monster thing, because she's cursed to not tell him. So then you have to fight your mom.
I don't know, it's maybe like the father's implied somewhere.
We already know by this point, but we'll get into it with God of War 2.
But
So the fight itself is really basic. It's basically just a big monster fight. He's kind of similar to what you get when you fight the Cyclopses. Though I do like, there are some attacks that you actually want to get hit by. She occasionally does like this tackle thing and slams Kratos into a wall. And that gives you a chance to do like a little QT minigame thing, which you can get big damage from. So actually you kind of want to take those, which works, because then, you know, getting like smashed up against the wall and stuff makes the fight a bit more cinematic. And at the end of it, you kill your own mom.
oh,
And as you
Hold
can
on.
imagine, Kratos is very mad about this. Not to mention the... Yeah, this is kind of due to God shenanigans, him having to kill his own mom and stuff.
again?
Yeah.
As you do.
So, out of spite, kind of, he goes and frees the Titan Thera, who's imprisoned within the volcano that Atlantis is kind of built right next to. And the volcano ends up erupting and sinks
Whoopsies.
Atlantis. So he kind of sinks Atlantis out of
Whoopsies.
spite. Alright, I
Expected.
should put Callisto... she's good, I guess. Just lower good. She's a decent boss. So yeah, that happens. And then you gotta go back to Sparta, because you want to figure out where Deimos is. And along the way, as you travel through the mountains, you run into Erinis, the daughter of Thanatos, who is an OC. She's an original character. She doesn't actually exist in mythology. The Erinis are another name for the Furies. But Ascension wasn't out yet at this point, so maybe they could have implied that she was one of the Furies or something. Her boss fight's kind of neat. It's interesting. A humanoid enemy, so naturally the combat's pretty solid. I believe you're able to deflect attacks back at her to get health back, which is always a fun mechanic. I always like that. Then, phase 2, she turns into this giant bird thing that you have to fucking grapple onto with your blades as she, like, flies through the mountain pass, and you have to, like, avoid smashing into shit and run on walls. Then she flies up high into the sky and then dive bombs, and you have to follow after her and latch back onto her. Eventually, you crash into the ground, well, you kill her. You chop one of her arms off and then you stab her through the back. It's alright. I think it's a decent fight. It's pretty cool. I should mention, Why is the daughter of Thanatos here? Well, apparently Deimos is in the possession of Thanatos for some reason. He's just the guy that they have imprisoning him. So,
The guy?
yeah, I don't know why they
What
have
the
Thanatos doing that, but they do. You go back to Sparta, which is neat. You find out that Deimos was kidnapped when you were children, when Sparta was attacked. By whom? Ares and Athena. And they kidnapped Deimos. Why would they do that? Well, it's because apparently there was some kind of prophecy that a marked warrior would bring about the destruction of Olympus, and it just so happens that Deimos has these birthmarks on him. So they're like, that must be the one. Gotta go kidnap that guy. And when Kratos tries to save his brother, Ares punches him in the head, and that's why he has a scar over his right eye. But then in honor of his brother, who he thinks is dead, Kratos gets those red tattoos on his body. So now he is a marked warrior.
Oh, self-fulfilling prophecies.
Oh, my
favorite.
self-fulfilling prophecies. While you're
The more
going
you
through the
more they try to change, the more it happens.
while you're going through Sparta, you go into this prison. Some dude lets out this big lion called the Piraeus lion. I have no idea what sort of mythological significance this might have, if there is any. Oh, it's a lion statue located in Piraeus, the ancient harbor of Athens. Well, that's a thing, I guess. Okay. It's basically a reskin Cerberus. Nothing to really say. So you get some cool weapons. You end up traveling to Death's Domain, which also doesn't exist in Greek mythology. It's just the demi-plane that Thanatos hangs out on. You go through there, and eventually you find Deimos, who is imprisoned, and he's really pissed and mildly insane because he's been imprisoned for like 20 years and has probably been getting tortured and shit. You fight him a bit. And then Thanatos swoops in and snatches him away. It's okay, I guess. It's basically just a humanoid enemy fight. And then we're at our final boss, Thanatos, who you actually fight on the cliffs where Kratos had tried to kill himself previously.
Oh, that's neat.
So Thanatos says some shit about, Kratos, you're dealing with bullshit you don't have any knowledge of. It's simply fate for various things to happen. And you just gotta deal with that.
No.
Kratos is like, no one decides my fate for me, and he's like, no, actually, the gods do decide that, and then the Sisters of Fate make it so. However, he says this in the most garbled, gravelly voice you have ever heard. He literally sounds like he's choking on marbles. You can go look up God of War Thanatos, and his voice is like so over the top, fucking gravelly.
Oh, damn, he's ugly.
Yeah, he is. I don't think God of War gets the most creative with its god designs, at least in the Greek trilogy. Like, they're neat, but they're not particularly creative. And a lot of them are not the most faithful to the mythology. Like, the Hades one is cool, but my god, is it a terrible Hades design.
Yeah, exactly. It's like more so just their own depiction
He's
of it.
Satan! Because he rules the underworld, so he's the devil.
Wow. Despite the fact that Hades was like probably the best god.
So the fight with Thanatos, it's pretty standard stuff. You fight him as a humanoid guy, then he turns into a big monster, and then he kind of swaps between the two a bit. But the interesting part here is that you fight him with Deimos. So you are fighting with an ally, which never happened in any of these other games prior to God of War 4. So you and your brother are fighting together against Thanatos. You got a button prompt for making him throw his spear. He can save you from getting grappled by Thanatos. When he gets into a grapple with Thanatos, you run over and save him and shit. It's cool.
Does sound so.
And then he gets killed by Thanatos' big monster form.
Sag.
Thanks, gods. So then Kratos gets like infinite rage meter, and then fucking beats the ever-loving shit out of Thanatos. I believe he finishes him off by literally ripping open his ribs and stabbing him in the heart. It's cool. Thanatos is pretty good. He's a pretty good boss. It's mostly because Deimos is there, but it was an interesting little change up to the formula. And the game ends off with Athena showing up and being like, Kratos! Congratulations, you've severed all of your ties to the mortal world. Now you can become a god for real.
Just
And
more Athena being a bitch.
You know, in that we intended for the rest of your family to die, so that you can be a god now. Of course, we didn't tell you about any of this.
Why would we? Then you'd say no.
Right.
And is Kratos happy about this?
Of course not.
No.
He's thrilled. He's so honored to be a god.
So he's like, yeah, fuck, the gods of Olympus are gonna pay
Wow,
for
he's
this.
so happy.
So then,
He's filled with joy.
13 years pass of Kratos being the god of war.
13. Wow.
Oh, Jesus.
I knew you were gonna say it.
And now we get to
Tease
God
me.
of War 2. What has Kratos been doing as the god of war for 13 years? Well, he and the Spartans have just been fucking rampaging all over Greece. Like, they have just been absolutely fucking ruining everything. Kratos is doing what Ares was doing before. He turns into a big giant guy and attacks Rhodes.
That's a bit mean.
Yeah. This is when Zeus decides to step in, because Kratos is being an asshole. Not really. He's more so just lashing out at everything because, well, the gods...
Oh, being an asshole.
He's being an asshole, but the gods didn't help him with any of his shit, and then they were like, yeah, we're gonna make the rest of your family die through various means.
As you do.
So Zeus flies down as an eagle, as Zeus does. He sucks up a bunch of Kratos' power and puts it into the Colossus of Rhodes. Are you familiar with one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world?
I don't believe so.
So the city of Rhodes had a giant fucking colossal statue in its harbor, which was an
Right.
incredibly impressive architectural feat for a civilization that was around like over 2,000 years ago. So Zeus puts Kratos' power into it, and it becomes animated, which means you're now fighting the Colossus of Rhodes, which is like a 500-foot tall giant bronze statue that chases you around the city.
And now it's basically a robot.
Right, so you get shrunk down to human size, you fight some enemies, you fight the Colossus of Rhodes outside, you use a ballista to shoot yourself onto its face and stab out one of its eyes, and in the process you get flung like literally across the entire city, like to the other side of the harbor. You go through the level, then he suddenly smashes his foot through a wall to try and step on you, you push him off, then you get up outside, you fight him again, you get his arms stuck in these big gears, you eventually manage to blow off one of his hands, and then you get flung back to the other side of the city again. Then, in our final encounter with the Colossus, Zeus speaks to you from the heavens and is like, Yo, Kratos! You want to defeat this Colossus? Here is this thing that we made up for this game, the Blade of Olympus, the weapon used to end the Great War with the Titans. Just drain all of your godly power into it, and then you'll be able to defeat the Colossus.
Of
I won't
course, it's
deny
my
the,
God, it's
the blade.
that easy.
The blade of Olympus is pretty cool, though.
It is very fucking cool. It has a great design. If you look at the Blade of Olympus, it looks fucking great.
Let's see, Blade of Olympus.
Damn.
Wow.
Got him.
There's no Moonlight Greatsword.
That's
Like,
fair.
that's like... I've been seeing that in other sword matches.
That's fair. So you use the Blade of Olympus to blow a hole in the Colossus's body, and then you go inside of it and destroy its infrastructure from the inside to destroy it.
Kratos kind of has a thing of going inside things to beat them from the inside out.
And that's
Oh,
our
God.
tutorial boss for God of War 2, one of the
Oh, fuck
7
off.
wonders of the ancient world.
Wow.
It's pretty fantastic. What can I say?
Tops the Hydra.
Yeah, most certainly. Yeah, I'll put it... No, you know what? I'll put it above Hecatonchires. There's a lot more going on with just than with Hecatonchires. So then, as the Colossus is falling, its hand smashes you, and you're like, damn, I'm fucking mortally injured by that. Holy shit, I drained all my god power into the sword. So a giant fucking statue smashing me with its hand is killing me. I gotta go get my sword back. And that's when Zeus pops up. And he's like, yo, Kratos, you've been kind of doing some shit that I don't like. Could you stop that? No.
Stop it.
Okay, so then he kills you. And then uses the power of the blade to annihilate your entire army in Rhodes. And then you go to the underworld again. But then you are awoken by someone. It's Gaia, who's like, yo, Kratos,
Get out of here.
get out of here so you can go defeat Zeus. I mean, help us defeat Zeus, because we're Titans, and we don't like Zeus. You can go to the Island of Creation where the Sisters of Fate live, and you can go back in time to when Zeus betrayed you and just kind of stop him from doing that. Or just fight him there. You don't really stop him from betraying you, but you just fight him in that moment. But we get to that later, because he's the last boss of the game. So we climb out of the underworld, as we always do. We hitch a ride on Pegasus. We stop by some mountain that Typhon's in for some reason. He's not really Typhon, he's a Titan. But Typhon's not supposed to be a Titan, he's the father of all monsters. We kill Prometheus per his own request, because Prometheus has been suffering for a fucking eternity to get our Rage of the Titans power up. And then we fly off to the Island of Creation with the Steeds of Time, which are gigantic fucking horse statues that were a gift from Kronos, so that the Fates would let him win his war with Zeus, and they were like, ha ha ha, no. And atop the Steeds of Time, we encounter our next boss. There's actually... this list doesn't include a few quote-unquote bosses. Apparently the Dark Rider in the Pegasus section is a boss. Doesn't really feel like one. Apparently the Feral Cerberus is a boss. Doesn't really feel like one. Then again, the Mole Cerberus is still on here, but, you know. Our next real boss is Theseus. Are any of you familiar with Theseus?
I know his ship.
I know his name.
Theseus is the guy that went into the labyrinth and killed the Minotaur. He's the hero of Athens.
Oh, that bozo.
Right!
Oh, that guy.
And for some reason, he's here guarding the Steeds of Time. I don't know why. Even Kratos is like, why the fuck are you here? You are like the last person on Earth I would expect to be here. Why is he here? Well, because in the first game, we don't really kill any mythological figures other than Ares. Like, we kill a Hydra and a big Minotaur thing. Oh, and I guess we kill Medusa, too. But then we fight, like, 100 Gorgons, so it doesn't really matter much.
Extinguish the entire bloodline.
Right. So in God of War 2, they were like, what if we had all of the mythological figures? You know all those famous demigod guys and heroes that everyone really likes? Well, we're gonna put a bunch of them in here. So we fight Theseus. He's cool, I guess. You mostly fight him on his own, but then he starts summoning up Minotaurs that you fight to get back health and mana points, which is neat. I like that Theseus is calling upon Minotaurs for help. Eventually, you stab him into a door with his own weapon, and you take his key thing that you need for unlocking the steeds, and he tries to stop you, and you finish him off by smashing his head in the door. Like, just repeatedly smashing the door into his skull. Until I think you open the doors the other way the axle is supposed to... Like, I think they open outwards, and you end up pushing them inwards, bashing Theseus' skull in. He's pretty good. I like him. I'd probably put him around there. Then, we have the steeds move, which is really cool, and they take us to the Island of Creation, for real. And while we're around there, we run into a familiar face. It's the barbarian king, Alric, who looks like a zombie. because apparently after we decapitated him, at some point, he also climbed his way out of the underworld.
Good
Somehow.
job.
Probably using the holes you left.
And he wants to come here so he can go to the Sisters of Fate and change the past so that he doesn't get killed by Kratos. So it's like a grudge match against that guy who is sort of the reason everything bad has happened to you. And it's pretty alright. It's a pretty decent fight.
It's alright.
Just a what?
The actual mechanics of the fight are pretty decent. I think it's a fairly standard, big humanoid boss fight. You get the return of the ship captain from the first game as a soul from the underworld, which is funny. He has appeared in, like, every game. He is just the meme. He even gets a reference again in God of War 4. Yeah. He's decent. I don't have too much to say about him.
Yeah, they're mid. They're just.
They're there. Next is a boss that's not really a boss. It's Riskin Cerberus. It's the Mole Cerberus. The only thing significant about it is that it fucking killed Jason of the Argonauts, who are here on the island for some reason, and fucking eats the golden fleece, so you have to kill it to rip the fleece out of its mouth. And you use that to deflect projectiles and get into the Temple of Euryale. It's... blah, again. Then we get to Euryale, who's one of the sisters of Medusa. She's unique in that she's fat. But much better and more mechanically interesting than actual Medusa. Like, yeah, she climbs onto these pillars you have to rip her off of, and you have the pillars fall down on top of her. It's kind of like an actual boss or something.
The gaff.
I would say she's pretty good. Pretty good. After that, a little ways, we run into another guy from Greek mythology, Perseus. Are you guys familiar with the classic Clash of the Titans?
Yeah,
No.
So, in Greek mythology, Perseus is the guy that kills Medusa.
Oh, that guy, right.
With the mirror shield and shit.
He's got a mirror shield. He's got a helmet that makes him invisible. He uses a sling. I don't remember what he uses the sling for in Greek mythology. He is such a fucking... oh my god, he is so over the top in his dialogue. Like, if you go and look him up, he's so fucking obnoxious.
Makes sense.
He's here to save his beloved from the underworld or something. He wants to change fate. He wants to stop them from dying in the past or something.
Okay,
And for some reason decides, oh, if Kratos is here, that means I have to kill him in order to get audience with the Fates. So we beat the ever-loving fuck out of him and smash him through a wall and impale him on a hook thing.
Ouch. That hurts.
Yeah, and then we get his shield to use in the puzzle that's in the room right outside.
Wicked.
I need to kill the significant mythological figure so I can use his item in a puzzle.
A singular puzzle.
Right.
Of course.
I would say he's good. He's a good boss. After that, we get into a not boss. Who is funny, though? Icarus. You've probably heard of Icarus in some respect.
This scene is iconic.
That guy would never fly anywhere near the sun.
So,
ever.
in actual myth, Icarus was a kid who flew too close to the sun with his big wax wings. In God of War, he's an old guy. Why? Probably because he's been here for like 50 fucking years or something. He's trying to fly over to get audience with the Fates, of course. But we want his wings. Because we do. And he has the same kind of realization as fucking Perseus. They're like, oh, maybe I need to kill him, and then the Fates will have audience with me. So, yes, Kizmir, I also remember the remake of Clash of the Titans. Anyway, we do a QTE kind of minigame thing where we grapple onto Icarus and are just falling down into this bottomless chasm, beating the fuck out of him until we just rip his wings off and he just falls into the abyss.
That scene where he just rips them off.
As you're doing it, he's like, wait, I was mistaken. Maybe I'm supposed to help you. And you just steal his wings. So at this point, Kratos has how many significant mythological items? Well, he took Euryale's head.
He's got the golden fleece.
He's got the golden fleece from Jason and the Argonauts, and now he has the wings of Icarus.
He also has the mirror shield.
Well, he left that for the puzzle, I think.
Damn it.
He didn't need to, though, I don't think. He could have taken it with him if he wanted to, but I digress. So you fall down to the underworld, kind of. And that's where Atlas is again. As you can imagine, Atlas is a little bit pissed about seeing you again, since you're the one that's imprisoning him here, or had imprisoned him here. But you eventually explain that you're trying to kill Zeus and helping out the Titans, so he's like, alright, I'll push you across to the other side. Alright, Icarus is bleh. But he's more entertaining than these other barely bosses. So you travel through the area. You are attempting to resurrect a phoenix so that you can ride it over to the Temple of the Fates. It's pretty cool. And eventually, you come into a dark hallway, which is now, you are set in like a 2D fighting game setup, where you're not able to like move side to side, you can only move forward and back. And you're fighting some other guy who's just a dark silhouette, because it's a dark room. The fight's really cool from like a cinematic perspective. And you can't see who they are. So you end up impaling them and fucking tackling them out the window onto the courtyard below. And it turns out this was one of, like, the only surviving Spartan from Rhodes that you told to go off to Sparta to get ready for when you came back to fight Zeus. The reason he's here is because after you left, yeah, Zeus went to Sparta and fucking leveled it. Because he's a spiteful asshole. When he killed you, he did say, everything you've ever known will suffer for your sacrilege. So he was being pretty honest about that. Which means, if we're counting now, Kratos has lost his wife, his daughter twice, his mom, his brother, and his entire home country.
Thanks, God.
And he killed his last devout follower.
Yeah. Now he's the last of the Spartans. He gets so fucking mad that when the next boss, the Kraken, shows up, he literally can't do anything. It starts fucking constricting him to death with his tentacles, and he seems to have basically given up at this point. He's like, I literally have nothing left. I've lost everything. I can't deal with this fucking bullshit anymore. I'm so done.
Makes sense.
Then Gaia has to talk to him in like an illusion as his dead wife. It's like, yo, Kratos. There's
Never
like a fucking...
give up.
Kratos, there's a war coming. We need you to win it. If you go back in time using the Fate's power, you can stop Sparta from being destroyed, and it'll be all good. And Gaia eventually talks you into fighting, and this is where we get the Kraken fight. Now, the Kraken is a creature from Scandinavian folklore. The reason this is called the Kraken is because of, once again, Clash of the Titans, in which Perseus uses the head of Medusa to petrify and kill the Kraken. I think that's a thing in actual myth, but in Greek mythology it's not called the Kraken, I believe it's called Cetus, or Ketus. But it's still a big sea monster thing. The fight itself is pretty basic. You've got to attack its tentacles so that it lifts them up off of this platform so that you can open up a vent to fly up and attack its head. You cut off some of its tentacles, and eventually you finish the thing off by extending the bridge that it's in front of. So the bridge, like, impales it through the mouth. It's quite gruesome and satisfying. Overall, I would say the Kraken is pretty good. It's a pretty solid fight. Now then, we ride the Phoenix, we arrive at the Temple of the Fates, and this is where we get our, technically, I'd say this is the real second-to-last boss. There's technically a boss after it. The Sisters of Fate, Lachesis and Atropos. You start off fighting Lachesis, who shoots a bunch of energy attacks at you, which you can deflect back at her to get health and magic back. There are these hooks around the room that you can latch up onto to avoid her big ground attacks. Like sometimes the entire ground will damage you if you stand on it, so you have to grapple up there to avoid the damage. You can also go up there to jump off and attack her when she's flying up high in the air. All in all, very solid fight. Very good. Then we get into phase 2, which is when Atropos shows up. And this is when they start talking about how, listen, we're the Sisters of Fate. We're the ones that decided everything that's happened in your life. And now that life's coming to an end. So Atropos comes up, she grabs you, and she flies into one of the mirrors in the room. Where does she take you? Oh, she takes you to the boss fight with Ares. You go back in time to the end of God of War 1, on top of the sword that you used to fight Ares in the 3rd phase. And Atropos is like, hey, remember this thing you used to kill Ares? Well, if we fucking destroy it, then you're going to die. Ares will kill you. And then he'd still be alive. So then you have to fight Atropos and some summon ads on top of the sword and prevent Atropos from breaking it. If the sword is broken, there's a unique death animation where Ares kills Kratos in the past, and present Kratos dies in like the exact same way. The shots are mirrored even though you have big Kratos in the distance. It's really cool. If you manage to beat Atropos here, you are brought back to the present, which is where we enter the final phase, in which you fight both of them at the same time, where Lachesis is pretty much doing the same stuff she was doing in the 1st phase, but occasionally Atropos is coming out of the mirrors to attack you. If you try to attack Atropos, she'll go back into the mirrors and you won't be able to do anything to her. So what you have to do is you have to beat on Lachesis until she is stunned on the ground. And then you use this item you got way earlier to slow down time enough that you can attack Atropos before she can retreat back into the mirror. And then after she does so, you break the mirror so that she can't come out of that one anymore. You do that again, then you get to the 3rd part, I guess, where you throw both of the sisters into the last remaining mirror, which is cracked, so they can't get out of it, and then you destroy the mirror that they're in, basically kicking them out of time. You erase them from existence.
You're just denying them what they existed for.
Yeah, pretty much. It's great. It's an absolutely fucking fantastic boss. I would put Lachesis above Atropos just because Lachesis on her own is more interesting, but still, fucking great. It's fantastic. Absolutely amazing. Then we have what's technically the penultimate boss, Clotho. She's not really a boss. She's more of just kind of a level. It's kind of like a puzzle that you solve. This giant, fat, many-armed, many-titted fish creature.
What a description.
It's accurate. She is a tower of flesh. And you eventually kill her by taking one of the big axe things used to sever the threads of life and stab it through her head. It's quite nice. I guess play freeze. It's just you and me, Chilled.
Damn. I guess everyone else did.
Well, Neve's fucking exhausted. She's been up for like 12 hours. No, actually, she's been up for way more than 12 fucking hours. She's been up for like at least 20 hours. So.
Jesus Christ. Get some sleep, people.
Yeah, God. We have 18 people in here again now. Hello, everyone. How are you? Tell me, everyone, since we've got a bunch of people in here now, what's your favorite God of War boss? Like from any of the games?
Zeus. Which game? Yes.
Yes. So, Clotho's alright, I guess. Not really much of a fight, but more going on than some of these other ones.
Kind of like Kronos.
Yeah. In which case, I'd say she's okay. The kill is satisfying, at least. Gotta give a mild amount of credit for that. So then we get to our final boss. Now what I'm going to do here for these repeat bosses, because we have 2 of them on here, is I'm going to place them for their initial placement, and then I will give them their updated placement when we take all of their bosses into account. So with Zeus, we fight him in God of War 2 and 3, but they only have one image here for him. So we're going to do an initial placement for 2, and then we're going to move him when we get to his fight in 3. So you fight him at the start of the game. He flies up to some mountain in the sky or some shit called the Summit of Sacrifice. You initially fight him as this big guy. What you need to do is you stun him by killing the sirens that he summons. He does this big fist attack, which gives you an opportunity to attack his hand. Do that enough times, eventually he becomes stunned, you stab him with the Blade of Olympus, and you absorb a bunch of his power, so then he shrinks down to your size. Then you guys just fight each other. Then you just have a normal fight. But, as the fight goes on, Zeus takes the Blade of Olympus from you. Then you have to fight him enough to damage him and take it back. So then you guys are basically
steals your
passing the
power.
Blade of Olympus between each other. It's really cool. Then we get to the last phase where Zeus gets big again and is like, I'm fucking sick of playing with you, Kratos. I'm done with your bullshit. And then Kratos, with a nat 20 on his performance roll, pretends to surrender. And then uses that opportunity to get the upper hand on Zeus, take the Blade of Olympus, and jam it through his gut. And like fucking back and forth like a goddamn saw. It's like he's cutting open a birthday cake. Then Athena tries to stop you, and you end up accidentally killing her instead. And that's when she reveals that Zeus is your father. And that no son should kill his father. I don't know why she says that, but okay. Well, outside of basic morals.
Seeing as how he did just kill Kratos, I think he's entitled to
I
it.
think he's a bit entitled, yeah. He has the right. He has pretty good motivation when it comes to that. Now the QTE. It's kind of a bitch, my god. Like, holy shit, do you need to move fast with this QT. Though that's kind of indicative of a lot of QTs in these first 2 games. Overall, definitely an amazing boss. Top of the amazing thus far. So, Kratos goes back in time again to get all of the Titans from the end of the Great War before they were sealed in Tartarus and brings them all to the present. And then leads the Titans in an assault on Mount Olympus. And that's where we get to the start of God of War 3. These bosses...
The most anticlimactic ending, though. Because, like, the ending of God of War 2 is such a great setup. Start of God of War 3, and immediately most of the Titans die, and only Gaia and Kronos are left.
Happens to the best. Don't forget Perseus. Don't forget my guy Perseus. The big lava guy.
True. But still, most of them just get decked.
Something that was brought up that I hadn't thought about was I saw someone complaining, I think the Titans in God of War are really underwhelming. They're so fucking weak. They get killed like almost instantly. Poseidon solos most of them. And then someone pointed out, yeah, the Olympians are stronger than the Titans. That's why they beat them. Sure, the Titans are fucking huge, but the gods are stronger. That's why it's important to note that in actual Greek mythology, the Titans were not necessarily titanic in size. They were basically just gods. They were the previous generation of gods, but still basically just gods. So, upon the back of Gaia, we get our tutorial fight. It's fucking Poseidon.
Oh, this is so iconic.
We fight the god of the seas as our tutorial boss. Now this one here is split up into 2, again, for some reason. Whatever. The first part is you fight the hippocampi, or whatever the hell they're called. They're these crab horse water monster things that are impaling Gaia. They're pretty cool. I like the visuals of them. Being on Gaia and the way she moves around makes the fight a lot more dynamic than it would be otherwise. It's pretty good. It's pretty solid. I would probably put the hippocampi on its own. Should I just put them right next to each other since they're basically the same boss?
Practically, I'd say the hippocampi is just lower than Poseidon, though.
Okay. So, after you defeat the hippocampi, you go up, you climb up to the top of Gaia's head, and that's where Poseidon reveals himself in his full form, and you realize you've just been fighting like one of the limbs of Poseidon. So you fight him atop the back of Gaia, you get his claw things off of Gaia's head, Gaia grabs him and slams him against the side of Mount Olympus, you go up to Poseidon, you smack on him, you expose the weak point on his chest, you repeat phase 1 again, except when Gaia tries to punch through Poseidon, he stops her, he grabs her arm with his limbs, so Kratos has to swing between them to free Gaia's arm. Then she punches Poseidon, and Kratos launches off of her arm with the momentum to shoot through Poseidon's giant avatar and rip him out of it. Then lands on this little platform and throws Poseidon up against the wall. This is when we get into one of the most vicious finishers in any game.
I'm pretty sure this is Kratos' most brutal kill.
Quite possibly, yes. Just straight up, Kratos beats Poseidon to death in first person. Poseidon's first person. And then you finish it off by doing the joystick press that you do to activate Spartan Rage, except you do it to gouge Poseidon's fucking eyes out and then break his neck. And then, of course, naturally, killing Poseidon causes all of Greece to be flooded as the oceans run rampant. I think it goes without saying this is a pretty fucking fantastic boss.
Yeah. Not only is it a good intro, like a very nice first boss alongside the hippopampi, but the kill just brings it up so much quality.
Yeah. In addition to that, this kind of introduces one of the big themes in God of War 3, which is consequences. For starters, everything Kratos is doing is the consequences of largely the gods' actions. But then, we get into the consequences of Kratos' actions. As a lot of the bad shit that's happened is also Kratos' fault, and the shit Kratos does has massive consequences for the rest of the world.
And just see the entire oceans flooding the rest of Greece.
I don't know why the rest of the world isn't fucking flooded. Are the oceans of Greece, like, fucking landlocked or something?
Yeah, so like the Norse mythology just have this entire border blocking it off.
In fact, hold on, I want to look this up. Where's the Aegean Sea? Brother, this is not landlocked. I have questions. My most notable question is, how the fuck is this flooded and the rest of the world is not? Are there some kind of magic barriers between regions in this universe?
Maybe
There
it
must
just
be.
lowered after time?
Nah, because then everything else would be fucking flooded. Everything else would have been annihilated.
Yep, their powers exist only in the region they belong in.
Now, we get back up, we get to Zeus. And Zeus is like, Kratos, you idiot. It's the start of the game, you can't fight me yet. Also, you're fully upgraded. So he shoots you guys with a lightning bolt and you fall down into the underworld. Third game in a row! It wouldn't be God of War if Kratos didn't get killed and sent to the underworld. So, you know, we go through the underworld, Hades is talking shit to us the whole time. We have, like, 1 or 2 conversations with Pandora. We encounter Athena, who is a ghost higher level being now for some fucking reason.
Can't have a goddamn God of War game without Athena in it.
Right, of course. There is not really any good explanation for this, nor is there really a good one for her change in motivations now being like, oh yeah, you should kill Zeus. As long as Zeus lives, there's no hope for humanity. There's definitely hope for humanity now that you're fucking wiping them off the face of the earth every time you kill an Olympian. Anyway, we end up fighting Hades, who's pretty pissed. You killed his wife, you killed his... He doesn't mention Ares, which is kind of funny.
Who
Oh,
cares?
you killed my niece, you killed my brother, you killed my wife. Never mentions his nephew.
He was a bit of a dick anyway.
He was a bit of a dick. I also helped you with that, so I don't feel bad about it. Of course, I say it like this, but it's in Clancy Brown's voice, because they got fucking Clancy Brown to voice Hades.
I think the best part about Hades as a boss fight is he uses chain blades like Kratos.
Yes, the claws of Hades are so fucking cool. I'm so sad they're not a real mythological thing, because they only exist in God of War. But the soul-rending claws on chains are sick as fuck. They're so cool. Now, Hades is fantastic. He's fucking great. The reason for that, mostly, you just fight him. There's not really much in the way of bullshit gimmicks to it. You fight him, he does some magical attacks, he does some stuff that you have to jump around the arena for. You end up doing a tug of war over the river Styx to see who gets dragged in. You steal Hades' claws from him. He emerges from the river, gigantic, his helmet fallen off, his head incredibly... Oh, and we reconnected! Oh, that's awkward. Anyway, Olympia's nice. I hope it doesn't do that again, that'd be fucking annoying. He's busy fighting Perseus, who's like the last remaining Titan, I think.
I think, besides like Gaia and
Who
yeah.
we think is dead by now, because we cut her hand off and she fucking fell off into... And then we find out if it fucking works this time.
Hopefully
Oh, I think it maybe is. Oh, it seems it
Oh.
is. You guys just missed the funniest fucking outburst of mine ever.
OBS was being a piece of shit.
Yeah,
Simple.
it's fucking buffering again a little bit. But it says it has excellent connection. We'll just have to wait a bit. This happened earlier and then it eventually just smoothed out.
Fixed itself.
Yeah. So anyway, we run into Helios fighting Perseus. We shoot Helios' chariot, so then he gets caught in Perseus' hand and gets fucking crushed. So when we get to him, his legs are all mangled and shit. He's talking about how, oh, hey, I remember how you saved me in that PSP game that came out 2 years ago. You may not have played it, so you might not know what the fuck I'm talking about. So then, for not really any good reason, Kratos decides to kill Helios.
It's just Kratos being angry for the sake of it.
Yeah, and he decides to do that by ripping his head off. Now,
I like
in the earlier games, Kratos has ripped enemies' heads off. He does it on the regular. But this is back during the PS2 era, when things were a lot more low detail in terms of the graphics. And it was usually really quick, just doing it to like random enemies. So it was basically you grab them and the head detaches from the model. With Helios, you see his flesh tearing as you rip his head from his body.
all of this while Helios is trying to flashbang Kratos.
Right. His head is... He is not decapitated. His head is not cut off. It is ripped off, as in it is slow, meaning he would feel his flesh and tendons tear as his vertebrae separate. It's incredibly horrifying.
Ugh.
However, it's not really a boss. So we put
It's more
it...
like just... If we're giving it a ranking of pure execution, it's fantastic, but it's not a boss.
Right, so it's the highest of bleh. So then the sun is gone. The sky is covered in storms. So now the earth, the Greece, consumed by the ocean, the souls of the dead are unleashed, and now the sun is gone. And it's fucking raining, so now the ocean levels are going to be rising even higher than they already had.
Up next will be Hermes.
Right. Alright, and you know, since the sun's gone, the fucking plant life is screwed. Not to mention it'll fucking drown from being overwatered. So then we run into Hermes. He's an annoying little bastard.
Great.
We don't really fight him so much as we chase him around Olympus, which is a pretty fun segment. Then you actually do kind of fight him, but it's really just you smacking him as he runs around and occasionally literally slaps you. When that's over, we decide, Hermes, you're a dick, and I like your shoes. I'm gonna steal your foams. We cut his fucking legs off, and he dies.
The The worst part is he
When
takes off one leg
he
and he
takes
just
off-
squirms about.
He takes off one leg and then Hermes tries to crawl away from Kratos. As Kratos is pursuing him like a fucking serial killer, like a slasher movie monster. This is one of the most psychotic things Kratos has ever done. Back in Ghost of Sparta, Midas shows up for some reason, and we use him to turn a lava river into gold so that we can pass over it. We literally beat on him and drag him as he struggles and screams to the lava river and then fucking throw him into it. It's incredibly fucked up. So, we kill Hermes, and for some reason, this unleashes a fucking plague of insects.
I assume it's because he's also like a god of medicine and shit.
I don't think he actually was, but his caduceus or whatever is associated with medicine.
Yes, so it's a good enough reason.
Also, I assume it's bugs because he's annoying. He's okay. I'd say he's an okay boss. Now then, back to quality. Hercules, who should be called Heracles. But I digress. This is mostly another case of just, you fight him. There are some enemies, but his attacks I do believe blow them away. And he's not really too hard to manage while fighting other enemies, because he's just like a big enemy. But eventually, he just makes them all fuck off. You destroy his armor by pushing him into these thorn walls, and then eventually steal the Nemean Cestus, which you used to fight him, and then that last phase he's grappling you. Like, I'm pretty sure all of his attacks are grapples.
He's a Potemkin main.
Right. They're pretty neat. The fight is finished off by him attempting to rip the platform off of Mount Olympus. You get up there, you punch it down so it falls on top of him, and then you just beat his skull in. You just smash his skull into a paste.
You can even see his body fall into the next level with you afterwards as well.
Right, yeah. And now his corpse is just floating around in the sewers of Olympus. Hercules, the most famous hero in history.
Aside from that, Heracles didn't even need to fight Kratos.
No, he was
Kratos
just being
didn't
an
even want
asshole.
to.
Kratos was like, this
wanted to
isn't
leave
between
him.
us. Just fucking... Could you get out of my way, please? No. Guess I'm gonna beat you to death. Yeah. This fight... Ooh. Ooh, it is good.
It's a nice upfront fight.
I would say it's amazing. Yeah, I would. Next, we go back to Hephaestus, who we've been chatting with a little bit. And, he tells us, oh, go get this Amphalos stone thing. I'll use it to make a cool weapon for you. You just have to go into Tartarus. Oh, okay, that's no big deal for us. We've done that before. So we go in there, and who do we run into? But fucking Kronos, of all people.
Oh.
Kronos is kind of pissed. One, because he thinks he killed
wonder
Gaia.
why.
Two, because you taking the box from Pandora's temple made Zeus fucking terrified that you would be able to kill him, and that's why he fucking banished me here. Because apparently it's my fault that you got it.
Despite the fact it was needed.
Despite the fact that you told him to go get the box, and what the fuck was I supposed to do about it? I just carried the temple. So, yeah, he's pissed at us, and he fights us. Kind
I
of.
really hate the things Kratos does to his fingernails.
Yeah, the fingernail pulling. You fucking destroy his boils, you rip off his fingernail, you goddamn, disembowel him. You stab his chains through his fucking chin, and then stab him in the head with the blade of Olympus to kill him. This fight is very graphic. Now, the thing about the Kronos fight, the spectacle of it is absolutely fucking amazing. Imagine fighting an ant and being eviscerated by it. One singular ant. That's basically what happens. The spectacle of it's fantastic, but you're mostly just fighting other enemies as you crawl around on Kronos, who's kind of more of a level than an actual enemy. However, if we're going by the Clotho standards, he's still a boss. He is an entity that we kill by the end of the quote-unquote fight. In spectacular fashion.
He basically just did the rankings to everything except fighting him.
Right. Isn't the Hecatonchires technically bigger than Kronos? He looks bigger than Kronos, doesn't he?
I don't think so.
I think he's about the same size. I mean, you look down, you can see where his feet are. He's fucking gigantic. Let me look, actually.
That's what I was doing right now.
How big is the Hecatonchires?
Pretty large.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, it would make sense. He's also one of the children of Oranos and Gaia, so it makes sense that he's fucking huge. He's the size
I would
of the thing.
assume Kronos is a little bit bigger, but
They seem to be around the same size.
yes, they are. Hecatonchires is a lot more deformed, which makes it a lot more disturbing.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, when we're on his hand, like the arm bridge, that seems to be about the same size as Kronos' arm, maybe a bit bigger. I think Hecatonchires' head actually looks maybe a little bit bigger than Kronos'.
I'll give it to Hecatonchires then and say he's bigger.
Yeah.
Seems that's what's going for him.
So there you go. The biggest thing we kill is in God of War Ascension.
The peak of that game, probably.
Yeah, that or Pollux and Castor.
Getting to bully a fucking conjoined.
Yeah. So I would say Kronos is definitely amazing. He's great. You notice how most of the God of War 3 bosses are at least amazing?
Yeah.
So next we have Hephaestus, who's not really a boss, he's the QT. And you feel bad about killing him, so I'd put him pretty low.
He does also give you a nice pair of weapons to use.
That's true. Yeah.
Not as good as Hades, though.
Right. Our penultimate boss for God of War 3, a big scorpion. Scorpion Queen. She's kind of neat as like a semi-puzzle boss, simply because you need to use the Nemean Cestus for, well, pretty much just fighting her in general. Then the kill is pretty good. I'd say she's decent. She's a good boss.
I just realized how disappointing Hephaestus' death is.
Well, yeah, it's not triumphant. You're just
It's
killing him,
literally just-
and he fought you because he was trying to protect his daughter from you, something Kratos relates
It's a
to
single
personally.
shank in the chest.
Alright, at some point along the way we killed Hera, which has resulted in all the fucking plant life dying. So Greece has been reduced to a barren wasteland.
I'm pretty sure she just gets slapped a bit.
No, Kratos breaks her neck.
Yeah.
Our final boss, Zeus. Listen, the God of War 2 fight's pretty good, but the God of War 3 fight... Oh. So first off, 2D side-scroller. We do the shit from the last Spartan. I'm pretty sure that's the arena that you get in Mortal Kombat 9.
Yeah.
I wonder
The
if that was
2D angle
intentional.
must
I wonder if that
be
was
good.
intentional.
I would assume so.
If that was why they made that part 2D, or if they made that a bonus map for MK9 because of the Zeus fight. So, you fight him there, 2D, kind of side-scroller. It's fucking great. The QTEs in that fight, oh, beautiful. Then, Pandora sacrifices herself. And the box is
So
empty.
you've got the emotional build-up and all that.
And all the emotional build-up to opening the box again, and it's empty, and Zeus fucking laughs about it being empty. So then you go outside, overlooking all of the chaos that the land has been reduced to. It's actually where you run into Zeus at the start of the game, which is cool. And then Gaia's back again, and she's like, Kratos, you've fucking annihilated my world by doing what I brought you here to do. Did Gaia not know this would happen when you kill the Olympians? I don't know. May have just been a bit of an oopsie-daisy on her part. So she tries to crush the two of you, and in response, you both just kind of fall into that hole that the hippocampi made at the start of the game, and then you fight each other right in front of Gaia's heart, and both of you beat on it to get health. Poor Gaia. Zeus summons a bunch of clones that you can destroy to get more magic. He'll do a clone attack, and if you parry it, you get magic from it. Zeus can heal from attacking Gaia's heart, but you can also heal from attacking Gaia's heart. Eventually, you two tussle over the Blade of Olympus once again, but you end up getting it back, and you stab it through Zeus into Gaia's heart, killing both of them at the same time. Except not really, because then Zeus's spirit or something comes out, saps all of your power, and maybe kills you as it attempts to fill your mind with fear. And then we get a very interesting segment, where Kratos is traveling around in his mind, encountering his past atrocities and mistakes, reflecting on how terrible he is, and also being filled with fear. I don't know how any of this shit relates to fear, but okay. It's still a cool segment. But eventually, the voice and fire of Pandora leads you to the Pandora's box within yourself, unlocking the power that you obtained back during God of War 1. The power of hope. Yay, hope.
Gotta have a nice cliche in there.
And with the power of hope, you fight back against Zeus's spirit, which goes back into his body, resurrecting him. And with the power of hope, you cast away the Blades of Exile, and in first person, you beat your dad into a bloody pulp. And you can do it for as long as you want. With the power of hope. How inspiring. What an inspiring ending. So you kill Zeus, and then I guess that makes the storms worse or something. I don't know. But you did it. You got your revenge, and you destroyed all of Greece. But that's not the thing Kratos is thinking. Well, he's kind of, now that the blood is cleared out of his eyes, he's like, wow, I fucking destroyed the world. That sucks. I assume Kratos is now responsible for destroying Sparta. Yeah. But the thing that gets him is that, oh, I had already gotten the power of hope back when I originally opened Pandora's box. So Pandora died for nothing. Pandora died out of my need for vengeance. I didn't have to do any of this shit. I did it anyway, and Pandora died because of that. Not anyone else or anything. Pandora. Who reminds him of his daughter. And it's because of that, Kratos is like, yeah, I'm going to kill myself to stop Athena from getting back the power of hope and give it to humanity. All like 5 or 6 of them left in Greece or something. That's the end of the Greek series, the Greek saga. Anyway, Zeus with...
There's something so great about Kratos thinking his solution to everything is just him killing himself.
Well, kind of worked, I guess.
Yeah.
Zeus, with the build-up from God of War 2 and all of 3, and then the actual fight in 3, it's peak. I don't know. I don't need to fucking explain that. I don't need to explain shit for that. Because I just did explain all of it.
There's just so much build-up to
there
it.
Is
all
so
the frustration
much
from the second game and the third game, and then you get to wail on him for as long as you like.
There's just so much to this Zeus fight that it could not be anything other than peak. Do you people in the chat agree? What is your favorite God of War boss from the old games? Now then, Kratos floats over to Norway. And then we pick up with God of War 4 like 1,000 years later. I think some people did the math. This game theoretically takes place about 1,000 years after the end of God of War 3.
He aged quite well.
He did. So our first boss is a troll. Dowdy Kampmad or some shit like that. I'm not going to bother with the names for most of them.
You're gonna get used to a lot of trolls.
Yeah, so according to Cory Barlog, the trolls are not meant to be bosses. They're meant to be more like the Cyclopses. My issue with that is that that's kind of what the ogres are. Because you beat on them, and then you ride on top of their backs and use them to attack other enemies. That's what you did with the Cyclopses. I guess they're also kind of like the Minotaurs of the game, but still. As a boss, he's alright. You know, he's okay. Not really anything...
Nice little starting off, you know.
Not really anything super notable about it or anything. Then we get to our real tutorial boss, the Stranger, who we later find out is Baldur. I'm not gonna go super in detail with this one. You basically have a fucking Dragon Ball Z fight with him. It's amazing! It's fucking great! Actually, I would say just the Stranger fight alone is already up and fantastic.
Yes. I think the best part is just seeing what you do to the environment.
Oh yeah, we never really got...
It's a lot more grounded, and so you can feel a lot more of the weight of it.
Right, exactly. Kratos' power is way more impactful in this game just because we see how it affects the environment around him.
When you get flung through the house, when you pick up the trees.
Yeah, exactly. It's great. Then we have a bunch of reskins of the troll.
Typical troll stuff.
Right. This ogre's apparently technically a boss. I disagree. We have the old ones, which are these golem things. They get a lot of reskins. For some reason, they only included one of them here. I would say they're also, like, okay, I guess. I don't like them as much as the trolls. Now then, the Dark Elf King, whose name I will never attempt to pronounce, he's also okay. He's basically just a reskinned enemy. Then, another troll reskin. Then, on a real boss fight.
Finally!
The Dragon Hraezler. Our big spectacle fight for this game, kind of. And I mean big in that he's fucking giant. Like, the Baldur fights have a lot of spectacle as well, but this one's huge. It's a big fucking
dragon. It's also
dragon.
the most use you'll get out of a boy.
Yes. And then the finishing on the finisher you do on him is pretty brutal and good. It's good old Kratos using the environment around him to horrifically murder his opponent. And it's a fucking dragon in a God of War game. It's great. He's definitely pretty amazing. Next, another troll reskin.
Yeah,
Then we have Magni and Modi. They are great. They're really good.
Aside from Baldur, definitely the best boss in the game.
Maybe. It's been a while since I've fought
them. For me,
them.
at least.
They're very good. I would say, especially with the stuff with Atreus in it, that's really good. They are definitely on the upper end of amazing. I'd probably put them over Hercules, maybe not over Kronos. Actually, I'd say they're more of an actual fight than Kronos, so yeah, I'll put them over there. Now then, we have 2 remaining troll reskins and then the Valkyrie Queen. So, Matuger Helson, the only one whose name I remember other than the Grendels, is actually a good reskin. First off, I really like his design. I like the horns on him and stuff. They're cool. Second, his moveset is actually really fucking different from any of the other troll enemies. He does a bunch of... He's mostly a magic caster. And he teleports. It's cool as fuck. And they mix things up with the finisher on him, too. You think you're gonna hit him with the same old crushing his head with his own pillar thing, but it doesn't work. So then you have to use that one move they introduced in the final boss of Ascension to destroy his pillar, and then you just stab him in the eyes. It's a really good fight. I like it a lot. Yeah. Big fan of it. Then we have the Grendels. I like color-coded enemies. I know some people don't, but I like how it forces you to mix things up and experiment a bit. I would put them above Scorpius. Then, our secret optional boss, Sigrun the Valkyrie Queen. They don't have any of the other Valkyries on here, which is a little annoying, especially when they include, like, fucking 5 different trolls. 6 if you count
either
Helson.
way, Sigrun is just a mix of every other Valkyrie, so...
Yeah, exactly. That's why. Is because all of the other Valkyries pretty much have like one defining move. They're pretty basic. They've got like 2 or 3 attacks. Sigrun is all of their moves in one boss, which means she has like a dozen different things she can do. She is absolutely fantastic. I think I would probably, in terms of personal enjoyment, I would probably put her above Poseidon but below Hades. Then
She's a good challenge.
right. Oh yeah, I forgot we have the dragon thing with Balder. It's not really much of a boss fight, but it's a cool spectacle. It wouldn't really change my placement of him. But then we get the final fight with Balder, in which Freya is involved. The emotions in this fight, story stuff, freeing Balder from his curse, then Freya fucking resurrecting Thamur to use in the fight. The boy gets to help you with this one. The boy combo, chilled. The boy combos.
The revelation on the goddamn mistletoe arrows are good.
Yeah, especially when you know about the mistletoe thing ahead of time. Like if you're familiar with the mythology and it's like, ah, mistletoe. Interesting. And then the end. You know, the emotional stuff. Kratos gives it a chance. He gives Balder a chance. For once, a guy that's gotten in his way, a guy that's tried to kill him on multiple occasions, a guy that's tried to kill his son on multiple occasions.
Yeah, he did straight up deck boy in the chest.
He did. He tried to kill the shit out of Atreus. He gives it a chance because Atreus and Freya don't want him to die. Balder's not really trying to fight him anymore. He's like, I'm gonna let you go. You don't fucking touch Freya. You don't touch her. But then he does it anyway.
And he forces his hand.
Kratos has got to step in. Why? Why do you even care? You could have just stepped away. Why does he care? The cycle ends here. We must be better than this. Using the same line that Zeus used against him. Well, I suppose retroactively he didn't because of the time-shifting shit, but Kratos remembers him doing it. The cycle ends here. Now, for Zeus is talking about, oh yeah, I'm not getting murdered by my son. Fuck that. Uranus was usurped by Kronos. I usurped Kronos. I'm not getting usurped by my son. The cycle ends here. It's a very selfish, fearful thing that he's talking about. With Kratos, it's this fucking cycle of vengeance thing. No. We can't keep doing this. I literally destroyed my entire home country over it. We're not doing this shit again. We must be better than this. And I should probably also take this opportunity to talk about how Balder's a really good analog for old Kratos, like Kratos from the Greek games. He is a tattooed warrior filled with a desire for vengeance against his family member and will fucking murder anyone who gets in his way of doing that. He's fantastic. He's a great stand-in for the way Kratos used to be.
So it's a very good parallel.
Yeah, exactly. It's for all of these reasons I've talked about combined that I think Balder's the best God of War boss.
Yeah.
Even above Zeus. They're close, but I think he's just a little bit better. Steampunk says, I hope there are a lot more actual boss fights in Ragnarok. Me too. I think because God of War 2018 has kind of the God of War 1 situation, where we're starting off the new story, so you can't kill a ton of mythological figures already. I mean, God of War 1 really only has 3 real bosses. The Hydra, Pandora's Guardian, and Ares. There's fucking 3. I know God of War 2018 is a much bigger game, but that's why we have a lot of reskins.
It's packed with more content over bosses.
Right. But I'm thinking with Ragnarok, since we're going to be meeting a lot more mythological figures, I'm thinking we're going to have a lot more bosses.
Not to mention, Ragnarok's using a few assets from God of War 4.
Yeah, right. So
So,
they don't have to
it's
make as
not
much
gonna
new
need to
stuff
worry as
as
much.
they did for 2018. I'm
Yeah.
thinking we'll probably have how many actual bosses do we have? We have Baldur, we have Sigrun, we have Magni and Modi, we have Hraesler, and
We
then
have the
pretty much
dragon.
everything else is Hraesler the dragon, and then pretty much everyone else is used for reskins.
Yes.
I'm thinking Ragnarok will probably have twice as many real bosses. That is my prediction.
I'm thinking the main go-to villain for Ragnarok is gonna be Thor.
I think we fight Thor, obviously. Thor's gonna be a boss. We're probably gonna have a Freya boss.
He was set up at the end of goddamn.
Right. It
yeah.
seems like we're gonna fight Fenrir at some point, especially since Tyr is involved. Should be very cool.
Yeah, Tyr's gonna be an ally.
I'm not super familiar on Norse mythology, but there's definitely a few other things we can run into. That's 3 bosses that we're super definitely getting. And then we'll probably have some other stuff. Vidar, the God of Vengeance. That could be an interesting one. It would be interesting to see that.
You might get some giants as bosses, maybe?
Oh yeah, we might fight the big bird in hell, because originally we were supposed to do that, but they didn't really have a chance to implement it, so instead we got Matugir, who is still pretty good, but he's not a fucking mountain-sized eagle.
Oh.
Maybe that'll be our big spectacle boss for Ragnarok. We fight the big Helheim bird. I would like that.
That would be a great spectacle. It might even be better than the dragon. It probably would.
Yeah, it would probably be better than the dragon. That would be like fucking flying Kronos with how big it is.
Aside from, like, the Boulder-related stuff, my favorite part of God of War 2018 was just seeing Zeus appear.
Oh yeah, that was fucking nuts. I'm so pissed that YouTube recommendations spoiled me on a bunch of shit. That's why I gotta stay off the internet when Ragnarok comes out.
I still find it funny how Kratos decided to keep the Blades of Chaos, which he lost at the end of the first game.
Well,
So,
it seems
that
like
was-
those are fucking... He tried to get rid of them, and they came back.
So either they were put back on him again, or he's just gone out of his way to find them.
Nah, it seems like they follow him. He just can't be rid of them.
Can you imagine if they were just following him during the entire time, like during God of War 3?
That'd be funny.
He's
Slowly
holding the
floating
Blades
their
of
way
Exile.
up.
He's just holding the Blades of Exile, and they're just there in the background.
Staring in through the window, they feel like they're being cheated on.
We had a thing. I even singed myself to you.
We could see Freya's brother Freyr. Yeah, that's an opportunity as well. I don't know how deep they're gonna get into the mythology, because I would say for the most part, the gods that we encounter from the Greek saga are pretty standard. They're pretty basic. You know, they're the ones that people generally know about. You know, we never encounter fucking Nemesis or anything. We never run into... There are a bunch of gods that get referenced in, like, the first game. Like Amphitrite, never run into her. We'd never run into Apollo, despite knowing he exists.
Yeah. You even talked to Zeus a few times in the first game.
Yeah. Like...
Now that I think about it, some Greek gods didn't even get killed.
Right,
during
exactly. There's still some around. I'm thinking we're gonna meet Apollo and Artemis again at some point. Or, you know,
Like,
at all at some
Dionysus
point.
isn't off.
I think at some point Kratos goes back to Greece, maybe to get the Blade of Olympus, and he runs into Artemis and Apollo. Or maybe Artemis and Apollo have gone somewhere else and he runs into them. I think that's a possibility. I think either of those two, or both of them at the same time, could be a boss in Ragnarok, depending on if we go back to Greece, or if we get more stuff from Greece. Because I imagine now we're going to have more of Kratos talking about his past with Atreus. Yeah, I kind of destroyed my homeland.
So, boy, I killed your grandfather.
Well, he already
And
knows
my
that. Has Kratos mentioned that he killed his old family, like, all of them? Like, every single person he was related to?
No.
Let's go
He has
down
not
the
mentioned-
list. Let's go down the list. Let's see. his wife, his daughter, his
Mother.
half-brother in Aries, his mother, his brother,
Yeah,
his-
he didn't kill his brother, but he was there when it happened.
his half-brother in Perseus, his half-sister in Athena, his uncle with Poseidon, his uncle with Hades, his half-brother with Hermes, his half-brother with Hercules, his grandfather with Kronos, his great-grandmother with Gaia, and then his father Zeus. He literally killed every person he's related to. Except
This is
Deimos.
ridiculous.
Deimos got killed by Thanatos.
Yeah, he actually was getting on with Deimos for a moment.
Yeah. So yeah, boy, I've killed every person I was related to before coming to this country. And if I missed any, they definitely were killed in the calamities that followed.
Can you imagine just Dionysus is extremely drunk while the entire events of God of War 3 happened?
Aphrodite's still hanging out around there somewhere. But yeah, Dionysus just chilling on a boat or something. I mean, there's quite a few significant gods we never see. We never see Pan, the god of fucking nature or whatever. You think he'd be fucking
Yeah.
pissed about what happened after Hera died?
There's a whole lot that happens.
There's a lot of Greek gods we never meet. There are a lot of minor deities. There are also, like, titans that we never meet and shit. Yeah, the family of war. Kratos' family is beyond a mess. Well, now it's easier now, because they're all dead, except for the Norse ones. And even then, Faye's dead, so it's just Atreus. Well, I guess Apollo and Artemis, if they're still alive, that's other remaining half-siblings.
You know, the thing is, Kratos hasn't directly told Atreus about a lot of things, but most of the boat stories he ends up telling them.
Yeah, now I want to see if Atreus finds out about how, hey Dad, why are you so white? Oh, this is the ashes of my first family that I murdered.
That's so fucked.
Yep. Well, anyway, well, we've now gone over everything I wanted to talk about for today's stream. 5 hours for the first Misc streams in, like, a month. Not bad. Not bad at all.
Bakugo fucking died.
Bakugo died, I'm working for wages now, and then I did a tier list with all the God of War bosses. Not too bad.
Yeah, it's been a good stream. Good amount of people appeared.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was pretty good, pretty solid.
You
So
had
anyway,
a nice sandwich.
I did eat a nice sandwich for our intermission break. That was lovely. So yeah, with that, that's all for today's stream, everyone. I'll put a poll up for whatever I stream tomorrow, Elden Ring or God of War. We'll find out. So, yeah, I'll see you guys later. Until next time, take care. Bye-bye.
Goodbye, people. Nice. Good job.